This is Audible.
Audible Frontiers presents The Dream Spheres, written by Elaine Cunningham, narrated by Eric Michael Summerer. Prelude. The half-ogre strode to the open tavern door, carrying the last of that night's customers by the rope that belted his breeches. His captive squirmed like a hooked trout, and filled the air with the salty tang of dockside curses. These efforts did not seem to inconvenience the tavern guard in the slightest particular. At nearly 7 feet of meanness and muscle, Hamish could lift and haul any patron in the Pickled Fisherman as easily as a lesser man might carry a package of paper-wrapped fish by the string that bound it.
"Raise your keel and haul in your sails,"
Hamish rumbled as he hauled the flailing man back for the toss.
"You're about to run aground one way or t'other."
Fair warning in these parts, but the patron failed to take it. The half-ogre waited a moment for the struggles to subside, then shrugged and tossed the man out into the night. The man's protests rose into a wail, ending in a muffled thud. Hamish slammed the tavern door with resounding finality. Wood shrieked against wood as the half-ogre slid home the thick oaken bar. Outside, the patron he had just evicted began to pound on the locked door. 2 tavern maids stopped mopping spilled ale long enough to exchange a sidelong glance and a resigned sigh. One of them, a dark, scrawny girl whose dream-filled eyes belied the reality of her underfed body, tossed a single silver coin onto the table and then reached for a large, half-empty mug. She lifted it high, like a swordsman offering challenge, and turned to the pretty, fair-haired woman who shared the late-night shift at the Pickled Fisherman.
"What say you, Lily? Can I finish this off before old Elton passes out or wanders off?"
Lily cocked her head and listened. The feeble, irregular rhythm of the man's fists was already dying away. She fished in her pocket for a matching coin, despite the fact that this represented the dragon's share of her nightly wages.
"Aye, Peg, that you can,"
she said stoutly, slapping the coin down with the air of a woman confident of victory. Lily looked to the half-ogre, who was watching this familiar exchange with a faintly exasperated smirk.
"I'll stand judge,"
he agreed, rolling his eyes toward the smoke-blackened beams overhead. The thin barmaid nodded to acknowledge challenge met, then tipped back her head and drank thirstily. Lily moved around behind, covering Peg's ears with both hands as if to ensure that the wager was played on a level field. As Lily had expected, Elton's protests faded off well before Peg's mug was dry. That mattered not, and would not change the outcome of the wager. Lily waited until her friend had finished drinking, then dropped her hands from the girl's ears and gave her a playful swat on the rump.
"You've won again, lass. It's Timora's pet you are, with such luck. I'm guessing you've tossed a copper or two toward Lady Luck's temple."
Suddenly uncertain, the girl paused in the act of gathering up her winnings.
"Aye," she admitted. "There's no harm in helping Luck along, is there?" "None at all, lass."
Lily sent a look of mock severity in the half-ogre's direction, swearing him anew to secrecy. Hamish lifted both hands and walked off, as if he wanted no further part of this ritual he never quite understood. It seemed to Lily a harmless way of putting a bit of much-needed money in Peg's hands, as well as giving the girl an excuse for eating and drinking a bit of the leavings. This was a reality of their lives, something many a down-on-her-luck tavern worker did when need arose, but a thing that Peg's pride would not otherwise permit her. Dipping outright into the tavern's supplies could get a girl fired, and oftentimes a bit of leftover ale and bread and salty pickles might be the only nourishment available to such as Peg. Not that Lily was overburdened with personal wealth, but she had certain advantages. A merry laugh, a quick, bawdy wit, thick hair in an unusual shade of palest red gold, and delightful curves. Tavern wenches thus blessed could count on the occasional extra coin. But these days, extra coin was in scant supply in Waterdeep's rough-and-tumble dock ward. Lily sent a wistful glance toward the silent door.
"If this were last summer, Elton and his mates would be drinking still." "And we'd be working still,"
Peg retorted.
"Working till we were fair asleep on our feet."
Lily nodded, for they'd proven the truth of that often enough. The Pickle, like most dockside taverns, stayed open as long as any man or monster could put down good coin for thin stew and watered ale. But the summer of 1368 had been a hard one. Too many ships had gone missing, which meant less cargo coming in through the docks, lower profits for merchants, fewer hands needed on ship or wharf or warehouse, more masterless men with nothing to do but turn predator. Many of the sailors and dockhands who routinely came to soak themselves in the Pickle's brand of brine were coming into hard times. Lily had even heard uneasy whispers from the young lords and ladies who came into the rough tavern from time to time for novelty's sake. A few among the merchant nobility were getting cautious, and there was even talk of finding alternate ways to move goods in and out of the port city. Of course, when they realized that someone was listening, Waterdeep's lords and merchants and sages spoke soothingly of endless prosperity. Lily wasn't buying that at the asking price. She glanced at Peg. The younger girl was piling wood on the hearth to keep the fire burning until morn, but her eyes kept straying to the far wall. There hung a few battered instruments on wooden hooks, awaiting the rare patron who was more inclined to make music than mayhem. Peg's too thin face was poignant with longing. Lily straightened and placed her fists on her hips.
"Off with you, girl," she scolded. "It's my turn to finish up."
Peg needed no persuasion. She darted across the tavern and snatched up an old fiddle and a fraying bow. Her feet fairly danced up the back stairs, as if they'd forgotten the long hours of toil in anticipation of the music to come. Left alone, Lily quickly finished setting the tavern to rights. When the task was done, she wiped her hands on her apron, then reached behind her back for the ties. To her annoyance, the strings had been pulled into tight knots. Not an unusual state of affairs. She could not count the times some fumble-fingered patron attempted to pinch her backside, only to tangle himself in the strings that bound her apron or her waist pocket. Lily sighed and gave up. She took a small knife from her pocket and severed the apron strings, silently cursing all tavern patrons on behalf of the man who had condemned her to an hour's toil with needle and thread. Swine, the lot of them. Yet once, not too long ago, some of the Pickle's guests hadn't looked so bad, and she hadn't always minded their attentions. Lily tossed aside the apron and walked behind the bar. Hidden there was a bottle of fine elven wine that a visiting lord had given her. She poured a tiny portion of the wine, the better to savor it, and spoke to the nearly empty bottle.
"A dangerous thing it is to be drinking the likes of you. I've fair lost my taste for the cider and rot your guts we get hereabouts. And what, I ask you, am I to do about that?"
The bottle offered no advice on the matter. Lily sighed and pushed a stray wisp of red-gold hair off her face. Suddenly she felt very tired and eager for the escape that awaited her in the small room over the tavern. She tossed back the rare wine in a single gulp, then climbed the back stairs to the bedchambers above the tavern. She paused at her chamber door, leaning against the frame as she surveyed the room with new eyes. Once it had seemed a near palace, a room all her own, a safe place to put her things, a bed that she need not share unless she chose to do so. Now she looked at it as her lover might. Her home was a small, dark chamber graced by neither window nor hearth. It boasted a narrow, sagging cot, a cracked washbowl, a cast-off mirror in dire need of resilvering, hooks on the wall to hold her 2 spare dresses and her clean chemise. In a room down the hall, Peg sawed away at her old fiddle, which retaliated with squawks of protest that brought to mind a stepped-on cat. Lily entered the room shaking her head, as if she could deny the dreary reality around her. She shut the door and sank down on the cot. Reaching under the coverlet, she patted the lumpy stuffing until she found the particular lump she sought. From its hiding place, she drew a small globe of iridescent crystal. For a moment, it was enough just to gaze at her treasure, to know that she, a simple tavern wench, could possess a dream sphere. This was a new thing in the city, a wondrous, magical toy. They could not be found in the bazaars, of course. Naturally, the city's wizards frowned on magic that could be purchased and used without coin crossing their palms. There was nothing, though, that could not be purchased in the City of Splendors, provided one knew where to look. There was little about Waterdeep's hidden byways that Lily did not know. She had bought dream spheres before and counted every copper well spent. This one, however, was special. A gift from her lover. A nobleman he was. Surely he had chosen this particular dream with great fondness, knowing how she longed to enter his world. Lily closed her eyes and willed the man's handsome, roguish face to mind. As she closed her fingers around the glowing sphere, she slipped into the waking trance that was the corridor into the dream. She heard the music first. Lovely music that was far removed from the occasional tune brayed out by patrons of the Pickled Fisherman. The poor chamber faded away. Lily raised her hands, turning them this way and that as she marveled at their unblemished whiteness. Wonderingly, she smoothed them over the cool blue silk of her gown. Suddenly, she was standing in a great hall filled with glittering guests. She saw her lover at the far side of the room, sipping wine and scanning the crowd with obvious anticipation. His face lit up when he saw her. Before she could move toward him, another gentleman broke away from the dancers and approached, dipping into the courtly bow that no woman of her lowly station ever received. Lily nodded graciously and floated into his arms. Together they joined the intricate circle of the dance. Her lover watched from the sidelines, smiling fondly. When the first dance was through, he came to claim her. Together they danced and made merry until the melting wax of the hundreds of scented, glittering candles hung from the silver chandeliers like fragrant lace. Lily knew every dance step, though she had never learned them. She remembered the taste of sparkling wine, although no such vintage came within a giant's shadow of the rough tavern where she spent most of her waking hours. She laughed and flirted and even sang, feeling more beautiful and witty and desirable than ever she had been in her life. Best of all, she was a lady among the nobility of Waterdeep, those lofty beings who glittered like winter stars and who would never, ever see her as one of their own. Except, of course, in dreams. The squawk of an old fiddle insinuated itself into the lilting rhythm of the dance music. Startled by this intrusion, Lily missed the step and stumbled. Her lover's arms tightened around her waist to steady her. His eyes were warm with approval at what he clearly thought was a flirtatious ploy. The dream was fading, though. There would be no time to fulfill the promises offered by her lord's bedazzled smile. A surge of bright panic assailed Lily. She tore herself from the gentleman's embrace, gathered up the skirts of her silken gown, and ran like a dock rat. Frantically, she raced down the sweeping marble stairs that led to the anonymity of the streets. She had to get away before the dream faded. She would die if she had to watch the chivalrous wonder in her lover's eyes change to the condescending charm he bestowed upon pretty, willing serving wenches. Lily's pace slowed. Her weariness returned, magnified by the fading dream, until she felt as if she were running through water. She awoke abruptly and found herself still sitting on the edge of her sagging cot, staring at her own too familiar reflection in the mirror that was no longer good enough for some unknown noblewoman. Lily stared bleakly at the image revealed in the scratched and faded glass. Gone were the silk and jewels. She was a serving wench once again, clad in a drab skirt of linsey-woolsey and a low-laced chemise that was too vigorously scrubbed and neatly pressed to be truly tawdry. Her eyes were wide and dark in her face, and the deep circles of exhaustion beneath her eyes and the impossible dreams within made them look as bruised as trod-upon pansies. One white-knuckled, grimy little hand clutched the dream sphere, which was now dull and milky, utterly and irrevocably drained of magic. With a sigh, Lily set aside the spent dream sphere and reached for a shawl. She draped the dark material over her bright hair and then hurried down the creaky back stairs toward the alley. Her feet nimbly avoided the loose boards, the spots that would draw groans of complaint from the ancient wood. With a grim smile, she remembered the sweeping marble staircase that the dream sphere had shown her, the click of her delicate slippers as she fled the hall. In real life, she was as silent as a shadow. That was the first skill a thief learned. and those who failed to do so rarely survived childhood. Lily didn't like her work, but she did it well. After all, a girl had to live. In a few nights more, she could enjoy another respite from the dock ward. In the meanwhile, this was her life, and like it or not, she had to get on with it. Her first mark was easy enough. A fat warehouse guard sprawled in the alley behind the pickled fisherman. His head was propped up on a discarded crate, and his jowls vibrated with the force of each grating, ale-soaked snore. Lily slid a practiced eye over him, then drew a knife from her pocket and dropped into a crouch. A single, deft flick opened the worn leather of his boot, sending a few unspent coppers spilling into the street. She gathered them up and slipped them into her pocket as she stood. She melted into the mist and shadows that clung to the alley wall as she considered her next move. A circle of greasy lamplight marked the alley's end. Beyond that, the distant murmur of voices and laughter from the soaring Pegasus Tavern suddenly swelled as the door opened for what was certainly the last time that night. The congenial babble spilled out into the street and then broke apart, as tavern mates took their leave of each other to stride or stumble off into the night. Lily's experience indicated good odds that at least one of them would come her way. The barmaid and thief pressed herself into the slim crevice between two stone buildings. Before long, a single set of footsteps began to tap along the cobblestone toward her. A man, she surmised from the sound, and not a very large one. He wore new boots with the hard leather soles that marked the work of expensive cobblers. The uneven rhythm of his steps proclaimed that he'd imbibed enough to leave him tangle-footed, but he was still sober enough to whistle a popular ballad, more or less on tune. Lily nodded with satisfaction. One drunken man a night was her limit. Robbing them was poor sport indeed. She drew a small, hooked knife from her pocket and waited for her mark to amble past. And worth the wait he was. Richly dressed and fairly jingling with coin, a wealthy guildsman, or perhaps one of the merchant nobility. Lily started to reach for the purse that swung from his belt.
"Maurice? Ah, there you are, you hopeless rogue."
The voice came from the alley's end. It was female, dark with some exotic accent, full of laughter and flirtation and the sort of confidence that came only with wealth and beauty. Lily gritted her teeth as Maurice spun toward the sultry speaker, his face alight and his purse strings now completely out of reach.
"Lady Isabeau, I thought you had gone on with the others." "Oh, pooh,"
the woman proclaimed, packing so much drama into that small disclaimer that Lily could almost see the artful pout, the dismissing little wave of a jeweled hand.
"Cowards, all of them, boasting of the dangers around them while they ride in closed carriages with guards and drivers. But you—"
Here the sultry voice dipped almost to a purr.
"You alone are man enough to challenge the night."
There was a world of meaning in the woman's words. A bright, unmistakable flame leaped in the man's eyes. The spark was quickly quenched by the return of his distinctly pinched expression. Lily smirked as she discerned the true reason for the man's digression. He would not be the first to seek the comfort of a dark alley after a night's hard drinking. No doubt he intended to take care of business, then hail down his comrade's carriage when it turned the corner at Sale Street. Lady Isabeau's arrival had thwarted his design, and he looked deeply torn between the demands of nature and the teasing promise in the noblewoman's words. Necessity won out.
"Even the main streets are dangerous,"
Maurice cautioned the lady.
"These alleys can be deadly. I must insist that you go back with the others."
But the dainty click of Isabeau's slippers came steadily closer.
"I am not afraid. You will protect me, no?"
"No," Lily answered silently and emphatically. 2 pigeons were nearly as easy to pluck as one. Not for a simple pickpocket like herself, of course, but hadn't the silly wench heard tell that many dockward thieves were willing to cut more than purse string? The woman came into view, and Lily forgot her scorn. Lady Isabeau was very attractive, with a dark, exotic beauty that was a perfect match for her voice. Thick, glossy black hair was coiled artfully around her shapely head, with enough length left over to fashion ringlets that spilled over her shoulders. Her eyes were large and velvety brown, her nose an aristocratic arc, her lips full and curved in invitation. Lavish curves tested the resolve of the laces binding her deep red gown, and an embroidered girdle decorated with precious stones encircled her narrow waist. Lily sighed in profound envy. Lady Isabeau quirked an ebony brow. For one heart-stopping moment, Lily thought the noblewoman had heard her, but the woman's eyes remained constant in their admiration of the heroic Maurice, never so much as flickering toward Lily's hiding place.
If you say the danger is too great, then it must be so.
Isabeau tucked herself under the man's arm.
You would not leave me here alone, surely. I will see you safely to Sale Street, then I must be on my way, he said grandly. Certain matters cannot await the light of day.
His tone hinted at clandestine meetings, honor challenges, maidens languishing in prison towers. Lily lifted a hand to her lips to keep her smirk from bubbling into laughter. Isabeau nodded, then produced a small silver flask from the folds of her skirts.
As you say, let us at least share a last drink?
The nobleman accepted the flask and tipped it up, and together they walked beyond the range of Lily's vision. The thief waited until all was silent. Then she ventured out, creeping stealthily toward the main street. She almost stepped on Maurice. He lay sprawled at the end of the alley, face down, just beyond the reach of the lamplight's dim circle. His fine clothing was stained with strong-smelling spirits, but Lily doubted he had succumbed to drink. She cautiously stooped and touched her fingers to the nobleman's neck. A thin but steady pulse leaped beneath her fingers. Curious, she smoothed her hand back through the man's hair and inquired around for an explanation to his current state. A small knot was forming at the base of his skull. He would awaken with a fierce headache. And, of course, without his purse. Lily rose to her feet, angry now. Noble or common, no decent woman turned tail and ran at the first sign of danger, leaving a friend alone. Why, the spoiled trollop hadn't even taken the trouble to raise an alarm. She silently padded into the lamplight and scanned the streets for a sign of the fleeing Isabeau. A flash of red disappeared into a nearby alley. Lily set her jaw and followed. Though she rarely plucked female pigeons, this woman was the most deserving mark Lily had seen in a month of 10 days. Following the noblewoman was easy enough. Not once did Isabeau look back, so intent was she upon the faint rumble of a carriage approaching the end of the alley. Lily caught up to her near the midpoint and glided silently up behind. She noted the deep pocket attached to the woman's bejeweled girdle, a small, smooth sack of the same deep crimson as Isabeau's gown, and devised in such a way that it blended into the skirt's folds. A canny design, Lily thought. Even though the pocket was full and heavy, a lesser thief might not have seen it at all. She sliced the strings, her touch as light as a ghost's, then fell back into the shadows to count her booty. Her eyes widened as she opened the sack. Inside it nestled the richly embroidered coin purse recently worn by the unfortunate Maurice.
You are good,
intoned that dark and sultry voice.
But I am better.
Lily's gaze jerked up from the twice-stolen coins into the cold, level stare of her noble pigeon. Before Lily could react, Lady Isabeau's jeweled hands shot forward. The noblewoman seized the bag with one hand and dug the fingers of the other under Lily's shawl and into her hair. She yanked Lily's head forward and down, bringing the coin-filled bag up to meet it with painful force. Lily went reeling back, bereft of the purse and, judging from the burning in her scalp, at least one lock of her hair. She thumped painfully against the alley wall. Blinking away stars, Lily pushed herself off the wall, drew a knife, and charged. Isabeau set her feet wide and swung the heavy silk bag like a flail. There was no time for evasion. Lily slashed forward in what was half parry, half attack. She missed the woman altogether, but managed to slice the dangerous bag open. Coins scattered with a satisfying clatter, but the bag was still heavy enough when it hit her to send her stumbling back. Her knife flew off and fell among Isabeau's scattered booty. Hissing like an angry cat, Isabeau pounced, her hands hooked into raking claws. Lily seized her wrists and held on, dodging this way and that as she sought to keep her eyes beyond reach of those flailing hands. Together they circled and dipped, a grim, deadly parody of dance that mocked Lily's still bright dream. So frantic was their struggle, and so painfully poignant her memories, that Lily did not realize her shawl had fallen off until she caught her foot in the fringe. A small stumble, a moment's hesitation, was all that Isabeau needed. The noblewoman wrenched her hands free and fisted them in Lily's hair. Down they went in a tangle of skirts, rolling wildly as they scratched and tugged and pummeled and bit. Through it all, Isabeau was eerily silent. Lily would have expected a pampered noblewoman to scream like a banshee over such treatment, not realizing that in this part of town the sounds of her distress could bring worse trouble upon her. Apparently, this woman was more familiar with the ways of the streets than her appearance suggested. Still, Lily knew a few tricks that this overdressed pickpocket did not. Years of fighting off persistent tavern patrons had left her as hard to hold as a trout. She would wager that not even the elf lord's gladiators could pin her if she were determined to wriggle free. Though she was smaller than Isabeau, and lighter by at least a stone, the battle slowly began to turn her way. Finally, she managed to straddle the woman and pin her arms to her sides. Her captive, looking outraged and furious but still holding her preternatural silence, twisted and bucked beneath her like an unbroken mare. Lily sucked air in long, ragged gasps and prepared to hang on until the sun rose or her foe conceded. Not even for Peg's sake would she have placed a wager on which might come first. Isabeau's struggles dwindled, then stopped abruptly as her eyes focused on something beyond the alley. Suspecting the oldest trick known to street urchins, Lily merely tightened her grip. After a moment, it occurred to her that the expression in the noblewoman's dark eyes was not cunning, but naked avarice. Lily hazarded a glance toward whatever had captured Isabeau's interest. A lone man approached the lamp, glancing furtively up and down the street as he went. He was a big man, heavily bearded, well but not richly dressed.
"Not a nobleman,"
Isabeau assessed in a low voice.
"A trusted servant running an errand. At this hour and in this place, surely the errand lies outside the law."
Before she could think better of it, Lily added,
"He has not yet completed this errand. He is looking for someone."
Isabeau slanted a look up at her captor.
"Well said. That means he will still be carrying payment." "Most likely."
They were silent for a moment.
"We could split it,"
Isabeau suggested.
"Aye, that we could,"
Lily scoffed softly.
"An easy thing it will be for the two of us to separate that large and earnest fellow from his master's money. You'll forgive me for saying this, but you're not much of a hand at fighting."
Isabeau shrugged as well as she could under the circumstances.
"No matter. I can always find someone to do my fighting for me." "Oh, and that would be me, I suppose? Am I a fool to waste such talent?" retorted Isabeau. "You have good hands and quiet feet. I'll distract this pigeon, and you pluck him."
Strange words from a woman clad in silk and jewels. Lily sat back on her heels and let out a soft, incredulous chuckle.
"Who are you?" she demanded. "Isabeau Thione, bastard daughter of the Lady Lucia Thione of Tethier,"
the woman said in a haughty, self-mocking tone, naming a branch of a royal family so infamous that even Lily had heard of them. The noblewoman grinned wickedly and added,
"Until recently known only as Sophia, tavern wench and pickpocket. I'm new in Waterdeep and looking to do well. Any way I can."
A tavern wench and a thief of noble birth. These words, this dual identity, struck a deep, poignant chord in Lily's heart. Weren't they much akin, the two of them? Yet Isabeau, with her jewels and skirts, and the open court paid her by fancy gentlemen, had achieved what she, Lily, had experienced only in dreams. Perhaps she could learn how the woman had wrought this marvel. Another, even more enticing possibility danced into her whirling thoughts. Was it possible that the dream spheres that both enchanted and tormented her were not an impossible dream, but an augury into a possible future? There was great magic in the dream spheres. Lily had felt this power in ways she could not understand or explain. Perhaps it was no coincidence that two misbegotten thieves had crossed paths this night. Lily slowly eased her grip and backed away. The two women rose to their feet and began to smooth their wrinkled skirts and wild hair.
"If we're to do this, we must move fast," Lily said.
Her fellow thief smiled so that her eyes narrowed like a hunting cat's.
"Partners, then. What do I call you?"
She gave the only name to which she was legally entitled. One word, nothing more. No family or rank, history or future. It had always pained her that her name was the sort that might be casually bestowed upon a white mare or a favorite lap cat. The noblewoman seemed of like opinion.
"Lily?"
she repeated, lifting one dark brow in a supercilious arch. Lily was of no mind to hear her shortcomings from the lips of this woman. The sneer on Isabeau's lovely face prompted Lily to give voice, for the first time in her life, to her deepest, most treasured secret. She lifted her chin in an approximation of a noblewoman's hauteur, and added,
"That would be Lily Than."
Chapter 1. Summer was rapidly fading into memory. In the skies over Waterdeep, the stars winking into view were the first heralds of the wintertime constellations. Aral Frost Queen, White Dragon, the Elf Maid's Tears. Beautiful were these fey and fanciful star patterns, but few inhabitants of the great city took note of them, dazzled as they were by splendors closer to ground. But the young nobleman hurrying down the shadowed streets was oblivious not only to the stars, but the city, the crowds, and everything else but the prospect of the meeting before him. The image of a half-elven woman was bright in his mind's eye, almost bright enough to bridge the darkness of the many long months apart. Almost bright enough to eclipse his soul-deep resentment over the source of their many partings. Danilothan thrust aside these thoughts. What part had they in such a night as this? Erilyn had returned to the city, as she had promised, in time for the Gemstone Ball, the first in the season of harvest festivals. Doggedly, he pushed from his mind the last two such events he had attended without her, markers of 2 more summers gone, reminders of promises as yet unfulfilled. The room Erilyn kept for her infrequent visits to the city was in the South Ward, a working-class part of town, on the 3rd floor of an old stone building that in better days had been home to some guildsman who'd since fallen out of fortune. Danilo shifted the large package he carried, tucking it under one arm so that he could tug open the oversized door. He stepped into the front hall and nodded a greeting toward the curtained alcove on his left. The only response was a grunt from the hidden guard who kept watch there, an aging dwarf whose square, spotted hands were still steady on a crossbow. Danilo took the stairs 3 at a time. The door to Erilyn's room was locked and warded with magic that he himself had put in place. He dispatched the locks and the guardian magic silently, but with more haste and less finesse than he usually employed. He eased the door open and found, to his surprise, that Erilyn was still sound asleep. For a moment, it was enough simply to stand and watch. Dan had long taken comfort in watching Erilyn at rest, and had spent many quiet hours doing so during the time they had traveled together in the service of the Harpers. Only half-elven, she found repose in human sleep, rather than the deep, wakeful reverie of her elven forebears. It was a small thing, perhaps, but to Danilo's thinking, Erilyn's need for sleep was a common link between them, one she could neither deny nor alter. Danilo studied the half-elf, marking all the small changes that the summer had brought. Her black hair had grown longer, and the wild curls tumbled loose over her pillow. Though it hardly seemed possible, she was even thinner than she had been when they last parted on the road north from Baldur's Gate. Asleep, she looked as pale as porcelain and nearly as fragile. Dan's lips curved in an ironic smile as his gaze shifted to the sheathed sword beside her. Resentment akin to hatred filled Danilo's heart as he contemplated the Moonblade, a magical sword that had brought them together and torn them apart. At the moment, the Moonblade was dark, its magic mercifully silent. No telltale green light limned it, signaling yet another call from the forest elves. Danilo shook off his dark thoughts and slipped inside the room. With one fluid motion, he placed the wrapped package on the table and drew twin daggers from his belt. The soft hiss of steel roused the sleeping warrior. Elaine came awake at full alert, lunging toward the sound almost the very instant her eyes snapped open. In her hand was a long, gleaming knife. Danilo stepped forward, daggers raised into a gleaming X. The half-elf's knife sent sparks into the deepening twilight as it slid along the dual edges, though Elaine deftly pulled her attack. For a long moment they stood nearly face to face, a lover's stance, albeit over crossed weapons. "Still sleeping with steel beneath your pillow, I see. It's comforting to know that some things never change," Danilo quipped as he sheathed his daggers. He regretted the words as soon as they were spoken. Even to his ears, the intended jest sounded stilted, a challenge, almost an accusation. Elaine flung her knife onto the bed. "Damn it, Dan! Why do you insist upon creeping up on me like that? It's a marvel you're still alive." "Yes, so I'm often told." The silence between them was long and not entirely comfortable. Elaine suddenly seemed to remember her disheveled appearance. Her eyes widened and her hands went to her tousled hair. "The gemstone ball. I don't even have a costume yet." He was absurdly pleased that she remembered and that she cared enough about his world to consider such matters. "If you like, we need not attend. After all, you've only just got back." "Late this afternoon," she agreed. "After a long trip, and the last 2 nights of it steady travel. You're expected, though, and I promised to be with you." She seemed to hear her words as he might, for her eyes grew dark with the awareness of other promises she had made and not kept. She cleared her throat and nodded at the table. "What's in the package?" Danilo allowed himself to be distracted. "When word reached me that you were delayed on the road, I took the liberty of acquiring an appropriately gem-colored costume." "Ah. Let me guess. Sapphire?" They exchanged a quick, cautious grin. In their early days together, when Danilo went to great pains to convince her and everyone else that he was a silly, shallow dandy, he composed a number of painfully trite odes comparing her eyes to these precious gems. To drive the knife a bit deeper, Elaine lifted one brow and began to hum the melody to one of these early offerings. Her dry teasing shattered the restraint between them. Danilo chuckled and pantomimed a wince. "The best thing about old friends is that they know you well. Of course, that is also the worst thing about old friends." "Old friends," she repeated. The words were delivered in level tones, but they held a question. Was this what they were destined to be? Old friends, and nothing more? Danilo had long sought an answer, and he thought he had finally found one that might avail. Elaine's teasing comments made as good an opening as he could expect to get. Their lives might have changed, but one constant remained: the intense and often inexplicable love born on the day she had kidnapped him from a tavern. He ripped open the paper that bound the package and lifted from it a length of deep blue velvet. A gown of exquisite simplicity, elf-crafted and rare. "Sapphire," he confirmed with a grin, "with gems to match. I'll spare you the song I prepared for the occasion." Elaine chuckled and took the gown from his hands. then tossed it aside with the same casual disregard with which she had discarded the knife. Danilo opened his arms, and she came into them.
"I have missed you,"
she murmured against his chest. It was a rare admission from the taciturn half-elf. In fact, Danilo could count on his hands the times they had spoken of such matters since the night, 4 years ago, when they had planned to announce their betrothal at the gemstone ball. Events had forestalled this, rather dramatically, and had set their feet upon a path of deepening estrangement. That path, he vowed, was to end this night. He took her shoulders and held her out at arm's length. "Look further in the package. Look carefully at what you find, for you will never see it again so close at hand." Erilyn gave him a puzzled smile, then did as she was bid. Her eyes widened as she drew a black, veiled helm from the wrappings.
"A lord's helm,"
she murmured, naming one of the magical artifacts that marked and concealed the hidden lords, men and women drawn from every walk of life to rule the city. Understanding flooded her face.
"Yours?"
Dan nodded ruefully. "An uneasy fit it has been. Kelvin foisted it upon me 4 years ago. I would have told you long before this, but—" His voice trailed off. Erilyn gave a curt nod of understanding. It was common knowledge that the secret lords told no one of their identity but the person they wed, and even that degree of confidence was frowned upon. Only Purgirin the Paladin son, the first lord of the city, was known by name.
"Why do you tell me now?"
She glanced over at the sapphire gown, and her face was clouded with memories of the pledge they had meant to speak at the gemstone ball 4 years ago. Danilo had been prepared for this reaction, but even so his heart ached to see it. "I am free to tell you now, for it is my intention to give the thing up," he said lightly. "There has been some trouble of late between the Harpers and some of Waterdeep's paladins. Lord Purgirin, as one might anticipate, came out fervently on the side of righteousness. He was graciously willing, one might even say eager, to relieve me of this duty. Likewise, I have given notice to the redoubtable Kelvin Aronson that I have no intention of assuming his mantle as future protector of Blackstaff Tower." Erilyn frowned at this mention of Danilo's kinsman and mentor, and her former Harper superior.
"I thought he had long ago given up that notion."
She was hedging, noted Dan, buying time as she absorbed the implications of his revelation. "On the surface, yes. But as you well know, the good Archmage prefers to work in mist and shadows. Some time back, when I declared my intentions of becoming a bard, in truth, as well as in jest, he was all gracious agreement. Yet he continued to give me valuable spell books, to share crumbs of his power, to confide in me secrets that bound me to the Harpers and to him. Before I knew it, I was attending him almost daily. I even had other Harpers under my command." He shuddered. "Insidious, our dear Kelvin." Erilyn smiled at his droll tone, but there was a touch of anger in her eyes.
"A better description of Kelvin Aronson could not be cast by his own shadow. You did well to break free. Do you still wear the pin?"
This was a sore spot, for they both had reason to cherish the pins that marked them as Harpers, members of a semi-secret organization dedicated to keeping balance in the world and preserving tales of great deeds. Erilyn had grown increasingly uneasy with the direction of the Harpers in general and the directives of Kelvin Aronson in particular. After their last shared mission, the rescue of Isabeau Theone, Erilyn had broken with Kelvin and the Harpers. Danilo, however, was not quite ready to renounce either. He touched his shoulder where, pinned to his shirt and hidden beneath his tabard, a tiny silver harp nestled into the curve of a crescent moon. "A good man entrusted this pin to me. I will wear it always in his honor, and try to be worthy of his trust." And his daughter. The words were left unspoken, but the deepening conflict in Erilyn's eyes marked them as heard. "I, too,
wear the harper pin in honor of my father, but for no other reason. My allegiance is elsewhere."
"Yes, I am all too aware of that," Danilo said with more bitterness than he intended. He lifted a hand to forestall her explanation. "No, don't. We have traveled this road. What you did for love of me. I wish the result had been different, but I cannot fault your intentions." Again his gaze shifted to the Moonblade, a hereditary elven sword to which each wielder could add one magical power. For Erlin's mother, it had formed a magical gate between her human lover's world and the distant elven island of Evermeet. This had led to tragedy for the elven folk, and many years later it led to a long string of events that had brought Erlin to the attention of the Harpers of Waterdeep. Danilo had been assigned to follow and watch her. In the course of this mission, he and Erlin had formed their own bonds. Trust, friendship, and something deeper and infinitely more complex than love. Erlin had ceded to him the right to her Moonblade and its power. In doing so, she had broken a tradition of many centuries that none but a Moonblade's true inheritor could wield the blade. In doing so, she had unknowingly committed him to eternal service of the magic sword. It was a price Danilo would gladly have paid for the bond it gave them, but he had never had that choice. When confronted by the results of her decision, Erlin had taken it upon herself to free her friend from a service he never chose. In doing so, she had broken the mystic elven bond between them. Once that bond was broken, the sword had granted Erlin a different power, and forged another allegiance. Now the Moonblade warned her when the forest folk were in need of a hero's sword. There were small bands of elves scattered through many forests in Faerun, and many were in danger and decline. Erlin's sleep had become dream-haunted, and her sword gleamed with verdant light more often than not. Though she understood that hers was but a single sword, and that she could not stand beside every beleaguered elf, the calls were too strong for her to ignore. Elf and Moonblade shared soul-deep bonds. Since that day she had been on the road almost constantly, and could not do otherwise. "You do what you must," Danilo said softly. "I have had my duties here. However, there is nothing more to hold me in Waterdeep. There is no reason why I cannot travel with you." There was, and they both knew it. Erlin was an oddity among the forest elves, who seldom had anything to do with strangers among their own kind, much less moon elves with human blood. In the eyes of the forest elves, though, she had become part of the centuries-old legend of the Moonblade she carried. Thus, she had finally achieved what she had longed for all her life, true acceptance from the elven folk. No human was likely to manage such a feat. "No reason at all," she said faintly and unconvincingly. She met his eyes and manufactured a rueful smile. "You seem to have broken free of all things but one. This night you must meet family obligations. When does this ball start?" Danilo squinted at the window. Twilight had passed, and the faint glow of lamps rose from the streets below. "An hour, I should think. If you hurry, we can be fashionably late." He punctuated this remark with a sly smile. "If we take our time, we could be scandalously late." "A tempting suggestion, Lord Than," she said with prim tones but laughing eyes. "I am in accord with the spirit of it, but not the timing. You go on without me, and I'll follow as soon as I can. Since this is your family's party, your absence would be noticed and remarked." "The Lady Cassandra sees all," he murmured, naming the formidable woman who had given him life, and who managed the Than family fortunes with an iron will and a capable hand. Erlin's blue and gold eyes took on the hard, flat gleam common among warriors who heard their nemesis named. "True enough. Even without delay, I'm sure we'll manage to cause some sort of scandal." "That's the spirit," he said approvingly. Not much more than the allotted hour passed before Erilyn stepped from her hired carriage at the gates of the Than family villa. The vast, sprawling white marble mansion commanded nearly a city block of the North Ward, and every pace and breath of it was ablaze with light and sound. Danilo, it would seem, had used a bit of poetic license in naming the starting hour. By all appearances, the festivities were well underway, and had been for quite some time. Erilyn surveyed the scene through narrowed eyes, as a warrior might size up a potential battlefield. Though the gemstone ball was one of the last fates of the summer season, in this bright place, the drab and chill of coming winter seemed far away. Even the darkness of night was held firmly at bay. The moon, cresting the peaked roofs of the villa, was as bright and full as a summer rose. And in the gardens surrounding the villa, floating globes of light winked on and off like giant, multicolored fireflies. From the open windows floated the sounds of laughter and festive music. She followed a small crowd of latecomers, cursing the slim skirts that broke her stride into small, mincing steps. Inside the Than family villa, scores of guests gathered in a great hall ablaze with the light of 1,000 candles. Dancers dressed in vivid, gem-toned costumes dipped and spun in time to the music. Other guests sipped the rare wines that were a cornerstone of the Than family fortunes, or listened to the fine musicians who seemed to be everywhere. Paired guests wandered into artfully designed alcoves and garden nooks to gather the last blossoms of a summertime romance. It was, Erilyn had to admit, quite a spectacle. This party was considered a highlight of the season, and the merchant nobility rose to the occasion, each guest striving to outdo the others in matters of finery, beauty, or gallantry. It was understood, expected, that on such a night everything must be perfect. Cassandra Than, the matriarch of her clan and a maven of noble society, would not have it otherwise. The only discordant note, if merry laughter could ever be thus described, came from the far corner of the great hall. With a certainty born of experience, Erilyn headed in that direction. She slipped quietly into the crowd surrounding Danilo as he began to recount his misadventures with a riddle-loving dragon. It was a comic retelling, and quite different from the story Erilyn had heard. She doubted that those who'd shared that grim encounter would recognize the tale. Or perhaps they would. Erilyn had noted that truth had a way of ringing through the words of a bard, even when it and he were concealed by a gilding and motley. She studied the man who had been her harper partner and who still held her heart in his hands. By all appearances, Danilo was an agreeable and entertaining dandy, well favored by nature and fortune and good company. He was a tall man, lean and graceful, fair of form and face, and completely at home with the finery and deportment that such evenings demanded. The sleeves of his fine emerald green jacket had been slashed repeatedly to reveal the bright cloth of gold lining beneath. Gold glinted also on his gesticulating hands and in the pale hue of the thick mane that flowed past his shoulders. Golden, she decided. That was the word for him. Offhand, she could not name an advantage he had not enjoyed, a task he could not accomplish with almost indecent ease. Danilo was to all appearances well content with himself, nor did he seem to be alone in his high opinion, for his roguish grin and the mischief in his gray eyes brought instinctive, answering smiles to many who beheld him. It amazed Erilyn still that this effortlessly golden, merry person saw anything to cherish in her, an elf whose life was consumed with duty and danger. But nevertheless, when he saw her, his eyes lit up with a genuine pleasure that gave lie to the bright facade he wore in her absence. "Erilyn! You must come watch this," he called, raising his voice over the applause that followed his tale. He beckoned with the object in his hand, a half-blown rose in a rare, true shade of blue. A murmur of interest rippled through the group. Such roses were the stuff of legend, known only on distant Evermeet. Danilo had somehow managed to charm a few of these treasures away from the Fey folk. He had determined to fill the courtyard behind his townhouse with an elven garden in honor of his lady, one that would rival the best Evermeet had to offer. Erlyn had heard that this romantic tale was repeated often by Waterdavian ladies, always punctuated by wistful sighs. Many eyes turned in her direction now, some envious, some merely curious. The crowd parted, leaving her standing alone. More than a few stares lingered pointedly on the sword she wore on her hip. She was the only person in the hall thus armed. To be sure, the moonblade was a priceless thing, worth more than the gems that bedecked a score of guests, but it was still a weapon. Most likely, a few of them had heard of her dark reputation and regarded an assassin's sword as not merely a faux pas, but a threat. Erlyn ignored the stares and went to Danilo. Her fingertips brushed his outstretched hand and the symbolic rose he held. Then she fell back to observe the spell he clearly planned to cast in tribute. He held the rose out before him at arm's length as he sang a few words to it. When he drew back his hand, the blue flower remained suspended in the air. Chanting now, he drew from the bag at his belt a pinch of dark powder with a distinctive, unmistakably barnyard aroma. He sprinkled this on the floor beneath the rose, quickly sweetening the burgeoning spell with another layer of powder that smelled of meadows and summer rain. A flurry of rapid, graceful gestures followed, accompanied by a song in the Elvish language. Power, in the form of green and glowing light, began to gather around the spellcasting bard. Danilo's audience fell into expectant silence as the verdant aura reached out to envelop them as well. Elsewhere in the room, laughter and conversation faded as the guests awaited the effects of the spell. Their faces showed varying degrees of curiosity, wonder, or, in the case of those who knew Danilo's reputation in such matters, apprehension. His spell ended in a high, ringing note. Some of the spectators responded to the music with a smatter of applause, but most merely gaped at the transformation taking place before them. The blue rose was growing. Not as roses grew in the normal course of events, but with the same eerie speed that a dismembered troll regenerated its limbs, or a hydra sprouted 2 new heads to replace one lost to a warrior's axe. Unlike these regenerated monsters, however, the elven rose did not stop growing once it reached the size ordained by nature. The rose's stem lengthened into a stalk, which in turn sent new shoots racing toward the ceiling and roots slithering along the smooth marble of the floor. Leaves murmured as they unfurled. Buds quite literally popped open, sounding like tiny bottles of sparkling wine decanted by unseen pixie folk. In moments, dozens, scores, hundreds of rare blue roses covered the magical rosebush. The monstrous rosebush. Already the thing was halfway to the vaulted ceiling, and the limbs were beginning to droop down of their own weight. Its growth showed no sign of slowing. This, Erlyn surmised, could be a problem. She grimaced and dropped her hand to the hilt of her sword. Gracefully soaring branches described a slow, lazy outward arc, then began a plunging descent toward the marble floor. Murmurs of wonder fell abruptly silent, and a heartbeat later returned as cries of alarm. The rosebush's many branches lunged toward the revelers like the grasping, thorny talons of 100 swooping falcons. Cries went up for Kelvin Aronson, a relative of the Than family and the most powerful wizard in all of Waterdeep, but the Archmage was not presently in the hall. Frenzied chanting mingled with the glowing clamor as a few lesser mages tried their hands at containing the runaway magic. The best that any of them could do was to change the hue of the flowers from their elven blue to a more mundane shade. Still, the bush came on. All of this took less time than the telling would take. In the first moments following his spell, Danilo stood in slack-jawed amazement at the very center of the verdant maelstrom, unscathed by the wild growth of thorn and branch. He saw at once that Erlyn might not be so fortunate. Too many times had she witnessed his miscast spells, and he feared she would not understand that this night the danger was real. She stood at alert, but did not flee the approaching thorns. Danilo thought fast.
"Eligard Aquilar!"
he called, praying that Erlin could read the truth of the matter in the old elvish battle cry. As he'd hoped, the half-elf's sapphire eyes went flat and level, a warrior's ready stare. Her moonblade hissed free of its scabbard as the racing limbs closed in. She lifted the sword in time to bat aside the first leafy assault, then fell into a deft, practiced rhythm. Some of the thorny limbs dove into the crowd of retreating guests, tearing at their bright clothing and tangling with flowing hair. Panic set in, and the nobles turned tail and made a frantic collective dash for the exits. Graceful dancers tripped on their diaphanous skirts and sprawled. Courtly gentlemen leaped over their ladies' prone bodies in their race toward safety. The musicians abandoned their posts, all but for the waggish Elaine piper, who struck up the first plaintive notes of "My love, she is a wandering rose." Through it all, Erlin's elven blade danced and sliced. Severed limbs piled around her, hampering her attempts to wade forward and cut down the source of the spell. The rosebush, that is, not the spellcaster. So Danilo fondly hoped. Still, he couldn't be completely certain. As Erlin advanced on him, slashing her way through the persistent growth, the expression in her blue eyes was grim and furious. Danilo couldn't fault her. He was renowned for his miscast spells, but never had he turned one of his pranks upon Erlin. He winced as one of the limbs broke through her guard and snagged her skirt. The sapphire velvet gave way with a resounding rip, tearing her gown from thigh to ankle and leaving a thin, welling trail of blood on her exposed leg. Instinctively, Danilo's hand dropped to the place where his sword usually hung, and he started to move toward her before he remembered he was weaponless. "Hold!" she commanded. She lunged forward, her sword whistling in so high and close that Danilo felt the wind of it on his face. He fell back a step, then began to turn in a circle, looking for some way to bridge the verdant barrier between himself and Erlin. Suddenly, the bush ceased its advance. The halted branches, poised as if for renewed flight, began to shimmer with green light. Severed limbs faded into mist. The bush disappeared, all but for the single, half-blown blue rose lying on the marble floor. From the corner of his eye, Danilo noted that the guests were edging back into the hall, their faces bright with mingled wariness and curiosity. However, his attention was fixed upon the grim, disheveled woman before him, and his usually nimble tongue felt weighted down with stone as he sought for some word of explanation.
"What a remarkable performance. Again, I might add," observed a cultured, feminine, all too familiar voice at his elbow. Without turning, without seeing the direction of the speaker's ice-blue stare, Danilo knew that his mother's ironic commentary included both his miscast spell and Erlin's response. So, apparently, did Erlin. The half-elf's gaze flicked to Danilo's face in wry acknowledgement, then to the sword still in her hands. She thrust the weapon back into its sheath and turned to her hostess. "My apologies for the disturbance. Again, I might add," Erlin responded dryly. She gestured to her shredded skirt. "If you'll excuse me, Lady Than, I think I'd better change." Cassandra Than eyed the half-elf with genteel distaste. "On that," she said, with a pause that silently shouted, if in nothing else, "we are in accord. Suzanne will show you to a guest room with an appropriate wardrobe. Choose whatever suits you."
It was a command thinly cloaked in courtesy. Erlin acknowledged both with a curt nod, then turned to follow the maidservant who darted forward to do her mistress's bidding. Danilo caught Erlin's arm as she shouldered her way past him. "We'll talk about this later," he said, speaking only for her ears. She met his eyes and lifted one ebony brow.
"On that," she replied in kind.
"You can bet your—" At that moment, the dance music resumed, drowning out the last words of her response. Danilo, however, was fairly certain he got the gist of it. He watched her leave, her stride back to its normal length now that the slender column of velvet no longer hampered her. He sighed as he turned to face the family matriarch, the other of the two most formidable women he knew. Cassandra Than was, or so most of Waterdeep believed, sister to Kelvin Aronson. She was also mother to 9 children, who had in turn supplied her with a small flock of grandchildren. She had probably passed her 60th winter, but despite the lines of displeasure creasing her brow, she appeared no more than a decade older than her youngest son. Her carefully arranged hair was just as thick and fair as his, her figure youthful and trim. The fine, sharp, sleek lines of her cheeks and jaw had not been blurred by age. Rumor suggested that Cassandra's beauty owed a debt to potions of longevity, but Danilo didn't believe it. More likely, the years simply didn't dare to touch her. "Remarkable party," he commented lightly. He clasped his hands behind his back as he eyed the renewed dancing. "Resilient crew, wouldn't you say?"
"A good thing they are,"
Cassandra retorted, her sharp tone at odds with her blandly smiling countenance.
"That ridiculous stunt of yours was nearly the end of this affair."
Danilo watched as Myrna Castellanter, a young woman with bright, henna-colored hair and the eyes of a hungry predator, closed in on his old friend Regnet Amcathra. Rumor had it that the Castellanter clan was anticipating a match between their house and the young scion of the wealthy Amcathra clan. A rumor probably started by Myrna herself. Regnet, Dan knew, had other thoughts on the matter. Panic, thinly veiled by gallantry, suffused poor Regnet's face as he led Myrna onto the dance floor. No one, it seemed, was having an easy night. "An early end to the ball. What a disaster that would be," Danilo murmured.
"You insisted upon attending this year,"
Lady Cassandra pointed out. Her eyes tracked the path Erilyn had taken out of the ball, then turned their full force on her son.
"I trust that no announcement will be forthcoming this year?"
This set Danilo back on his heels. For a moment he wondered how Cassandra had learned of the plans he and Erilyn had cherished 4 years past. Upon consideration, he realized that his mother's comment owed more to tradition than augury. It was not uncommon for betrothals to be announced at the harvest and spring festivals. Even so, her words disturbed him. "And if it were?" he challenged.
"Ah."
Cassandra smiled faintly, her face reflecting an infuriating mixture of relief and satisfaction.
"I thought as much. The rumors, considering your liaison with this half-elf, have been exaggerated."
Danilo was frankly and thoroughly puzzled. "Erilyn has been my companion for more than 6 years now, and apart from the debacle at the Gemstone Ball 4 years ago, you've made no real objection. Why now?"
"Why, indeed?" the woman retorted. "As a hired sword, she was more than competent, and when one hires persons with such skills, one must endure the occasional inconvenience of unexpected battle. No real harm was done at the Gemstone that year. This year is another matter entirely. Do not think I have not heard the young women sighing over your elven garden. A man does not gift mere hirelings with a fortune in sapphires and blue roses."
"Erilyn was never a mere hireling."
Cassandra sighed through clenched teeth.
"Then it is true. Danilo, it is time you considered your position. You are not a lad to waste your time with trifles and trollops."
It took every ounce of discipline he possessed to hold back the anger that rose in him like a flame.
"Have a care, Mother," he said softly. "There are some things I will not hear, even from you."
"Better you hear them from me than another. This half-elf is unworthy of your regard, and there ends the matter."
Danilo studied the dancers for a long moment before he could trust himself to speak.
"No, it most assuredly does not. But this discussion ends now, before matters between us are beyond repair. With all respect, my lady."
If you were a man, I would be obliged to call you out for such statements. If you were a man, there would be no need for this discussion," she snapped. Her anger cooled as quickly as it flared. "My son, I must be frank."
"Imagine my astonishment," he murmured. Cassandra let the comment pass. She accepted a glass of wine from a passing servant and used it to make a sweeping gesture that encompassed the sparkling throng.
"Look about you. Have you never noticed that there are no elves among Waterdeep's nobility?"
He shrugged. "Yes? So?"
"Perhaps you should ponder that."
Danilo snapped his fingers. "What about the Deslantier family? Corin and Corina are half-elven, and Corin stands to inherit the title."
"The title will be challenged, of that you may be certain," she said in a distracted tone. "These are the children of Lord Arlos's elven wife, his first wife," Cassandra stressed. "Do you remember the circumstances of her death?"
A story Danilo had heard in his youth, long since forgotten, floated to the surface of his mind. "She was found dead in the garden," he said slowly. "If I recall aright, Lord Arlos insisted that it was the work of assassins. He claimed that his enemies were loath to see races other than human introduced into the Waterdavian nobility, and that his lady's death was the result. Surely, though, this was nothing more than the raving of a grieving man." Cassandra met his eyes once more.
"Was it?"
A long moment of silence passed between them, for Danilo could think of nothing to say in the face of such absurdity. Before his wits returned, his mother glided away, and was swept up into the circle of dancers. Erilyn stalked down the gleaming halls, ignoring the thorns that had pierced her too thin slippers. At the moment, she would have happily traded her best horse for a pair of stout, practical boots. Not only would they have saved her feet from the skyflower thorns, but they would also lend conviction to the kick she longed to deliver to Danilo's backside. Whatever had come over the man? Granted, he was fond of pranks. True, he worked behind the carefully constructed facade of a shallow, silly fop. She could accept that much. Much of the time, she derived a considerable amount of secret amusement from his contrived foolishness. She had learned to look behind the jest to the intent, and usually found herself in full agreement with Danilo's goals, if not always his methods. This stunt, however, was utterly beyond her ken. As Erilyn's ire faded, however, she remembered the look of astonishment on Danilo's face. Then there was his use of Elvish to warn her. This was strange, considering the pains he took to hide his knowledge of the language from his peers. No, there was considerably more to this night's work than a silly prank. "Are we almost there?" she asked the maidservant as they rounded yet another corner in the labyrinth of halls and rooms within rooms. The girl looked back over her shoulder and smiled sympathetically. "It is a lovely party, even with that bit of excitement. You must be impatient to return." Erilyn cast her eyes toward the ceiling and forbore comment. Perhaps by human standards this was a lovely party, but she could not help contrasting elven festivals with Waterdavian fates. Here, the heart of festive gatherings was politics, business, and intrigue. Deep, true celebration eluded the city's humans. What could this girl know of such things? How could she know the joy, the unity that marked elven festivals? Judging from the servant's clear and untroubled smile, she also knew nothing of the heartaches and complexities that could result. Erilyn wasn't altogether certain whether the girl was to be pitied or envied. Finally, the maidservant showed her into a room. She insisted on bringing out one bright costume after another, expounding the merits of each. Anxious to get on with it, Erilyn pointed out a silver gown that looked about the right size, and that was loose enough to allow freedom of motion. She peeled off her silk slippers and handed them to the maid to give her something to do. The girl exclaimed in dismay over the thorns embedded in the delicate fabric, then settled down to the task of pulling them out and scrubbing at the stains. Left to her own devices, Erilyn quickly stripped off her ruined gown and tugged on the replacement. A brisk brushing removed clinging bits of twigs and leaves from her hair and left the black curls floating in a wild nimbus about her shoulders. She shifted impatiently from one bare foot to the other as she awaited the return of her shoes.
"I'm afraid they're ruined," the girl said at last.
She cast a reproachful look up at Erilyn.
"You've bled on them."
"Inconsiderate of me," the half-elf responded dryly. She nodded toward the room-sized closet adjoining the bedchamber. "You have any boots in there?" The girl's eyes rounded, and she sputtered in protest. Erilyn let her have her say, then simply raised one eyebrow. With a sigh, the maidservant yielded. In moments she emerged, holding a pair of low, thin-soled leather boots gingerly between thumb and forefinger.
"This is not the done thing," she began. "The Lady Cassandra bade me to attend you and find you suitable clothing. She will not thank me for this."
Erilyn suppressed a sigh. The boots were obviously elf-crafted, for they were of butter-soft deerskin dyed a rich blue shade that no human artisan could achieve, and they fairly shimmered with magic. Most likely they were worth more than the collar of silver and sapphires Erilyn wore.
"Elves wear these for dancing," she assured the girl.
"Well, if you come to grief over this, send Lady Cassandra to me," Erilyn said firmly. "I will settle the matter." The girl considered her for a moment. A slow, speculative smile spread across her face.
"That is something I would dearly love to see," she said softly.
Erilyn chuckled. "Hand over the boots. If a fight breaks out later, I won't draw first blood until I'm certain you have a good seat. Agreed?"
"Done."
The boots changed hands, and in moments Erilyn was on her way, alone. After the first few turns, she realized that nothing looked familiar. She had been too distracted by her troubled thoughts to mark the way in. Now she, an elf who could track a deer by moonlight and follow a squirrel's trail through the trees, was completely turned around in the maze of rooms and halls. "Wouldn't Bran be proud?" she muttered, naming the famous human ranger who had sired her. Once Danilo got wind of this misadventure, she would never hear the end of it. Determined to keep her embarrassment to herself, she kept going, merely nodding to the occasional servant or guest she passed. Her mood darkened with each false turn. Finally, she gave in to the inevitable and decided to ask directions from the next person she encountered. She heard the sounds of conversation coming from a room at the end of the hall and set off toward it at a brisk pace, silent as a shadow in her borrowed elven boots. She slowed as she neared the door and listened to the conversation with a mind toward finding an acceptable place to interrupt.
"It is my considered opinion that there is already far too much magic in Waterdeep."
This statement, emphatically spoken by a familiar, faintly accented male voice, halted Erilyn in mid-stride. It was not the sort of thing one expected to hear from Kelvin Aronson, the most powerful wizard in the city and Danilo's longtime mentor. Erilyn grimaced at her misfortune. If she inquired directions from this assembly, Danilo was certain to hear of her plight.
"You present an interesting proposal, Arth El-Torgal, but a dangerous one,"
stated a thin, querulous male voice. That would be Mascar Wands, Erilyn supposed. Danilo had often described the elderly wizard as being as nervous as a brooding hen.
"Dangerous? How so? The dream spheres have been thoroughly tested. The subjects were willing, even eager, and though none of them were persons of much consequence, I am pleased to claim that no ill effects were suffered. To the contrary, the dream spheres gave them a few moments' respite from their dreary little lives."
The man's voice held the well-trained, almost musical tones of an accomplished mage, but the genteel sneer in it set Erilyn's teeth on edge. That was undoubtedly Arth El-Torgal, a member of a wizardly family who engaged in magical training and experimentation. She knew Oth by sight only. He was a tall man, with the flame-colored hair common to his clan, and ale-colored eyes that brought to mind the fixed stare of a hunting owl. Danilo had studied several years ago with Lord Eltorkel, Oth's father, but he had no use at all for Oth. At the moment, Erlin was inclined to applaud Dan's judgment.
"Where do these dreams come from?"
asked an unfamiliar voice. A brief silence followed, broken by Oth's scornful laugh. Erlin thought it was a reasonable question. All dreams came from somewhere.
"They are magical illusions, Lord Gundwind. Nothing more. A created incident that the dreamer experiences as if it were real. Entirely harmless." "Magic is never entirely harmless," Kelvin pointed out. "Every wise man, mage or not, knows this to be true."
There was an angry scraping as a chair was pushed back.
"Do you call me a fool, Lord Aronson? And insult those assembled here?"
The Archmage returned, his tone edged with exasperation.
"Why point out that the sky is blue when they have eyes to see this for themselves? Now see here!"
Erlin decided that no good opportunity for interruption would present itself any time soon. She took 2 steps before another familiar voice halted her.
"Sit down, Oth," Lady Cassandra said firmly, "and listen to the advice you sought. I will speak plainly. No one will sell these dream spheres of yours, for the city's wizards will oppose them. Any attempt to peddle magical illusions from a stall in the bazaar is a foolish challenge to their power and their right to ply their trade. I will have nothing to do with it, or anyone who does."
A murmur of agreement followed her words.
"The dream spheres could become vastly popular,"
Oth insisted.
"There is much profit to be made."
"There is profit to be made in the sale of slaves, poisons, and certain types of pipeweed. But such things are forbidden by law, Oth, and you know it well."
"There are no prohibitions against dream spheres,"
protested Oth.
"There will be,"
announced a voice Erlin recognized as Borelden Ilzimmer. She also noted that the man seemed none too pleased by his own observation.
"The Wizards Guild holds much power in this city, and their desires will soon be bolstered by force of law." "Well said, Lord Ilzimmer. The watchful order of magisters will seek to have these baubles declared illegal. If for some reason they do not, I will see to it myself."
Masker Wands's voice might be creaky with age, but Erlin did not doubt that he would do precisely what he said. The patriarch of the Wands clan was probably the most traditional wizard in the city, and was vehemently opposed to frivolous or irresponsible magic.
"There you have it,"
agreed a deeper, younger male voice that Erlin did not recognize. "You'll find no investors here, Oth. Who would pledge good money to an endeavor destined for failure?"
"Failure is not quite the word I would use," amended Lady Cassandra. "As Oth pointed out, there probably is money to be made with these toys. A prohibition would put this product into the hands of less scrupulous dealers," she sniffed. "Not our kind of people."
"You surprise me, Lady Than,"
retorted Borelden Ilzimmer.
"In the past, your words and deeds have matched admirably well. Yet you speak of unscrupulous rogues, even while you entertain the elf lord Elaith Nober under this very roof. Consorting with elves, even if they were the honorable sort, is hardly the done thing."
"That is my son's doing, not mine," Cassandra said in clipped tones. "Perhaps I indulge him too much."
Erlin blinked, startled by this news. She had not seen Elaith among the revelers, but she could hardly blame Lady Than for her displeasure. Danilo and Elaith had been foes for as long as she'd known either of them. Matters had changed earlier that summer, when Danilo had repaid the elf's treachery by saving his life. Elaith might be a rogue and a scoundrel, but he was still an elf, and he followed certain codes of honor. He had named Danilo an elf friend, the highest honor an elf could pay a human. Danilo probably thought including Elaine among his guests was the only natural thing to do. Erilyn could understand why Cassandra would think otherwise.
I don't trust the elf, and I don't appreciate his inclusion among the peerage,
Borelden said flatly.
If any problems arise,
he will be dealt with,
Cassandra said firmly and with great finality.
Are we agreed that Lord Arth will not sell these toys?
If I do not, then someone else will,
Arth said stubbornly.
Once a thing is made, it cannot long be hidden. Word of these marvels will spread. Someone will find a way to profit from them. Better it be one of us.
A long, pregnant silence followed his words, one that Erilyn could not interpret.
There are strictures on trade,
Cassandra Than said carefully,
that are not always obvious to those who buy and sell in the shops and stalls. Those who try to circumvent these restraints often come to grief.
I am heir to the Eltorkal lordship,
Arth said indignantly.
Do you presume to threaten me?
Not at all,
the woman said in a wry tone.
But you asked for an audience and for our advice. It has been given.
I understand,
Arth said in a stiff voice. Erilyn did not, but she was not particularly interested in learning more. Nor did she wish to be discovered eavesdropping. She headed for the stairwell at the end of the hall and hurried down the tightly curving spiral. Sooner or later, she reasoned, she would reach the main floor, and the din emanating from the great hall would make tracking easy. Several moments passed, and Erilyn judged that she had descended a depth sufficient to bring her well past the main floor. But no doors led out of the stairwell. She continued down. The stairwell tightened, and the flickering light of the torches thrust into iron wall brackets gave way to darkness. Her eyes adjusted, slipping past the need for light into the elven range, where heat registered in complex and subtle patterns. The stairs ended in a dark and silent hall beneath the Than estate. To one side, a vast, cool room was honeycombed with small shelves filled with dusty bottles. The Thans were wine merchants, and Danilo had often remarked on their cellars. Erilyn spared this treasure trove no more than a glance, her attention fixed upon the footprints that led past the door. They were heat prints, large and faint, several sets of them by the looks of it. She dropped to one knee for a better look, and her eyes widened. The tracks belonged to Tren, huge reptilian creatures that lived beneath ground, surfacing only to ply their trade. Erilyn had reason to know this. Tren were assassins, and she had crossed swords with them before. In her experience, they did not venture this far above ground without deadly purpose. She knew them well enough to realize that Tren bodies warmed or cooled with their surroundings, so their heat prints were faint even when fresh. These were very fresh indeed. Quietly, Erilyn rose to her feet and slid her sword from its sheath. Her own feet, elf-shod and magically protected, left no telltale marks as she began to follow the assassin's trail. Chapter 2. Danilo glanced up at one of the tall, narrow windows that lined the great hall. The moon had risen perhaps twice its own width since his miscast spell. Erilyn was taking far more time in returning than he had anticipated. A hearty clap on the back shook him from his reverie. A tall man with curly brown hair regarded him with mock dismay.
Look at you, snared like a hare. Tell me, how long have you been waiting for this woman?
Danilo turned a wry grin upon his friend, Regnet Amcathra, then nodded toward Myrna Castellanter, who was whispering tales to a woman wearing an emerald-colored gown and an expression of scandalized delight. About as long as you have been evading that one. Regnet threw back his head and laughed.
An eternity, it would seem, and the night is still young. However, I was not speaking only of tonight. In truth, Dan, it seems years since we've gone out drinking and wenching together.
There are many women in this wide world, you know.
One who matters. Danilo's gaze slid again to the door through which Erilyn had disappeared. Regnet shook his head.
One woman, he mourned. When I consider the straits to which you have been reduced.
I have other vices, Danilo assured him, brandishing an empty goblet.
Well, that's a comfort.
The nobleman scanned the room, and his eyes lit up as they settled upon a pretty barmaid at the far end of the hall.
We are in luck. There's a sight to gladden us both.
They sauntered over to the table, and Regnet immediately busied himself with a flirtation. Danilo applauded his choice. The girl was a merry lass with red gold hair, laughing gray eyes, and dimples that flashed in genuine good humor. Her voice might be rough with the accents of the shanty towns of Dockward, but there was nothing blunt about her wit.
Don't be taking this amiss, she advised Regnet, but you'd best be moving on. There's a moor fire burning this way.
Danilo followed the line of her gaze and burst out laughing. Myrna Castellanter advanced, her gaze intent upon Regnet. With her scarlet hair and even brighter gown, she did rather resemble a wind-driven blaze. Moor fires were considered terrible omens, and in practical terms the burning bog gases left a foul scent behind. Dan could not imagine a better description of Myrna, a gossip monger by profession and inclination, than that supplied by the barmaid. When Myrna had dragged her prey away to the dancing, Danilo lifted his glass to the serving girl in silent salute. She responded with a quick, impish smile, and then a shrug.
I've seen enough of such things to name them true.
Bog fires? Dan inquired with a grin.
Wouldn't that be fine?
The girl replied wistfully.
No, I've never stepped beyond these city walls.
He helped himself to a bottle from the table and refilled his glass. There was no self-pity in the girl's voice, but he recognized the sound of genuine longing, and the echo of his own restless nature. Where would you go? She shrugged again.
Anywhere that doesn't smell of fish and ale would suit me fine.
Danilo laughed and captured a ripe apricot from the tray of a passing servant. These help a bit when I'm feeling restless. Taste it and see if the flavor doesn't conjure images of warm sunshine and distant lands.
Oh, I dare not eat on duty,
she protested, although she considered the fruit as if it were a rare gem.
Besides, if I pocket it, folks might think ill of me.
He nodded, understanding this. Thievery by servants was severely punished. Even so, it didn't seem right to deny them the festive fare they helped to serve. Give me your name, then, and I'll have some sent to you.
Will you now?
She retorted with good-natured skepticism.
Along with a case of that elven wine, I suppose.
Her words faded as something seized her attention. Danilo followed the line of her gaze and grimaced. Not far away, an exceedingly curvaceous young woman was dancing with an amorous nobleman. Both partners' hands were far busier than their feet. Normally, Danilo would not consider this odd. After all, the attention Myrna lavished upon Regnet was even less subtle. But he had reason to distrust this particular woman. It would seem that Sophia the pickpocket was having a bit of a problem with her transition to Lady Isabeau.
Excuse me,
he murmured as he set down his glass. A look of deep consternation flashed across the girl's pretty face.
Have a care with that one, sir. Looks fine as frog's hair, she does, but I've seen things. That one is trouble.
You've a very good eye, he commented as he began to move away. Thank you for your advice. I shall bear it in mind.
Lily,
she said abruptly. He turned back, lifting one brow in inquiry.
My name, the girl explained. Just wanted you to be knowing it. Your name, I'm already knowing. She grinned again. It's been spoken.
Yes, I can imagine, he said dryly, enjoying the woman's wry, impish humor, even when it came at his expense. He touched his forehead in parting salute. Lily, it has been a rare pleasure. He deftly intercepted Isabeau from her partner and danced her as unobtrusively as possible into an alcove. As soon as no eyes were upon them, Isabeau pulled away. She squared her shoulders, not so much in defiance as to better frame the expansive feminine charm displayed between her ruby necklace and her low-laced gown. "Calling in your debts, Lord Than?" she said mockingly. "A tryst in exchange for my rescue and my new position? I have been expecting you to name that coin, but not in so public a place." Danilo stuck out his hand, palm up. "I've come to collect. You're right about that much. Hand it over." She pouted, the picture of insulted innocence. "I don't understand." "Clearly. May I remind you that you are Isabeau Theone, a noblewoman related to the royal house of Tethir? I know this is all very new to you, but you must learn to comport yourself according to the mores of Waterdavian nobility." "Huzzah!" She gave him a cool, mocking smile and a little patter of applause. "Bring him the prize for stuffiest speech of the night. In truth, Lord Than, the only difference between me and most of these fine people is that they steal larger quantities, usually from those who can ill afford the loss. I have been in this city for only a few 10 days, and already I know that much." Danilo refused to be distracted. "Don't make me sorry I brought you here," he warned her. "There are those who would be only too happy to take you back to Tethir." Isabeau abruptly sobered. Her black eyes darted across the room to the silver-haired elf with a hawk's watchful amber eyes. "Very well," she said petulantly, and began to empty her pocket. In moments, Dan's hands were heaped with items she had taken from her dance partners. Coins, pendants, a small crystal sphere, even a ring, an unusual piece set with a large stone of rosy quartz. He regarded the haul with dismay. "Have you any idea how long it will take me to sort through these things and return them without suspicion to their owners?" The woman folded her arms over her abundant cleavage and smiled. "There is an easy solution. Give them back to me and save yourself the trouble." Danilo sighed and spilled the treasure into the bag attached to his belt. "Perhaps you should leave, Isabeau. We'll discuss this later." "Much later, I hope," she said airily. Her eyes scanned the crowd, no doubt looking for one of her victims. She glided from the alcove and disappeared into the swirling, silken haze of the dance floor. For a moment, Dan was tempted to follow. After all, he and Elaine had brought Isabeau to the safety of Waterdeep. Though they had both come to rue and reject the Harper reasoning that had ordered this mission, a personal responsibility remained. They had to keep Waterdeep safe from Isabeau. Elaine Kralnober saw Danilo whisk the southern woman into an alcove, and had little doubt about the reason for it. The wench was a thief, and she was damned good at her work. She had stolen a dagger from him, earlier that very summer, and in doing so had nearly gotten him hanged. This made Isabeau Theone unique in Waterdeep. She was the only person who had seriously crossed Elaine who still drew breath. The elf would not have made her an exception but for the debt he owed Danilo Than. How could he refuse something so paltry as a woman's life measured against the worth of his own? They had traveled a far path, he and the human bard. Elaine had once hired underlings to kill Danilo, a deed he considered too trivial to take upon himself. By now, though, his regard for young Lord Than had changed from utter loathing to grudging respect. If not for Danilo, Elaine would have been slain by a passel of vengeful gnomes for a murder he did not commit. Elaine had chosen to repay that debt in elven fashion, and named the man Elf Friend. Elf Friend. It was a rare gift, a pledge of absolute acceptance and loyalty, an honor rarely conferred upon humankind. It was also without doubt the most stupid thing he had done in decades. The primary proof of that was Elaine's presence at this wretched party. With the exception of a few hired musicians and Danilo's half-elven love, Elaith was the only elf in attendance. To say that he drew attention would be a vast understatement. Elaith preferred not to garner much notice. It seemed prudent, given the nature of his activities. Therein lay Elaith's second source of disgruntlement. He was a rogue elf, wealthy through endeavors that ran the whole gamut from sanctioned to suspect to hideously illegal. His life had long ago turned onto a dark and twisting path. Yet of late, he had acquired pockets of virtue that were, not to put too fine a point on it, damnably inconvenient. Honor, loyalty, tradition, these were garments Elaith had long ago cast off, now much moth-eaten and of uncertain fit. One of the more inebriated guests began to lurch purposefully in the elf's direction. Elaith regarded the man with keen displeasure. He was not a particularly imposing specimen of humankind. Of middling height, he had narrow, sloping shoulders and a meager chest. Most of his weight had settled in his haunches and hams. His sandy hair was shorn close to his head, and his beard was trimmed to a sharp point, no doubt in an effort to suggest resemblance to a satyr. In reality, the overall effect was nothing loftier than a two-legged billy goat. The merchant immediately began to regale Elaith with stories. Since the only escape the elf could see involved a quick dagger and a faster exit, he merely let the slurred words flow over him as he observed the crowd. There was much to learn at such gatherings, and the elf's quick eye had already discerned several interesting meetings, some unusual alliances, and some outright deals. He had long been of the opinion that information was as valuable a currency as gold, and already he had gained enough to repay himself for the tedium of attending the dreary affair.
"Sell the elf gem right out from under him, I will," boasted the merchant.
Elaith's attention snapped back to his captor.
"The elf gem?"
he prompted.
"Big thing,"
the man said, beaming at this sign of interest.
"A ruby, full of magic."
He leaned in and elbowed the elf's ribs sharply.
"Getting fuller by the day, too, eh? Eh?"
Elaith grimly added the presumptuous lout to the list of those whose funerals he would dearly love to attend. A list, he added, that was growing nearly as fast as Danilo's skyflower bush. It was so much tidier to kill people as you went along and have done with it. Isabeau Theone might be beyond Elaith's blade, but this man was shielded only by a bit of unlearned information.
"I am remiss," Elaith said in cordial tones. "Your name has escaped me."
The merchant drew himself up, weaving only slightly.
"Mizzen Door of Silvery Moon, purveyor of fine gems and crystals."
"Of course. And the gentleman who is the target of your clever plan?"
Elaith's questions had an unforeseen effect. As the merchant gathered himself in an effort to form an answer, his vague smile wavered, and his bleary eyes focused, and then went bright with fear.
"I know you,"
he said in a clearer tone than he had used thus far.
"Damn me for a fool! You're that elf!"
The man spun and reeled off with indecent haste. This garnered Elaith a number of suspicious glances, and set a good many tongues wagging. The unfortunate result, he noted wryly, of a long and misspent life. For decades he had cloaked his misdeeds with his handsome elfin features and abundant charm. Eventually, deeds had a way of growing into reputation. All things considered, he was not very surprised when a servant discreetly handed him a folded note along with a goblet of wine. Probably a request from his redoubtable hostess that he remove himself. Or, just as likely, a summons from one of the apparently staid and proper members of the merchant nobility who wished to make a deal beyond the gleam of this gilded circle. A glance told the whole tale. On the paper was a maze of tiny lines, undoubtedly a map. Interesting. It was unlikely that any of the merchant nobility would risk contact with the rogue elf unless the matter held considerable urgency. Most likely, it was a summons from a member of the Than family or one of their retainers, judging from the complexity of the map. He could always deal with Mizzen later. With a faint smile, Elaith slipped the note into his pocket. He finished the wine and then drifted out into the gardens, and toward the meeting to which he had been summoned. Alone in the alcove, Danilo slumped against the wall and considered his predicament. Isabeau had robbed more than a dozen guests. Lady Cassandra would be mortified and shamed if it became known that a thief had been working her party. Danilo, for all his disagreements with his mother, had no wish to see her suffer such humiliation. Neither could he hold her entirely blameless. He had warned Lady Cassandra that such a thing might occur. Isabeau Thione had been trouble from the day he'd met her, and he had told Cassandra so. But no, his mother had been too taken with the Thione name, too determined to have a member of the restored royal house of Tethir at her harvest festival. Well, he had done his part. The choice had been Lady Cassandra's, and she would have to find a way to deal with the consequences. A probable solution occurred to him, one so obvious and yet so chilling that it slammed into his mind like an icy fist. "If there's any trouble, Elaine will be blamed," he muttered. "Damnation! Why didn't I think of this sooner?" Danilo dug a handful of Isabeau's booty from his bag and regarded the glittering baubles balefully. The markings on the ring caught his eye. Engraved into the rosy stone was a leaping flame surrounded by 7 tiny tears, the symbol of Mistra, goddess of magic. He groaned aloud. Isabeau, either in ignorance or in supreme arrogance, had robbed a mage. He lifted the ring for closer examination. Tiny hinges were cunningly concealed in the setting, indicating a hidden compartment. He found and released the clasp, then lifted the cover. On the inside lid was etched the tall, old-fashioned wizard's cap, the El Torkel family crest. The cavity was filled with powder the color of old ivory. Dan sniffed cautiously at the powder. Pulverized bone, most likely, no doubt a component for one of the El Torkel's shape-shifting spells. "Have a care," advised a stiff, patronizing voice. "You could find yourself turned into a jackass." He glanced up into Oth El Torkel's narrow, aesthetic face. With great effort, he mustered up a good-natured smile. "Some might argue that such a transformation would be redundant. This ring is yours, I take it?" The El Torkel mage strode forward. He was too well-bred to snatch the ring from Danilo's hand, but he came as close as proprieties allowed. "I must have left it on the privacy wash basin. How did it come to your possession?" "A lady picked it up and gave it to me so that I might find the owner," Danilo said, truthfully enough. "I must say it is a fortunate coincidence that you happened by just now." "No coincidence at all. I sought you out to ask of you a question." It did not escape Danilo that this admission seemed to pain Oth. "Oh?" "The Blue Rose, the elven swordswoman." Danilo wasn't sure where this was going, but he doubted he would like the destination. His curt nod held scant encouragement. The mage hesitated, clearly loath to find himself in the position of supplicant. "I have heard stories claiming that you can cast the elven magic known as spellsong. Such magic is beyond my grasp. If you have this knowledge, I desire you to teach it to me." That was not the question Danilo had expected to hear, and the last he intended to answer. He had indeed learned and cast a uniquely elven spell on an enchanted elven harp, but he had never since been able to recapture the elusive spirit of elven spellsong. At the time, he had not realized that the magic of Erlin's moonblade had bound his destiny to that of the elves in deep and mystical ways. When the connection was severed, his fragile link with elven magic had vanished. He had told this to no man, and did not intend to begin by confiding in this one. "You know how rumors grow in the telling," he said lightly. "So you cannot cast spellsong?" Dan wasn't sure whether Oth looked disappointed or vindicated. "No, I cannot." "Ah, well, it is no real surprise. Elves are notoriously close-pursed when it comes to such matters." The man's mixture of arrogance and ignorance floored Dan, though he knew that it should not. After all, Oth sustained his family fortune by creating and selling new magical spells. He had probably approached an elven sage, prepared to barter like a camel trader for magic that elves held dearer than family heirlooms or crown jewels. That image, and the inevitable reaction, brought a quick, wicked smile to Danilo's face. He quickly squelched it, not wishing to insult the mage. However, Oth's attention had settled elsewhere. He was regarding Isabeau with speculation. "Lovely woman," Danilo said, hoping that this was the only inspiration for Oth's interest. It was entirely possible that Oth could have tracked the path taken by his lost ring, and that his stated interest in spell song was a story to cover his true intent. There was no trace of anger on Oth's face, though, as he regarded the beautiful thief. "Very lovely," the mage agreed. "If you will excuse me, I shall attempt to claim a last dance." He slanted a glance back at Danilo. "You might do well, young man, to do likewise. There are many ladies of good family at this affair." His meaning was unmistakable and offensive. Danilo had parried one insult too many on Erlin's behalf, and he reacted as any man of his rank did when his lady's name and honor was maligned. He stepped forward, one hand instinctively dropping to his sword belt in anticipation of a formal challenge. This amused the mage. "I think not, young Lord Than. You are unarmed. In more ways than one, I might add. If that fascinating horticultural display was typical of your magical talents, you would do well to leave the art strictly alone, much less challenge an accomplished mage." The irony of Oth's statement was nearly as powerful a challenge as the insult to Erlin had been. Power thrummed through Danilo's mind, sang in his blood, and set his fingertips tingling. He could squash this supercilious toad of a man beneath 1 foot without leaving a smudge on his boots. The knowledge both tempted and repelled him. Danilo inclined his head, the gesture of one gentleman conceding to another. "I think we agree, Lord El Torkel, that an uneven challenge does no honor to either man." For a long moment the mage stared at him, as if trying to decide whether Danilo's words held self-deprecating agreement or subtle insult. Color rose high on his cheeks, making his narrow face nearly as red as his hair. He answered Danilo's bow with a curt one of his own, then spun on his heel and stalked off into the swirling throng. Erlin crept along the tunnels, following the faint and rapidly fading trail. All her senses hummed with awareness as she rounded a corner, even though her Moonblade's magical danger warnings were oddly silent. She might not have perceived the ambush at all but for the flick of an anticipatory tongue, like that of a giant hunting snake. She froze, understanding that the Tren's vision required movement. When the creatures paid her no heed, she slowly melted back into the shadows for a better look. Despite her sharp elven vision, several heartbeats passed before she could discern the creatures from the shadows in which they hid. Chameleon-like, they blended with the color and texture and even the heat patterns of the stone walls. There were 5 of them, tall, scaly, thick-bodied creatures that walked about on 2 legs. A stub of vestigial tail spoke of their lizard-man ancestry, as did the wide, cruelly curving mouths filled with sharp, reptilian teeth. All the creatures held long daggers, though the claws on their massive hands made such weapons seem redundant. One of them, the largest of the group and probably the leader, held a small, sickle-shaped knife. Bile rose in Erlin's throat as she understood the nature of the tool. The hooked blade was not designed to kill, but to disembowel a living victim. The prey would still be alive when the creatures began to feed. Tren were highly effective assassins, voracious killers, and feeders who left little trace of their crime. Dimly, she saw a line of drool spilling from the corner of the Tren chieftain's fanged maw as it anticipated the kill. All the creatures were poised for a sudden spring, yet they did not attack. It was clear to Erlin that the Tren did not sense her presence. Well enough. She would bide her time and aid whoever fell unwitting into this trap. A light hand rested on her shoulder. Another grasped the wrist of her sword arm in the elven signal for peace. Erilyn whipped around, startled and chagrined that anyone could approach her unheard. She found herself face to face with a tall, silver-haired moon elf. An elf she knew far better than she wished to. Chapter 3. There was no sense in putting the task off. The rest of Isabeau's booty had to be returned. Danilo took a silver bracer from his bag and began to examine it for signs of ownership. A short, sandy-haired man burst into the alcove, pulling up when he saw he was not alone. With his bulging eyes and scant, pointy beard, the man reminded Dan of a panicked billygoat. Resigned to an eventful evening, the nobleman rose. "Is something amiss, sir? Can I be of some service?" The man sank down on the chair Dan had vacated and sucked in a wheezing, ragged gasp.
No, he's left. Just need to catch my breath."
The sheer terror in the man's eyes set off alarms in Danilo's mind. He knew full well who at the party could best inspire this emotion. "If someone offended you, the Lady Cassandra would certainly wish to know," he prompted.
"No need. Already been dealt with,"
the man said shortly. He gathered himself and rose to his feet. Squaring his meager shoulders, he gave Danilo a curt nod and then lurched into the crowd. Danilo followed, his eyes sweeping the crowd for the slim, gleaming figure of Elaine Krolnober. The elf had, appropriately enough, chosen moonstone for his gem color. In a throng of jewel-bright reds and greens and blue, his silvery hair and the pale satin of his costume, milky white swirled and shadowed with blue, made the elf look like a living blade. Danilo wondered, briefly, if Elaine had deliberately fostered this image. But no, that was unlikely, given his choice of gem color. The moonstone was a semi-precious stone, a powerful conductor of magic. It was often used in elven magic and was the magical cornerstone of the Moonblade's power. Elaine possessed such a sword, though it had long ago gone dormant to proclaim him an unworthy heir. For many years the Moonblade had been to Elaine a symbol of disgrace and failure. He had gone to great trouble to reawaken the sword, which he held in trust until his only daughter came of age. What could the elf's costume mean but a reclaiming of his honor? On the other hand, why wasn't Elaine in the hall? Why had the goat-like little man been so afraid? Knowing Elaine as he did, Danilo could summon up any number of answers to the second query. With a sigh, he thrust the stolen bracelet back into his bag and headed toward the door. It might be wise to inquire of the grooms whether or not Elaine had left, and if not, to find him and put a stop to whatever mischief he was engaged in. For a moment, Danilo understood his mother's exasperation with him. Thanks to his efforts, Lady Cassandra's guest list included a Tetherian pickpocket, a reputed half-elven assassin, and a deadly elf who was, among other things, possibly the most successful crime lord north of Skullport. "In order to exceed myself," he murmured as he strode through the garden, "next year I shall have to produce a pair of illithids and a red dragon." Erilyn stared into Elaine Krolnober's amber eyes, startled into immobility by his sudden appearance. "This is most unexpected," the elf said in a mellifluent voice that fell just short of song. "I had thought to find a rather different messenger." She shook off his hold and fell into a battle-ready crouch. "If you've a weapon, draw it," she gritted. "Your message is about to be delivered." With a single deft motion, Elaine drew 2 knives from sheaths hidden beneath his sleeves. His puzzlement and hesitation were clear even to her heat-reading vision. The tren came on in a rush, and a mixture of comprehension and relief flooded the elf's visage. This was a foe he could fight without reservation. With the speed of a striking snake, he darted forward, blades raised high to intercept the first slashing blow. Erilyn heard the clash of steel on steel, but her gaze was fixed upon the 2 creatures charging her. They held their knives in their massive fisted hands, blades pointed straight down for a quick, stabbing attack. It was a difficult assault to defend against. Erilyn sidestepped the nearest tren and lifted her sword in a glancing parry, point slanted back over her shoulder. The descending knife slid harmlessly down her blade. She disengaged quickly, ducked under the slashing blow of the second tren, and spun around as she rose. Careful to keep beyond reach of the wicked spikes that thrust back from the tren's elbows, she whirled past the creature, bringing her sword around level in a hard, slashing, two-handed attack. With speed and agility remarkable in a creature so large, the tren managed a nimble two-step dodge and leaned sharply away from the attack, its long arms flung up to retain balance. Erilyn had anticipated this. She changed the direction of her stroke, shifted to her back foot, and then came in straight ahead with a hard thrust. Her sword bit deep into the tren's exposed armpit. She felt the blade grate against bone, and she threw her weight into the attack. The moonblade sank deep into reptilian flesh, piercing the lung and seeking the creature's main heart. Blood burst from the creature's maw, a sign that she had struck true. Erilyn planted one foot against the tren's body and kicked herself off. As the sword came free, she spun back toward her first attacker. The moonblade cut through the air with an audible swish, which ended with the rasp of metal against reptilian scales. A line of blood welled up across the breadth of the creature's chest. She retreated a few steps and assessed the situation. The cut she had dealt the tren was not a mortal wound. Grunting with outrage, the tren reached up with clawed hands to pinch the edges of his hide together. His reptilian eyes glazed as he called upon his next attack. Immediately, a foul miasma filled the tunnel. Erilyn fell back, choking and gagging at the stench. Elaine was at her side in a moment, pressing a square of linen into her hands. Though she doubted this would prove much of a barrier to the debilitating spray, she clapped the cloth over her nose. A faint floral scent swirled deep into her, filling her with a sensation like sparkling wine drunk too quickly and deeply. The terrible stench faded into memory as the antidote took effect. Erilyn blinked tears from her streaming eyes and brought her sword up in guard position. Just in time. The wounded tren, thinking her beyond battle, was coming in confidently for the kill. One of his clawed hands still clutched at the wound, the other reached for her throat. Behind him came the leader, his sickle blade raised in anticipation. Erilyn danced beyond the reach of the wounded tren's grasping claws. Before she could take the offensive, a small silver knife spun between her and her attacker, burying itself deep into the narrow gash Erilyn's sword had opened. She glanced over at Elaine, wondering how he could consider her situation in the midst of his own battle. That was all but over. He had felled one of the creatures, and his twin daggers dealt with the last as a shark might dispatch a wounded whale, slicing off one bloody bite at a time. Anger rose in her like a hot, bright tide. Elaine might have aided her, not once but twice. Yet what of his own battle code? There was little honor in his methods, none at all in the dark pleasure written on his face. She set her teeth, determined to end this as quickly as possible. Two of her assailants were finished. The knife-struck tren had stopped its advance as sharply as if it had hit a magic wall. Its claws made small, fluttery movements in the air and then groped for the hilt of Elaine's thrown blade. The creature's body stiffened and began to topple forward. The leader let out a roar of outrage and charged the half-elf. Its sickle blade slashed the air in anticipation of deadly harvest. Erilyn stepped aside, putting the dying creature between herself and her attacker. The tren kept on, too enraged to pull his attack. His curved blade hooked deep into the soft folds under the dying tren's throat. Before he could pull the weapon free, his comrade's falling weight bore him down. Erilyn lunged, her sword diving for the assassin's eye. The tip of her sword struck the bony ridge, slid wetly across the scales, and sought the narrow socket. The tren was too quick for her. With another roar, he tossed his enormous head and threw her sword wide. Wrenching the sickle free of his comrade's slack throat, the tren backed away from the carcasses of his clan. He melted into the shadows as completely as a drop of water might merge with the sea. Erlen's first impulse was pursuit, but years on the battlefield prompted her not to turn her back too soon on any opponent. She spun, sword held in guard position before her, prepared to face the final Tren, or its elven opponent. The last Tren was weaving on its feet, bleeding from scores of wounds. There was no fight left in the creature. Its long arms hung slack, claws scraping the stone floor as it rocked on unsteady legs. Yet Elaine showed no signs of ending the game. Erlen had seen barn cats show more mercy in torturing a captured squirrel, and less pleasure. "End it!" she snapped. The elf shot her a quick, startled glance, as if he'd suddenly recalled where and who he was. For a moment, Erlen could have sworn that his handsome features wore an expression of shame. Elaith turned aside quickly, as if from some unwanted truth. He dropped one dripping weapon to the floor and produced a slender knife from some hidden fold of his festive garb. A quick flick sent the blade hurtling into the inner corner of the creature's slack mouth. The silver tip burst through the hide on the opposing side of the Tren's throat, opening the way for a bright, quick flow of lifeblood. The Tren sank quickly, almost gratefully, to the blood-soaked floor. For a long moment, elf and half-elf regarded each other. Disgust and gratitude warred for possession of Erlen's first words. "I should thank you," she began. "Much against your personal inclination," Elaith cut in smoothly. He lifted one hand to forestall the words one elf spoke to another after shared battle. "There is no debt, princess. I have been pledged from birth to serve the royal house. My sword is yours." That shut Erlen up, as no doubt Elaith had intended it to do. The rogue elf was one of the few who knew of her heritage, and the only elf who openly acknowledged it. Among the Tel Kassar, the elven term which meant simply and exclusively the people, there was little honor in being the half-breed daughter of an exiled princess. Elaith, for his own reasons, seemed to think otherwise. She turned away and busied herself with cleaning her sword. "We should follow that last Tren." "Undoubtedly," Elaith said, and smiled faintly. "Unless I miss my guess, however, another battle awaits you above. This has been a most eventful evening." Erlen did not dispute that. First Danilo's mishap with the Skyflower spell, then the odd conversation she'd overheard. The words Cassandra Than had spoken came back to her. The promise to promptly deal with any trouble Elaith might cause. In the aftermath of battle with paid assassins, these words held a new and sinister meaning. She shook her head, denying this absurd thought. Lady Cassandra might be a two-legged dragon, but Erlen could not picture her hiring assassins to deal with misbehaving guests. On the other hand, there was the risk that Elaith might believe this to be true, and take action accordingly. The elf kicked at one hulking carcass. "I wonder who hired this crew," he mused, echoing her concerns with discomforting accuracy. Erlen cleared her throat. "Any thoughts?" "The possibilities are nearly endless," he said lightly. "Do you think this is the first time such a thing has occurred? Don't trouble yourself over it. I do not intend to." Erlen mistrusted his easy dismissal of the matter. "I will speak to Danilo of this," she said softly. She studied Elaith as he absorbed the many levels of meaning in her words. The elf cut sharply to the foundation of her fears. "Do you believe that Lord Than invited me to his family home so that I might meet with these assassins? No." "Neither do I." Elaith seemed ready to say more, but he shook his head and turned away. Erlen let him go. As he had observed, she had another battle ahead. Once Elaith was well out of sight, she began to follow his trail through a maze of underground paths. This ended with a hidden door, and then a short flight of stone stairs leading to an open bulkhead. Erlen glanced up into what appeared to be a garden shed. Above her was the black velvet sky, and the moon well past its zenith. Her side trip had taken far longer than she realized. The gemstone ball awaited. Offhand, Erilyn could name a dozen bloody battlefields she had faced with more enthusiasm and less dread. With a sigh of deep frustration, she squared her shoulders, hitched up her borrowed gown, and resolutely climbed the stairs. The oil lamp on the bedside table flickered and went out. By the dim light of the hearth fire, Oth el Torkel regarded the woman stretched out languidly at his side. "A pleasant end to an otherwise regrettable evening," he said. Pleasant, was she? That was the best he could do? Not trusting herself to speak, Isabeau bared her teeth in a brief, answering smile. Her gaze flicked to the mage's discarded garments, which he had hung neatly on pegs. Isabeau's practiced eye measured the weight of the hidden pockets and estimated the worth therein. It would have to be considerable to make the evening, and the man, worth her while. Her own ruby-colored gown pooled on the floor like spilled wine. Rings, eardrops, and a necklace of matching red stones were scattered on the bedside table. They were glass, of course, clever copies that were all Isabeau could currently afford, a situation she intended to remedy as soon as possible. So far, the night had been less than profitable. Danilo Than's intervention had set her back considerably. Eager to get on with things, Isabeau impatiently studied Oth's face for signs of slumberous contentment. The mage, however, was in an expansive mood, ready to reprise the complaints she had endured all the way to the silken sylph. "They will regret refusing me, you know. They treated me like some importunate commoner, with none of the honor due a member of the peerage. A small investment, a moment's endorsement. What is that to such as Than, Ilzimmer, and Gundwind? The dream spheres could have made all three families exceedingly wealthy." Isabeau twined a strand of Oth's flame-colored hair around her finger. "They are wealthy already, my lord." Oth sent her a sharp, angry glance, a movement that tugged the red lock from her grasp. He did not seem to notice. "You do not regard the dream spheres with appropriate respect. You would if you tasted but once of their magic." This notion seemed to galvanize him. He sat up abruptly, absently smoothing back his tousled red hair. "What is your heart's desire? What wonders do you wish to experience?" She gave him a slow, warm smile. "My lord, at this moment I am well content." The mage waved aside this flattery. "You are of the Tetherian royal house, but I hear that you were raised in fosterage and have never stepped foot in your native land. Would you like to claim what might have been yours if but for a moment? Would you like to see the palace, enjoy an audience with the new queen?" Not waiting for her reply, Oth leaped to his feet and paced over to his cloak. He flipped back the folds and took a small, softly glowing sphere from one pocket. This he placed in Isabeau's hand. "Hold this. Close your eyes and envision the sun upon towers of pink marble," he instructed. Isabeau did as he bade, more to humor him than from any desire to experience the illusion. Why would anyone content herself with a fleeting dream? She had always lived by a simple rule. What she wanted, she took. No longer were her horizons defined by the boundaries of the out-of-the-way, gnome-run tavern that was the only home she had ever known. Now her territory was a vast, glittering city, and her fingers fairly itched with the desire to grasp all that her eyes had seen so far. Nevertheless, a strange fragrance beckoned her, seduced her. Isabeau breathed in deeply, letting the scent of the southern sun flow through her in all its complexity of thick, flower-filled heat, musky sweet fruits, and rare spices. The aroma suddenly burst into light, like festival fireworks, which in turn slowly focused into a scene so lavish that Isabeau's heart throbbed with longing. Lords and ladies, viziers and courtiers were finely dressed and seated at tables draped with embroidered linens and set with silver plate. Behind them were the pink marble walls of the palace, enlivened by wondrous tapestries. The table was set with a royal repast. Rare tropical fruits were piled high on silver platters. Fragrant steam rose from plates of tiny, savory pastries. On each table was a roasted peacock. Their bright blue and green tails had been reattached in unfurled splendor, creating the impression that the proud birds were courting the diners to partake. At the moment, no one ate of the feast. All present lifted their goblets in salute. It occurred to Isabeau that they were all looking at her, Lady Isabeau Theone of the House of Tethir. She nodded graciously, regally, to accept their acclaim.
To Queen Zaranda!
Exclaimed a fat man with oiled black hair.
Zaranda!
Echoed the others in one voice. Isabeau swallowed her mortification and hastily reached for her own goblet. She barely had time to lift it to her lips before the toast was drunk. To her relief, and her chagrin, no one seemed to notice her faux pas. All eyes were fixed upon the woman seated at the royal table behind and to the right of Isabeau's seat. Isabeau cast a careful, sidelong look at the queen. Zaranda was a handsome woman in early middle life. She possessed the sparse body of a warrior, strong features, and thick, dark hair emblazoned by a streak of white. She was simply dressed and wore no jewels but a silver crown, and she looked not at all impressed by the acclaim or the splendor. It seemed to Isabeau that the new queen was ridiculously out of place, a commoner and a northerner, a minor mage and mercenary who had inexplicably grasped the throne. Her throne. Where the thought came from, Isabeau could not say. She had never seen her newfound heritage as a path to be pursued, but as an opportunity to exploit. Now she saw the subtle glances sent her way, the slight inclination of several dark, southern heads in her direction as they lifted their glasses in false tribute to the false queen. Isabeau awoke abruptly, her eyes still dazzled with the vision. She glanced down at the crystal sphere in her hand and willed the magic to continue, but the little ball was cool, quiet, and as milky as a baby's smile. Furious, she whirled toward Oth.
Bring it back! It was not enough!
The mage threw back his head and laughed delightedly.
That is the beauty of it, don't you see? One dream is never enough. New vistas open, new possibilities beckon. Since few men have the wit, talent, or character to turn their dreams into reality, they will happily turn over coin again and again for dreams more easily purchased.
His heedless words restored Isabeau's resolve. She had the wit and the will to make her own way, but this dream sphere had suggested a whole new world of possibilities.
A wondrous toy, my lord,
she said, inclining her head in a gesture of one swordsman conceding a point to another.
The merchant lords were fools to refuse you. That I would never do.
She smiled in blatant invitation and patted the rumpled sheets. Oth was still absorbed with other matters.
What my peers do not realize is that the dream spheres will be sold, whether they wish it or not. There have been attempts to steal them, to ferret out their magical secrets. Mizzen, the wretched cur, is the worst offender.
Mizzen, she repeated, remembering the name from some chance-heard gossip.
The crystal merchant?
The same. Oth's glare turned sly. I endured his inept ambitions as long as I had need of him. He has mined and shaped sufficient crystals for now. Most have been enspelled. All that remains is to ship the finished dream spheres to Waterdeep. His brow furrowed in remembered anger. That, and to find a manner of bringing them to market that circumvents the merchant lords. As to that, Isabeau had a few ideas of her own. First, she had to coax this man into slumber. She rose from the bed and walked into the path of Oth's restless pacing.
Tell me, my lord,
she breathed, as she entwined her arms about his neck.
Have you a dream sphere that two can share?
He looked at her sharply, with new respect.
That is something I had not considered, he marveled. Imagine the possibilities. A bored nobleman with a watchful lady could stay within propriety's bonds, yet fancy himself entertaining a queen. His lady, on the other hand, could experience her lord in whatever manner pleased her. Such toys would sell by the gross, Isabeau agreed.
She glanced pointedly at the mage's cloak.
We should perhaps test out the possibilities?
Much later, when the moon was nearly set and the hearth fire nothing but a few burning embers, Isabeau crawled gingerly out of bed. She had no idea what dark fantasy had gripped Oth and did not wish to know. That the dream spheres would sell, she had no doubt. She herself would never use one again. The sooner she could profitably rid herself of them, and of Oth, the better. Isabeau crept over to the mage's clothing and quickly emptied his pockets. Oth had some fine jewelry, a well-filled coin purse, and a small silver knife, such as gentlemen carried for table use. These she tucked into pockets hidden in her discarded clothing, cunningly sewn into her heavy petticoats and between the stays of her corset. She hesitated just a moment before looting the mage's cloak. Resolutely, she dug her hand into the folds and began to take out the dream spheres, one at a time. There were nearly a score of them, a small fortune. She ignored the silent hum of their compelling magic and hid her booty, along with her own jewelry, in the prepared hiding places. It was by far the boldest, riskiest theft of Isabeau's life. Her hands were moist and shaking by the time she'd finished. She wiped them dry on the skirts of her petticoats, took a long, steadying breath, and climbed back into bed beside the sleeping mage. Erilyn hurried through the garden toward the great hall. The affair was almost over, judging from the steady stream of carriages rattling past the villa and the subdued tone and languid pace of the music emanating from the hall. Danilo met her at the door with a smiling face and concern-shadowed eyes.
Sorry,
she snarled. He looked startled, then burst out laughing. You've no idea how much I've missed your unique brand of charm. Her lips twitched in a reluctant response. I was held up. So I surmised. He took her arm and led her out into the garden. A faint aroma clings to that gown. That's not quite the bouquet of an undead creature. A Tren zombie. Now, there's an appealing thought, she said with a grimace. As if the live ones weren't bad enough. Danilo drew back, looking startled and deeply concerned. Tren? Here in the family compound? You know of them? Nasty creatures. Assassins by trade, aren't they? Erilyn nodded, glad that she would be spared explaining that part. Years had passed since she had posed as an assassin, but the weight and darkness of that time still pressed heavily upon her. There's more. As they walked, she recounted in detail the conversation she had overheard and the attack upon Elaine Krolnober. Danilo did not interrupt, but his face grew increasingly troubled. I don't know what Elaine is up to now, Erilyn concluded, but it's possible that someone arranged this situation to deal with it. Anger flashed in Danilo's eyes as he threaded together her bits of information. You think Lady Cassandra is responsible for this? I'm not making any judgment, Erilyn retorted. I'm merely telling you what I heard. Regardless of who commissioned this attack, you should consider the possibility of trouble ahead. Elaine Krolnober is not one to let a slight go unavenged. A troubled expression crossed his face. You still mistrust Elaine. You don't? She retorted. Before we tread that path, why don't you tell me what possessed you to fill the great hall with skyflowers? Danilo flicked one hand in a small, insouciant wave. I had intended to present you with a bouquet, not a garden maze. So what happened? She pressed. I wish I knew, he said in a more serious tone. It troubles me. The spell's misfiring seems more ominous in light of your story. I'm not sure I follow. Danilo stopped and pulled her into a vine-covered alcove. His face was as grim as she had ever seen it. How is it that you stumbled into a Tren ambush? He asked in a low voice. How did Elaine catch you unaware? That cut a bit too close to the bone. She folded her arms and glared. Get to the point. His gaze dropped to the sword on her hip. Your Moonblade's magic should have warned you of danger. That had bothered her too. But until this moment she hadn't had time to consider the matter. I know the Skyflower spell exceedingly well, Danilo continued softly. It is a minor elven spell, such as any human mage with a surplus of gold and time could learn. I can cast it as easily as your sword can slice through a melon. Why do you think they both failed? Your elven magic and mine. His tone held an acrid tinge of bitterness. Erilyn suspected what was coming next. She took a step back. You blame the Moonblade for this? Why not? When has anything between us not been defined by that thrice-bedamned sword? He demanded. It brought us together when its magic destroyed a score of Harpers, my friends, many of them. It bound us together when you were too stubbornly elven to see and follow your heart. Its demands tore us apart when you chose to break that bond. The naked pain in his eyes smote her heart. Gone was the good-natured dandy, the attentive courtier. Never had she seen so clearly, so painfully, the toll that her well-meaning sacrifice had taken on her closest friend. Dan, she said softly, holding out a hand to him. He was not looking at her. He had turned aside to study the setting moon, as if all the wisdom of the elven gods were written on its shining surface. I have been a fool, he said softly. Nothing I do can change the fact that you are pledged elsewhere. The Moonblade's magic will make sure that you are not deterred by other, conflicting pledges. Her jaw dropped as his meaning hit her. You can't believe that! He sighed and dug one hand into his hair. I'm not sure what I believe. I've been around magic all my life, though, and I know that some forces show antipathy toward others. Maybe your sword senses me as a threat to your chosen path and is forcing you to choose between us. That's absurd, she said, trying to imbue her words with more conviction than she felt. In truth, Danilo's words seemed utterly, disturbingly plausible. His smile was both bleak and perceptive. I gave up the sword once, she said stoutly. Finally, he turned to face her. To free my spirit from a servitude I did not choose for myself, he stated. Do you think so little of me that you believe I would accept the sacrifice of yours? For that is what you would give up, if you knowingly turned away from the pledge you made as the sword wielder. Erilyn had no words to refute that simple truth. She turned and strode out of the alcove, as if she could somehow outpace the shadow Dan's words had revealed. He fell in beside her. For a time they walked together in silence, a silence broken only by the faint sounds of guests bidding farewell and the crunch of dried leaves that spoke of a summer gone beyond recall. When they reached the far gate, Danilo reached for her hand and raised it to his lips. The expression in his eyes was bleak, but resolute. You freed me once, though I did not ask it of you. How can I do less? They had shared many farewells, but this was different. Soul-deep desolation assailed Erilyn at the thought that this might be their last. Stifling pain and cold, numbing shock racked her, rivaling any battle wound she'd taken. She shook her head, trying to force words of denial through her constricted throat. It was too late. Danilo was gone, but for a cloud of faint silvery motes. They shimmered in the air for a moment, then fell like tears into the dying garden. At her side, the moonblade began to hum with faint, familiar magic. The first she had felt since entering the Than villa. Chapter 4. In the tavern room of the Silken Sylph, Elaith Kralnober sipped his ale and watched as the staff prepared for the morning meal. Good smells filled the air. Smoked fish, oat porridge sweetened with honey and dried fruits, fresh bread, and the rich, smoky tang of the apple wood fire. The tavern was exceedingly well run and very prosperous. Elaith had seen to that. It was a happy coincidence that his quarry had gone to ground in this particular den, but the elf would have found him regardless. "Your standard fee," he said, placing a small leather bag on the table. "Good work, Zorn. Give an extra coin to the driver who brought us here so swiftly." The mercenary's large, bronzed hand seemed to swallow the bag as he hefted it to measure the coin within. Zorn was a big man, sun-browned from many years as a caravan guard. Though the warrior was thick with muscle and short on conscience, Elaith found him rather amusing. The man's head was utterly bald, but his upper lip and chin were thicketed with curly black hair. To the elf's eyes, the effect was that of a wholesale southern migration. In another few years, if matters continued apace, Zorn should be as hairy-footed as a halfling.
"Only 40 gold,"
Zorn stated sullenly.
"I've called in favors."
A prickle of irritation marred Elaith's good humor. This was the first time the man had dared imply that his compensation might be lacking. It was not a precedent that Elaith could allow to stand. "Of course you did," Elaith said, as if he were explaining something to a slow-witted child. "That is how you gather information, which is, if you recall, what you are paid to do." Zorn scowled behind his beard.
"You didn't give me much time,"
he complained.
20 men and more have I roused from their beds. Some demanded double fees, and some swore they'll not deal with me again." "Soothe their tempers with these coins, and they will be ready enough when I have need of you and you of them." "Do you know what'll be left for me?"
Elaith's patience was at an end.
"Your life, provided you silence your whining tongue at once."
The mercenary sat back. A dull flush rose from behind his beard and stained his face with suppressed rage.
"As you say,"
he muttered as he hauled his massive frame from the chair. With a curt bow, the man turned and walked from the tavern. Elaith sighed and nodded toward the small, watchful woman who sat in the shadows of the cloakroom. The apparent servant rose and slipped out after Zorn. She would allow him to finish his business, then ensure that this task was his last. A shame to lose a good informant. Zorn had contacts among the city's mercenaries and carriage guild, and he was adept at coaxing or bullying information from hired guards, but Elaith had many such men in his employ. His stewards and lieutenants would pay at least a dozen similar purses before High Sun, and no man would know of the efforts of the others. That was the way of things. Elaith saw his business concerns as a deep, underground river fed by the trickle of many converging streams. The loss of Zorn would not greatly affect the whole, and Elaith knew better than to suffer even a fledgling challenge. His hirelings were utterly loyal because they knew they would be well paid and fairly treated, and because they understood the cost of even the smallest treason. Elaith lifted his mug in salute to the departing mercenary, and then drank to his memory. The white whirl of magical travel faded away. Danilo found himself standing in a dark, cold room. Not the comfort he expected from his lavish townhouse, or from Monroe, his capable halfling steward. Danilo was too heartsick to care over much about domestic incompetence. Monroe could burn the damn place down for all he cared. He closed his eyes and heaved a profound sigh.
"What are you doing here, and at this hour?"
demanded a low, furious, and slightly accented male voice. Kelvin Aronson's voice. Danilo's eyes popped open, then narrowed as he peered at the large, dark figure at the far side of the room. Uncle? Is that you?
Considering that this is Leryl's bedchamber and that I expect her back directly, I should hope that it is no other. Explain yourself, boy, and be quick about it.
Danilo's hands flashed through the gestures for the globe of light cantrip. In response to the minor casting, a glowing sphere bobbed into life between them. A mixture of light and shadows revealed the strong, stern features of Waterdeep's Archmage. Kelvin Aronson appeared to be a man in vigorous middle life, tall and broad and well-muscled. His hairline was in retreat, but what remained was thick and black and only lightly threaded with silver. His beard was full and neatly trimmed, with a distinctive silver stripe in the middle. Dark brows drew together in a scowl of consternation over nearly black eyes. Even in his current state of mind, Danilo could see a certain humor in the situation. I swear before Mistra, Uncle, you are the only man alive who could manage to look formidable when clad only in his nightshirt. The Archmage's scowl deepened.
Only a handful of mortals can pass the magical wards that guard this tower. If you wish to remain among them, speak quickly and speak sense.
Danilo's wan grin disappeared. Without doubt, Kelvin deserved some word of explanation, but if Danilo had devoted serious thought to the matter, he could not have contrived a place, a person, or a conversation he would rather avoid. A miscast spell, Uncle, nothing more. Accept my apologies and I'll be on my way. The Archmage would not let the matter lie.
What has come over you? Are you ill? Bewitched? Utterly given over to stupidity? I heard tell of the jest you played at Cassandra's party, as who did not? Uncle, and now this? Have you not incurred enough wrath to enliven one evening? I do not imagine Cassandra was amused by the Skyflower trick, or Erilyn either, for that matter. If you must play these frivolous jests, you would be wise to inflict them on those less able to retaliate. Furthermore, Uncle!
Dan cut off the wizard's tirade with a sharp tone and an upraised hand. Believe me, I did not design the Skyflower spell as a prank, nor did I intend to come here. The cloud of ire slowly lifted from the Archmage's face, to be replaced by dawning concern.
This is plain truth?
Unadorned. Kelvin nodded slowly, his eyes intent upon the young mage.
This could be serious. There are some magics, not many, Mistra be praised, that can have such effects. Have you bought another singing sword or some such nonsense?
No, nothing. Must we speak of this now? The Archmage merely lifted one brow. Danilo sighed and began to gather words to explain what he suspected, and what he had done. As you know, the magic of Erilyn's Moonblade has not always been stable, he began.
That is true enough, and I perceive the feel of elven magic about you.
It was on the tip of Danilo's tongue to confess that the Moonblade's magic had also been affected, until he remembered his mother's words, and Oth's, and Regnit's, and the many other small remarks that had warned him away from following his heart. Anger surged through Danilo at the thought that Kelvin would add his considerable weight to the argument. You need not concern yourself, he said angrily. I would not ask Erilyn to choose between me and the Moonblade. That is the only thing in this world or any other that would make me forswear her, half-elf though she may be. If that notion offends you, I would thank you to keep it to yourself. Kelvin looked genuinely surprised.
Why would it? Erilyn is a good woman, probably far better than you deserve.
This was not the response Danilo had anticipated.
You approve?
A wry smile touched the Archmage's lips, and he made a sweeping gesture that encompassed the bedchamber and came to rest on the portrait of a wondrous, silver-haired lady.
How could I not? You know that Leryl's mother was half-elven.
No, I didn't, Dan responded. In truth, little was known of Leryl, one of the famed 7 sisters.
Leryl's mother was a fine woman, though, like many half-elves, she did not have an easy life. Nor did my father, for that matter.
Kelvin continued. That bit of intelligence stole the starch from Danilo's legs. He sank down on the edge of Leryl's bed and regarded the Archmage with astonishment. Your father was half-elven, he said in wondering tones, regarding the mage from whom he had descended. So, there is elven blood in the Aronson family. The Lady Cassandra carries it and passed it to me.
Yes, that sounds like the normal order of things, Kelvin said testily. However, there is reason why Cassandra would not thank me for telling this tale, or you for repeating it.
Danilo smothered a grin. Though Kelvin Aronson was not, as was commonly believed, Cassandra Than's younger brother, he still seemed to hold the woman in genuine awe. Your secret is safe, and I thank you for speaking it, Danilo said from the heart. A small thing, perhaps, but it seemed to him nothing less than a key to most of his life's questions. Since boyhood, he had been drawn to all things elven and knew not why. He better understood why an elf woman had claimed his heart so completely, and why he cared enough about elven ways that he was prepared to give her up, if he must.
What will you do now?
The Archmage's question surprised Danilo, as did the gentle tone in which it was broached. Usually, Kelvin gave opinions and orders, or asked questions designed to extract information. He was particularly strict with Danilo, in whom he took an oppressively paternal interest. But the Archmage's normally stern face was softened by genuine concern. All of this prompted Danilo to do something he had not done for many years. Ask advice. What do you suggest? Kelvin's gaze shifted to the portrait of Leryl, then back to the young man.
Find Erilyn, and set right this matter between you. If things are as you suspect, and the Moonblade's magic has gone unstable, then she will have need of your counsel and aid. But be wary in the use of magic. Perhaps you should devote yourself entirely to bardcraft until this matter is settled.
Strange words indeed, Danilo murmured.
Not at all. Magic is a great gift, but some things are more important.
I am glad to hear you say that, my lord, said an amused, silvery voice behind them.
Both men turned to regard Leryl, who stood listening without shame and who seemed not at all concerned by the fact that she was clad in little more than her own silvery hair. She nodded to Danilo, then turned a smile of such intimacy upon Kelvin that the younger man wondered if she had truly seen him at all. Danilo rose at once. I must be going. Neither of the great wizards of Blackstaff Tower gave any indication that they had heard him. Despite Kelvin's warning, Danilo quickly summoned magic's silver path and stepped into the weft and warp of it. This time the spell held true, and he emerged in his own study. A low fire glowed in the hearth, and a tray of breakfast pastries had been arrayed under a glass dome and placed on the table beside his favorite chair. All was as he had come to expect from the capable Monroe. Danilo sank into the chair and rubbed both hands briskly over his face. His unintentional interview with Kelvin had not given him much hope. The Archmage had mentioned that he felt elven magic at work. Erilyn and Elaine had been the only elves in attendance. That left the Moonblade as the most likely source. It was true that Kelvin had not advised Dan to stay away from Erilyn, but he had evoked Leryl to support this reasoning. That was hardly reassuring. Not too many years back, Kelvin had given up a considerable amount of his own power in a struggle to wrest Leryl from the Crown of Horns, an evil artifact that held her completely in its sway. Danilo agreed that Leryl was worth any cost in magic lost. So was Erilyn. He would gladly strip his hard-won skill down to the most basic cantrip and count the loss as nothing. But what of her magic? Elf and Moonblade were inseparable, joined in mystic bonds. How could he possibly justify disrupting that? And what would be the cost to Erilyn if he did? He pondered these questions until the fire burned down to ash, and the night sky faded to silver. when all the argument had been made and countered, not once but a dozen times. Danilo merely stared at the eastern window, praying that the coming of dawn might bring illumination. The rising sun burned through the sea mist that shrouded the port city and curtained the upper windows of the silken sylph. Through it all, Isabeau feigned sleep. No easy task once Oth el Torkel awakened and discovered his loss. She held her false repose while he searched and muttered and cursed and fumed. She lay unmoving until he seized her shoulders and shook her. With a gasp, she sat upright in bed, hoping that her expression was sufficiently dazed and frantic for credulity.
"You are alive,"
he said grimly, staring into her wide eyes.
"Good. I was beginning to fear that the thief had smothered you in your sleep."
"Thief?"
Isabeau's hand flew to her throat, as if seeking her necklace. She lunged for the bedside table where she'd left her jewels, palmed them, and then came up on her knees with both empty hands fisted and flailing.
"How could this happen?"
she shrieked as she pummeled the startled mage.
"Did you not set wards? Have you no servants to stand guard? My rubies! Gone, all of them!"
Her voice rose into a wail, then broke into impassioned weeping. Oth tossed her aside and began to pace again.
"This was no common thief," he fretted. "It would take considerable magic to overcome the wards I placed upon the doors and windows. Perhaps there is a hidden door. I did not think to check."
He hurled an accusing look at Isabeau, as if blaming her for the distraction she offered. Not willing to give up the offensive, she tossed back her head, wiped her eyes, and returned his glare with equal heat.
"What do you intend to do about this?"
she demanded. The question set Oth back on his heels. Isabeau had expected that it would. If the nobles and wizards were as opposed to dream spheres as Oth claimed, they would not be pleased to learn that a score or so of the forbidden objects would soon be in circulation. Nor would they believe Oth was innocent. The theft of his precious dream spheres, so soon after his presentation was soundly rejected, would appear far too convenient a solution.
"Well?" she pressed. "Will you call the watch and report this, or shall I?"
After a moment of intense, silent struggle, the mage snatched up her clothing and tossed it to her.
"Forget the matter. It is of no consequence."
Isabeau stopped in the act of pulling her chemise over her head, as if his words had stunned her into immobility. She tugged on the undergarment with a single quick, furious motion and rose from the bed. Stalking over to Oth, she stabbed him in the chest with an angry forefinger.
"My rubies were of considerable consequence. If you wish me to remain silent on this matter, I insist upon reparations."
Oth's narrow face turned pale with fury.
"Extortion is hardly a wise course of action for a woman alone."
There was a cold, dangerous note in his voice. Isabeau's frightened expression was not completely feigned. She took 2 steps back, her hands turned palms up in supplication.
"I meant no such thing, my lord. I was distraught over the loss of my gems. You have my word that I will say nothing of this matter. I would not in any case, for fear of damaging your good name and mine. There were many who saw us leave the Than estate in one carriage."
She kept her gaze wide and ingenuous, while Oth tried to ascertain whether her words held a second, subtler threat. Finally, he threw up his hands in surrender.
"Shed no more tears over your baubles. The El Torkel family will see to their replacement. Before you carry tales, though, know that your new rubies will place a geas of silence upon the wearer."
A little fact that Isabeau did not intend to pass along to the fence who would resell these gems. She sank into a low curtsy.
"More than I dared ask, my lord."
Oth hauled her to her feet. He stripped a ring from his finger and pressed it into her hand.
"Take this, show it to the seneschal of any of the El Torkel estates, and bid him handle the matter."
Isabeau took the proffered ring.
"Will you see me safely on my way, my lord?"
she asked in tentative tones. The mage scoffed.
"The thief has come and gone. What more can he take that you have not lost? Or eagerly given?" he added in nasty insinuation.
She gasped in genuine outrage.
"You are no gentleman!"
Oth sneered. "I will not gainsay you. How could I? Though you have not been long in Waterdeep, I dare say you have already sampled enough of my peers to be considered an expert in the matter." Isabeau lunged for the oil lamp and hurled it at the mage. He stood his ground and made a short, sharp gesture with both hands. The lamp shattered in mid-air and fell to the ground in a shower of glass shards and droplets of scented oil. Without another word, Oth turned and stalked from the room, leaving Isabeau shaking with rage and fear, and triumph and excitement blended in a sudden, wonderful waterfall burst of relief. The moment she was alone, Isabeau flung herself back onto the bed and opened her mouth in a long, silent scream of victory. She had done it. Oth's treasure was hers, and no suspicion would touch her. She quickly finished dressing, then slipped down the back stairs and dived through a hidden exit in search of a man who could market these treasures for her, and set her feet more firmly on the path that she had chosen. When Oth el-Torcal came storming down into the tavern room of the Silken Sylph, Elaine was waiting for him.
"A carriage," the mage demanded of a serving maid. "And wine while I wait. One small goblet. Mark me, I do not wish to wait long."
Elaine caught the woman's eye and held up 2 fingers. She moved off to tend to the amended order. The elf rose and came over to the mage's table, sliding silently into the empty chair. The mage studied him with ill-concealed distaste.
"The tavern is nearly empty, elf. Surely you could find another seat."
Before Elaine could reply, a large, well-armed tavern guard stepped forward and nodded politely to Oth. He then leaned down and said confidingly,
"Lord Krolnover can sit wherever he pleases. He owns this tavern, you see."
"Ah, I do indeed."
Oth smiled thinly across the table at his host, who spread his hands in a parody of self-deprecation.
"It would appear that I am your guest."
"A paying guest," Elaith said cordially, just so there would be no misunderstanding on the matter.
"Quite."
The mage looked up when the servant brought a bottle of wine, and his face darkened when she placed 2 goblets on the table.
"Won't you join me?"
he invited through gritted teeth.
"How very kind."
Elaith took up the bottle and poured 2 generous portions of elven wine. Usually he would not waste the precious liquid on a human, but the light, almost floral taste of the wine masked a kick more powerful than that of an angry centaur. Oth drank more deeply than prudence dictated. When the goblet was empty, he thunked it down on the table and glared at his host.
"What manner of establishment do you run here, elf?"
Already his tone was fuzzy, lacking focus. Certainly his judgment was affected, for he would not otherwise dare to speak with such belligerence. Elaith let the insult pass for the moment.
"It is my desire that the service at the Silken Sylph be without peer. If you have reason for complaint, speak, and the matter will be set right."
Oth snorted and held out his goblet for a refill.
"So easy, is it? What was taken from me cannot be replaced."
Elaith began to see the shape of things. He poured a second goblet and waited until the mage had drained it.
"Perhaps it could be recovered."
"Humph," scoffed Oth, but without much conviction. His face went slack with despair, as long and morose as a pack mule's.
"If you were robbed during your stay, then the reputation and the profitability of this fine establishment is at risk. Confide in me," Elaith said earnestly, "and I will ensure by any means available to me that your loss is made right, and avenged, if you are so minded."
Oth peered at him with drunken cunning. "No small foe," he cautioned. "The treasure was stolen while I slept, despite wards I myself placed." The elf carefully hid his surprise and anger. He had anticipated a tale that pointed to a misplaced belonging. Guests were more inclined to ascribe their losses to theft than to their own carelessness, but the inn should have been protected against a theft. If el-Torcal's tale were true, Elaith's servants would answer for it.
Do not concern yourself over the finding or the foe. Only tell me what is missing, and I will carry on from there."
"Some coins, perhaps 100 platinum," Oth said in a sly tone. Elaith suspected the amount was probably a third of that. "A few pieces of jewelry, a gold ring, an embossed wrist bracer, also of gold, a ruby necklace set in silver filigree, with eardrops and rings to match." Elaith pricked up his ears.
"A lady was with you? Where is she now?"
"Gone," Oth said shortly. "She was most unhappy about her loss."
"I can imagine,"
the elf murmured, making a note to find out the identity of this lady.
"Was that the extent of your loss?"
The mage hesitated. Indecision waged battle on his face, then gave way before the potent persuasion of greed and elven wine. "There was more. Dream spheres, at least a score of them."
"Dream spheres?"
Elaith repeated. "Small crystal orbs," Oth explained. "They hold magic, a single illusion which is experienced as a vivid dream in which the dreamer places himself." Elaith had heard rumors of the things for quite some time now. They were becoming quite popular among the city's servants and mercenaries. The tale Erlin told had raised enormous possibilities in Elaith's mind and convinced him to track these new magical toys to their source.
"An ingenious notion. I imagine many in this city would pay a small fortune for such a thing."
"Would and do," Oth boasted. He leaned toward the elf. "You offered to help. Find them. Return them. I'll make it worth your while." Elaith tamped down a surge of elation. This was more of a concession than he had expected from the mage. Perhaps he could do better still. He tilted his head to one side as if considering.
"I could do that, of course."
Apparently Oth was not entirely overcome by elven wine. His sharp-featured face became wary. "But—" The elf smiled apologetically.
"I am in business. When confronted with the potential for great profit, should I be content with a simple reward? No matter how generous that might be,"
he added in a conciliatory tone. Oth considered the matter, and a sly smile stole across his face. "I have heard of your business affairs. You are not overly hampered by respect for law."
"Laws are admirable things and are often quite convenient. Just as often, they are not."
"Quite." Oth suddenly made up his mind. "You find the dream spheres. I will supply you with others. You will find channels through which these might be sold, channels so convoluted that the sales could not be traced back to me. This can be done?"
"You would be surprised how much business is transacted in this city in just such a fashion,"
Elaith said, speaking for the first time with complete candor. "Settled then," the mage said. The decision made, he abandoned his struggle against the compelling lullaby the elven wine was singing in his veins. He rose unsteadily and looked about the tavern, his face wearing the expression of puzzled concentration as he tried to remember what he sought. Elaith gestured to the serving girl.
"Summon a carriage for Lord Eltorkle," he bade, "and pour him into it," he added in a voice too low for the human to hear.
She nodded and slipped an arm around the mage's waist.
"This way, my lord,"
she said, leading him to the front door and the waiting carriage. The elf rose and slipped out the back door. He circled around to the back of the building and ran his hands over the smooth stone of the wall. A hidden door swung open. As he suspected, the cobwebs that should have festooned it hung in ragged shreds. Some enterprising thief had discovered the door and used it to good effect. That made his task all the easier. Anyone skilled enough to find this back way into the building would also be adept at moving the stolen goods. Coins, gems, and magical items. There were perhaps 4 fences in Waterdeep who could handle them all with moderate risk and at a good profit. Elaith would have the dream spheres in hand before the day was out. He would not return them to Oth Eltorkle, nor would he see them sold as yet another mindless amusement in this city full of humans who believe that dreams could be purchased rather than earned. He wondered if any of the fools, Oth el Torkel included, understood the true price of these fleeting dreams. Unless he missed his guess, Oth el Torkel had no idea what sort of tiger he held by the tail. Unless Elaine was very, very wrong, the dream spheres could be the most valuable and the most dangerous magical items he had sought in his long and infamous career. More important was the promise that he might hold in his hands the elven artifact that he suspected was behind their magic. He would test himself against the power of the elf gem, and in doing so, would answer once and forever the question that had haunted him for more than a century. He would know for a certainty whether the remnants of his elven honor were a wishful illusion, or if he was a creature given over wholly to evil. Either way, the elven gem would light the path to greatness. "Now there is a dream," he murmured with dark irony, "that is well worth pursuing." Erilyn welcomed the rising sun as a marker that the worst night of her life was finally at an end. She was not by nature an introspective person, but since leaving the Than villa, she had wrestled her way to several important conclusions. Now all that remained was to persuade Danilo to her way of thinking. His townhouse was a long walk from the lodge where Erilyn stayed, but it was a pleasant walk. The air was thick with the scent of breakfast fires and the clatter of carts hauling goods to the market. Most of the city's folk were abed when the gemstone ball had scarce begun, and half their day's work would be finished before the revelers emerged to face the day. Erilyn could not help but note that this was yet another difference between her and Danilo. He was accustomed to the patterns of city life, while she spent much time on the road and was attuned to the sun and stars. It was no small consideration, but at this moment it and all other matters seemed insignificant. She cut up the street behind Danilo's townhouse and climbed the stone fence. She dropped lightly into the enclosed garden and instinctively scanned the area for danger. Finding nothing to hamper her, she plucked a blue rose and crept toward the many-paned window of Danilo's favorite room. As she had anticipated, he was in his private study. She hauled herself up over the window ledge and eased into the room. "You were wrong," she said. Danilo started, then sat staring as if she was an apparition. His eyes dropped to the moonblade at her hip. "Wrong?" he repeated. "Don't sound so surprised. Surely it has happened before," she said in an attempt at lightness. Without waiting for a response, she let the rest of it rush out. "I am not saying that you are wrong about the sword. Its magic is complicated. It has been compromised before, and I won't claim that it couldn't happen again. But I do not accept that you are responsible." He shook his head. "What if I am right? I won't let you take that risk." "Let me? You can't keep me from taking it. I'm not finished," she said when Danilo began to interrupt. "Think back. If I'd had my way, we would have parted ways the first day we met, the first hour." His lips twitched with rueful amusement. "Yes, I seem to recall a certain lack of enthusiasm." She began to pace. "Exactly. You, however, persisted, and we learned to work together. We became friends, which must have been like pushing a boulder uphill. Every step of the way I fought you. Always, it has been you pushing, pursuing, getting me to go along by being funny or charming or just plain stubborn. Because of that, I suppose you think this all just stops when you say it does." She leveled a glare at him. "Well, it doesn't. Get used to it." Danilo rose and walked over to her, stopping just a pace away. "You wish to remain together?" She huffed and folded her arms. "Didn't I just say that?" She waited for him to speak or to make some sort of move toward her. When he did not, she continued. "I don't know how we are to go about this. You were right in saying that I cannot give up the Moonblade. That means I will be on the road more often than not. You offered to leave the city with me, but do you understand what that will mean? Some communities of forest elves might accept your presence. Most will not. Many times you would have to languish in small towns at wood's edge, while I go into the trees alone." As she spoke, Danilo began to see the path her reasoning was taking. He could see the logic in it, but he did not like it at all. So you believe that we should proceed as we have these past 4 years? You pursue your duties, I follow mine, and we are together only for a few short days here and there. If there truly is a conflict between your magic and mine, that might be the best course. She hesitated. There is another way. I am most eager to hear it. Erilyn nodded, but glanced uneasily around the study. Can we go to my room? I can't help wondering when that steward of yours is going to sail in with a tea cart. Danilo extended his hand. Erilyn took it, and together they melted into the roar and rush of the silver-white pathway that he had laid between his sanctum and hers. The trip took but a moment, but Erilyn was relieved to feel the firm reassurance of wood planks beneath her boots. Danilo did not comment on her aversion for magical travel, but his eyes dropped to her clenched hand and the blue rose she had crushed. Inspiration struck her, and she stepped over to her cot and let the fragrant petals fall onto the coverlet. Danilo quickly averted his eyes from the bed and cleared his throat. You have my full attention. For many days now, since I set my course for Waterdeep, I have had no dreams, no summons from the Tel Quasar. That could mean that all is well. It might also mean that the sword's magic was compromised before I reached the city, in which case it's unlikely that you are the cause. There is a third possibility. Perhaps there is a task for me here, in the city. If so, that will give us time to determine what is disrupting the Moonblade's magic and yours. No sense running from a foe you have not yet even named. That brought a faint, rueful smile to Danilo's face. When you put it that way, I sound like a coward and a fool. I've noticed that humans often err on the side of caution when dealing with the well-being of those they love, but I am puzzled. You can accept that I make my way as a warrior, but not the possibility that my sword's magic might falter. I wonder what you trust, my skills or my sword? He regarded her with bemused respect. I had never considered the matter in that light. Your logic is remarkable. She shrugged. Problems are like enemies. You name them, track them down, and do whatever it takes to kill them. Danilo threw back his head and laughed. As he did, the heavy burden of indecision lifted. Perhaps he could not yet see a way clear for them to be together, but Erilyn's forthright approach to the matter made him believe that one did indeed exist. So what do we do now? Assume that my task is in Waterdeep. As long as I tend the needs of the elven folk, I doubt that any but the most dire emergencies will summon me to the forest. Hope began to dawn in Danilo's heart. He took her hand and led her over to the cot, and he kept her hand in his as they sat together. And if the forest elves have need of you, they will have to take me into the bargain. It is that simple. I wouldn't put it quite that way, she cautioned him. Where elves are concerned, nothing is ever simple. Danilo reached over and cupped her cheek in one hand. What dream worth having is easily gained? True, but... He stopped her argument by sliding his hand over her lips. Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much? That's rich coming from you, she mumbled through his fingers. She did not seem inclined to further conversation. Her eyes drifted shut as Danilo began to stroke her along her jawline with gentle fingers, then moved back up to trace the elegant points of her elven ears. Few humans understood the intimacy of this gesture. Years ago, in the first bright flush of young manhood, Danilo had been well schooled in such matters by an indulgent elven harp mistress. Erilyn sent him a look of mock suspicion. How do you know such things? The benefit of a well-rounded education. He held up both hands, palms toward her. Without hesitation, the half-elf placed her fingertips to his. Slowly, their hands eased together until they were palm to palm. It was a simple contact, but far more intimate than any kiss or embrace they had yet shared. for it was the beginning of the elven hand-fasting, a personal ritual as old as the seasons. Their eyes locked, their hearts opened to each other, and the circle was begun.
The summer is nearly past. The harvest moon beckons the night,
she said in a soft, wondering voice, beginning the traditional words of the pledge they were about to make. Danilo wondered if she realized that she was speaking in Elvish. It was an unconscious acceptance, one he was determined to honor as well as any human man might. By Elven standards, their time together would be short. He would die when she was still young. Did that mean that he was never to live? Perhaps nothing about elves was ever simple, but this one thing was plain. For him, to deny Elaine was to deny life. Their fingers linked, and he repeated the next words of the hand-fasting pledge. There were more words, accompanied by graceful movements that held the power of spell-casting and the subtlety of starlight. Danilo was not certain when their words melted into silence, and he did not care. The elven patterns were exquisitely slow, torturously sweet. At some point, the ritual melded with the deeply personal, shared pattern of their own creation, one that was no less sacred for its newness. Erlin's patience with elven subtleties shattered before his. She pulled away and tore at her confining shirt with fierce abandon and utter disregard for the laces. The sound of ripping linen startled her. Danilo burst out laughing at her befuddled expression, and after a surprised moment she joined in. Further bound together in the mirth only he seemed able to inspire in her, they sank down together to her cot, bathed in the mystic blue light of the Moonblade's magic. A moment passed before the implication of that fey light pierced their shared oblivion. Elaine sat up abruptly. "Damn!" she spat, glaring at the inconvenient sword. Danilo let out a long, unsteady breath and nodded in heartfelt agreement. At least the Moonblade's light was blue, not the faint green glow that warned of a dream to come and a forest journey to follow. That was some consolation. The danger of which it warned was close at hand. Name it, track it down, kill it. That he could deal with. He reached for his sword belt and boots, trying to remember precisely how they managed to end up on the floor. Elaine was quicker and was dressed and battle-ready in moments. Her eyes took on a distant expression as she drew the elven sword. "Tren," she murmured, "here in the building." In a moment she was gone, shouting a warning to the dwarven guard as she raced down the stairs. Danilo followed, drawing his sword as he clattered after her. The curtain concealing the guard's alcove rustled. 4 enormous claws punched through the fabric and sliced down, shredding the curtain. Out leaped a hideous reptilian creature, fully the height of a tall man and at least 2 stone heavier. Dan stopped, impressed despite himself. He'd heard that Tren were like lizard men, but that was true only as a dwarf could be said to resemble a human. Compact and powerful, the creature was thick with muscle and armored with leathery green hide. Spikes lined its backbone and jutted from behind each elbow joint. Long, powerful arms ended in hands so enormous that each clawed finger was fully the length of a human's hand. A long, livid cut traced the bony ridge above one eye.
"This time,"
the creature said, addressing Elaine in a voice that sounded like rocks tumbling downhill.
"we finish this."
"Watch the claws," Elaine snapped back at Danilo. "Watch the dwarf," Dan riposted. He threw his weight against Elaine and sent them both tumbling down the last few steps. Just in time. As he suspected, the Tren had already dispatched the dwarven guard. Even as Danilo spoke, the creature reached back into the alcove and hauled out 2 objects, a small shield and a disembodied dwarven leg, still booted. The Tren hurled the latter at the attacking humans. The gory weapon whirled over them as they fell. It crashed into the stairs with enough force to splinter wood. Elaine rolled and came up on her feet. She came in hard and high, sword flashing with a quick 3-stroke attack. Her moonblade clattered against the wooden shield as the Tren deftly parried each blow. The creature danced back a step, then leaned forward and swiped at her with one long arm. She dodged the blow and riposted with a quick thrust. The moonblade sank deep into the Tren's forearm. With astonishing speed, the creature pivoted on one massive foot, yanking its arm free of the sword and pulling Erilyn along. Before she could get her feet back under her, the Tren hit her with a brutal shield smash. The slight half-elf went reeling back. Danilo stepped in, his hands empty but for a bit of bright green silk. He hurled the fabric square toward the creature. Snarling contemptuously, the Tren swiped at the puny missile. However, Danilo had already begun the spell. The silk caught in midair, just beyond the slashing claws, and began to spread into a thin globe, rapidly encircling the Tren. The creature backed toward the open door, thrashing about with shield and claws in an attempt to shred its prison. Glistening beads of black oil began to gleam along its fang-lined jowls. A hint of its foul scent weapon seeped into the room just before the magic globe closed in. Rank, swirling mist filled the globe, and the Tren's struggles redoubled as it sought to escape the full force of its own stench. The creature quickly saw that it could not escape, and its yellow eyes darted from the young wizard to the angry half-elf. Erilyn stalked in, sword level and ready. Changing tactics, the Tren dropped its shield, spun away from its attackers, and fell forward onto its hands. This sudden motion tilted the globe forward. Running on all fours, the Tren set the globe spinning toward the open door. The wooden lintel groaned and shuddered as the encased Tren pounded through. Danilo raced out into the street after it, with Erilyn close behind him. She quickly passed him as they wove through the morning crowds. Not that their passage was hampered overmuch. The Tren's flight took care of that. Passers-by ran screaming from the weird sight. Horses shied and reared, pawing the air and whinnying in terror. A cart overturned, spilling a load of cabbages onto the cobblestone. Danilo kicked one out of the way as he ran. "The magic won't hold long," he managed, hard-pressed to keep up with the more agile half-elf. Even as he spoke, the green globe dissipated like a child's soap bubble. The freed Tren scuttled down a side street, its former quarry in close pursuit. Suddenly the creature stopped and hunched over. Its massive arms corded as it strained upward. "I don't think so," Erilyn muttered, running straight for the Tren. Before Danilo could guess her intent, she leaped at the creature without pausing to draw her sword. She landed so that she was nearly face to fang with the Tren and standing on whatever it was trying to lift. Dan glimpsed the gleam of steel in her hands, then saw her knife flashing toward the Tren's heart. The Tren's muscles bunched and heaved. Lock and hinges gave way with a shriek of metal, and the sewer cover burst free. The Tren straightened abruptly, sending Erilyn tumbling up and over its massive shoulder. Danilo noticed that her knife was no longer in her hands. The sudden movement had spoiled her aim. The Tren turned back and tugged the weapon out of one shoulder. Contemptuously, it flung the knife aside, its long black tongue flicking out as if to taste the half-elf's scent.
"Mine,"
the creature rumbled in dire promise, then dropped into the sewer tunnels below. Erilyn was on her feet and starting down the ladder before Danilo recovered from the shock of her bold attack. He let out a colorful oath and strode toward her. "What now?" She looked at him as if he'd turned as green as the Tren. "We follow." Danilo regarded his fine suede boots and groaned. They were new and as good as ruined, but there was no help for that. Erilyn would go, whether he accompanied her or not. Danilo had heard much about the sewers of Waterdeep. Part public necessity, part hidden highway, they wove an intricate web under the city. This was his first direct experience with them, and much of what he saw was surprising. Some tunnels were finished with carefully dressed and fitted stone, and might well have been corridors in some castle or dwarf's stronghold. Others were simply dug into the rock. Twists and turns were frequent, and in moments he had lost all sense of direction. Nor was this the only level. More than once the stone floor gave way to iron grating. Stones kicked by their passing fell far, to land sometimes with a muffled click of stone on stone, sometimes with a splash. Watermarks rose high on the wall, indicating that the tunnels were flushed. After what seemed to be hours wading through ankle-deep sludge, Danilo concluded that it was high time for another such cleansing, provided the mysterious powers who handled such things didn't mind waiting until they had vacated. At the risk of sounding ignorant, Dan said, his voice muffled by the hand he held clasped over his nose, precisely how are you tracking this thing? Surely not by scent. What are we looking for? Erilyn stopped at a cross-tunnel and considered her path. I'll let you know when I find it. Oh, splendid, he said, throwing up his hands in disgust. In all fairness, my dear, I should inform you that the mood is now thoroughly broken. The half-elf nodded absently, then strode forward to study some marks on the wall. This way. Danilo sighed and fell in behind. What are we following? Trail sign. The Tren who attacked us was a clan leader. He left marks to direct the rest of the clan. She darted a somber look back over her shoulder. They met here earlier and split up to attend to different tasks. Thoughtful fellow to lead you right past those marks, Dan commented. A trap, perhaps? It's possible, she admitted, but her pace did not slow. Dan shook his head and followed. They slogged down the tunnel to its end, then climbed a ladder out into the city. This one did not lead them into an alley, but into a narrow, dark passage that rose straight up. Erilyn gritted her teeth in annoyance. A garbage shaft, she said shortly. She tapped at the fresh claw marks on the stone. Up we go. The shaft was a long one. Climbing it was slow going, for the stone was smooth and the blocks tightly fitted. They tested each possible handhold or footrest carefully, for often what appeared to be a small stone ledge was nothing more than an accumulation of caked-on powder. Danilo soon began to suspect their destination from the scents and substances that layered the stone. The good news, he gritted out as he hauled himself up to the next secure handhold, is that this is not a privy shaft. Erilyn glanced back at him. That much I already knew. What's the bad news? Unless I very much miss my guess, this is a wizard's tower, he said grimly. You'd better let me go in first. She nodded and let him take the lead. Before much longer, he caught sight of a faint, fading blue glow in the tower ahead. It beckoned them on, grim evidence of a magical battle waged, and most likely lost. Danilo redoubled his efforts, hoping to get to the unknown wizard while there was still something left to save. Finally he reached the ledge. He cautiously peered over the edge, alert for attack from either a triumphant Tren or an angry wizard. The room was silent and empty. Danilo dragged himself over the ledge and rolled onto the floor. He reached down and pulled Erilyn up into the room, then turned to survey the tower. It was a well-equipped study, octagonal in shape. Neat rows of vials and boxes and pots filled the shelves that lined 4 of the walls. Several small tables had been clustered about. These had been overturned in the struggle, their contents tossed onto the polished stone floor. A faint, acrid scent, like that left by 100 bolts of lightning, lingered in the air, evidence that defensive magic had been cast. However, there was no sign of the Tren, or of the wizard who had fought him. Erilyn's eyes were sharper. She strode forward and kicked away some of the debris. Look at this, she said in a grim voice, pointing. He came forward and swallowed hard. A severed human hand lay on the ground, palm up, fingers curved as if in a final gesture of supplication. It's a sign, the half-elf explained in a flat, even voice. Tren eat their victims, unless their employer wishes to leave a warning or message. Then they leave a single hand or foot. There is a ring on the hand, Danilo pointed out. She prodded the grisly thing with her boot, turning it over. The hand was pale as bleached bone and slightly freckled. A few red hairs on the lower finger joints stood out starkly against the pallor. The ring was gold, and on the rose-colored quartz was engraved a small, leaping flame, surrounded by a circle of 7 stars. Mistra's symbol, Erilyn commented. That accounts for the wizard. The ring was familiar. Danilo crouched down for a better look. He gingerly found the clasp and opened the hidden compartment. As he'd expected, the outline of a wizard's tall, peaked hat was engraved into the inner lip. The hidden compartment was empty. He stood up. I recall what you told me of last night's overheard conversation. It would appear that Mascar Wands was more right than he knew when he named the dream spheres as dangerous toys. When Erlin sent him an inquiring look, he pointed to the severed hand. That is, or strictly speaking, was, Oth El Torkel. Chapter 5. A premonition raced through Erlin like a winter chill, or the shadow of a passing ghost.
You think Oth El Torkel was killed for the dream spheres?
In all truth, I wouldn't lay odds one way or another, Dan responded. Remember, I knew the man. He might just as well have incurred the wrath of a former student or a fellow mage, but it is possible, yes.
Everyone at that meeting I overheard last night was opposed to the sale of dream spheres. Perhaps one of them hired the Tren. Find out who was there, and we've got a place to start looking.
Danilo folded his arms and scowled. Wait a minute. A place to start? You intend to go after the killer?
Don't you?
I fail to see how this fits any definition of service to the elven people.
Maybe not.
She shrugged.
Nonetheless, one way or another I might not have a choice.
He gave her a keen look. I'm not going to like this, am I?
No.
She began to pace, picking her way through the clutter.
I can't make sense of this. At first I assumed that the Tren attack at the Gemstone Ball was directed against Elaine. But I was there first, and then the same Tren showed up at my lodging house. It is possible that second attack was the Tren's vendetta. I killed a couple of his clan, I wounded him. But it's also possible that I, not Elaine, was his original target.
She blew out a long breath.
There's another possibility. As you pointed out, the markings that led us here to this tower room seemed a little too convenient.
Danilo looked puzzled, so Erlin reluctantly continued.
It's well known that some assassins occasionally work with Tren. The Tren provide muscle as well as a means of disposing of the body. You know my reputation. Some people might ask why I just happened to be the first one on hand after a Tren attack. The El Torkel clan is going to want to know the answer to that.
His face clouded. Surely you have left those rumors behind at last. I have not heard anyone speak of you as an assassin for years.
Nor would you, she retorted. Yet I don't imagine that even now your peers are eager to accept me into their midst.
Only because you're half-elven, he said heatedly. A look of utter mortification crossed his face as he realized what he had said. Erlin quickly turned away, before any reaction of hers could add to Dan's regret. She understood the implications of their friendship in the young nobleman's world, probably far better than he did. To forestall any further discussion, she began kicking at the debris with more force and fervor than the task required. After the first moments, Erlin became genuinely absorbed by the puzzle before her. She began to circle the octagonal room, studying the chaos in search of some small pattern. The wizard's tables had been overturned, and shards of pottery lay scattered on the floor along with a variety of weird spell components that Erlin could not begin to name. Oddly enough, none of the shelves had been disturbed by the struggle, as if the mage had deliberately avoided damaging any of the contents. That seemed to fly against logic, but Erlin had heard of people who protected their possessions more fiercely than their own lives.
What is the worth of all that?
She asked, pointing to the orderly shelves. Danilo's gaze swept across the rows of glass and silver bottles, carved wooden boxes, and carefully stacked scrolls. Almost beyond estimation, he admitted. This is a most impressive study.
Worth dying for?
I wouldn't say so. Oth might have. I see your point, though. This was an unusual struggle. Another thing puzzles me. There is far less blood than one might expect.
Not unusual for Tren attacks, Erlin corrected. They're tidy. They also feed with astonishing speed. On the other hand, it is possible that Oth died elsewhere, and that his hand was left here for someone to find.
That someone being you?
Danilo frowned.
I am finding more to dislike about this situation by the moment, but we cannot dismiss the possibility that Elaine was the target of the first Tren attack. Perhaps we should see what he knows. Erilyn had no desire to seek out the rogue elf, but she could see the sense in that. She nodded toward the one door that led out of the room and drew her sword. The Tren is long gone, but we might not be able to leave this place without meeting opposition. One moment. He took a carved wooden box from the shelf, emptied the dried herbs it contained onto the floor, and then, to her astonishment, pushed the disembodied hand into it. He carefully fastened the clasp and then tucked the box under one arm. "What do you think you're doing?" "It is better that I turn this matter over to the Watch than you," he explained. "After all, I once studied with the Torkel family, and I could contrive a reason for entering Oth's tower. No one need hear of your presence here." Erilyn started to protest, but she recognized the implacably stubborn expression in her friend's eyes. She turned and walked toward the door. "Good thing you're giving up that lord's helm," she muttered. "I wouldn't call this upholding the laws of the city." "You haven't actually broken any, have you? Recently?" "I just got here," she said with a bit of grim humor. "Well then," he said, his tone suggesting that the matter had been settled. She led the way down a winding stairs into the main hall. The building that supported the wizard's tower was small, just a center hall with a few rooms to either side for servants and household functions. There was no sign of anyone in the building, and they slipped out into the courtyard without challenge. Since they had come that far, Erilyn deemed it safe to begin the search for Oth's killer. She nodded toward the carriage shed, from whence drifted a faint murmur of sound. Tucking away her sword, she went to inquire. A thin man with lank yellow hair was busy digging a stone from the hoof of a bay horse. 3 matching steeds munched hay in tidy stalls, and a fine carriage stood nearby, its undercarriage still grimed with a layer of street dust. The man looked up when Erilyn's shadow fell upon him. His lip curled disdainfully, and he brandished the small knife as if he were shooing off an importunate stray dog.
"Be off with you," he snarled, "and be quick about it. There is no work for you here. My master would sooner turn the likes of you into a lizard than hire you."
Dan stepped around her. Even in his current bedraggled state, he was unmistakably a man of wealth and position. The coachman leaped to his feet, chagrin on his thin face as he recognized the raven and unicorn heraldry on the young man's pendant as the mark of a noble family.
"My lord," he stammered, "I did not—"
"You apparently speak for Lord Torkel," Danilo said, cutting off the man's apology. "Perhaps then you can tell me where he is. No one answered our knock."
"Nor will they, my lord,"
the man said quickly, obviously eager to undo whatever ill will he had caused.
"Lord Oth gave the servants a day's holiday to enjoy the harvest festivals. I delivered him myself to the Than estate last night."
"And from thence?" The coachman hesitated, clearly at conflict whether or not to speak of his master's business. Danilo held up a large silver coin. "I have forgotten already what you are about to tell me. Try to convince me to overlook the insult you offered my lady." The man's eyes shifted incredulously to Erilyn. She supposed she could understand why he'd come to the conclusion he had. Clad in worn leather breeches and boots, wearing no ornaments but an elven sword, she looked like any one of the hundreds of mercenaries who thronged the city and made their way the best they could. The coachman caught the coin Dan flipped him and nodded his agreement to the bargain.
"I took Lord Oth to a tavern in the Sea Ward, the Silken Sylph. There was a woman with him."
A quick grin jerked across his thin features, and his hands traced a voluptuous outline in the air. "I am acquainted with the general concept," Danilo commented. "Can you offer something a bit more specific?"
"Red dress, black hair, big dark eyes," the man reminisced. "Dark skin, but not as dark as a Kalashite. Nose like a scimitar. Slender, but not scrawny, if you know what I mean."
As if there could be any doubt, he cupped the air several inches from his chest. Erilyn hissed through clenched teeth. Isabeau Theone, beyond doubt. Was it possible the troublesome wench had progressed from thievery to murder? Yes, she concluded, entirely possible. Erilyn did not know what complaint Isabeau had against Oth, but she had an excellent reason to hire an attack on Elaith Krolnober. Earlier that very summer, the elf had vied with Erilyn and Danilo over Isabeau's fate. Had the matter been resolved differently, Elaith would have sold the woman to whatever faction in Tethir offered the best price. It mattered not at all to the elf whether the bidders wished to use the Theone bastard as a political pawn, or to remove her entirely from the picture. Given Elaith's dark reputation, Isabeau had no reason to believe the elf would not yet do what he had once set out to accomplish. If she found a way to strike first, she would probably take it. Nor did Isabeau hold much affection for Erilyn. What better way to deflect attention than to place both attacks at the doorstep of a half-elven assassin? Erilyn shifted impatiently from one foot to the other as she waited for Danilo to finish the transaction. After a few more questions, he flipped the man a second coin, and they walked together into the street.
Isabeau hated Elaith. She was with Oth,
Erilyn pointed out.
As far as Tren attacks go, that's 2 out of 3.
And you the third. Why?
She thought back to Isabeau's rescue and the vicious resistance that the tavern pickpocket had waged when Erilyn had caught up to her outside the gnomish stronghold. Once Isabeau realized what was awaiting her in Waterdeep, she was in favor of rescue, but getting to that point was like reasoning with a mule. Sometimes you have to hit it over the head with a stick to get its attention.
Ah. Knowing Isabeau, I'm guessing you had to use a fairly big stick.
You could say that. It's possible that she's holding a grudge. There's more.
She hesitated a moment, not wanting to give words to what seemed incomprehensible behavior.
You didn't seek her out on the trip to Waterdeep. I don't think she's accustomed to being ignored. Since she's not one to blame herself for much of anything, I wouldn't be surprised if she has a grudge on that score. Creating trouble for me would balance the scales for your inattention.
Danilo looked coldly furious. I am beginning to regret the pledge I took from Elaith for Isabeau's safety. Speaking of whom, we'd better see him at once, provided I can remember which of his properties he currently inhabits. He hailed a passing carriage. The crest of the Carriage Guild was painted on the door, marking it as available for hire, as did the presence of its halfling crew. The stout little driver tilted his plumed cap and pulled the horses to a halt. A second halfling scrambled down from the coachman's seat and opened the door, smiling expectantly up at Erilyn. Too tired to argue, she climbed in and settled back against the plush seat. With a jerk, the carriage took off toward the south to seek out whatever rock the elven snake happened to be sunning himself on this particular morning. Elaith Krolnober was not in good humor. He was never so when going over his account books. The numbers therein would have sent many a merchant lord dancing giddily into the streets, and in truth Elaith was not unhappy with the results of his recent ventures in Skullport. It was the ciphering itself that he loathed. A pity he could not trust another to tend such matters for him. There were scribes, of course, and men who wrote up bills of sale and tallied the day's transaction. There were other men who collected this information and passed it along to their superiors, who in turn passed it along. Groups of men, some small, some numbering in scores, tended Elaith's vast concerns, but each group was like a single room with windows and doors to the outside world, and none at all to the corridors that led to those other rooms. Only Elaith knew the whole of his empire. The small brass bell suspended above his door chimed musically. Almost glad for the interruption, Elaith tugged at the embroidered bell pull to grant permission for audience. The door opened soundlessly. Just as quiet was the elderly elven servant who glided up to Elaith's desk and offered a small silver tray. Elaith glanced at the engraved card and smiled faintly. Young Lord Than had come calling, no doubt with a bottle of elven wine and an apology that would be peppered with foolish anecdotes, but no less sincere for all that. Elaith's words to Erilyn the night before had been simple truth. He did not believe that Danilo had issued the invitation in order to lure him into an ambush. He would not, however, hold other members of the Than family above suspicion. There was no reason for Danilo to know that, of course.
Send him in.
Them, my lord. The Moonfighter is with him.
the servant said, showing Erilyn the respect due any elf honored with a moonblade. If the servant had an opinion about whether a half-elf deserved this honor, he wisely kept it to himself. Elaith rose as the unlike pair entered his study. His words of welcome died as he regarded their disheveled appearance. They both looked as damp and road-sore as horses run too long and too hard. A wide variety of substances besmudged their clothing, which to all appearances had been donned hastily and without the aid of servants. Erilyn's black curls fell to her shoulders in wild disarray, and her white, angular face was streaked with grime. Both looked as if they had thrust their hands into a gnome's sausage grinder, so torn were the skin and nails.
"What in the 9 bloody hells have you been about?" Elaith demanded.
Danilo threw himself into a chair, then placed what appeared to be a large wooden snuff-box on the table beside.
"Fighting Tren, traversing sewers, climbing walls. Nothing out of the ordinary. How was your morning?"
Consternation swept through the elf. He looked to Erilyn for a straight answer.
"There was another Tren attack?"
"2. In a few terse words, she described the situation. Elaith nodded thoughtfully. The pieces fit. Indeed they did.
"Oth El-Torkel and Isabeau were at the Silken Sylph last night,"
Erilyn said in a flat, even tone. The elf knew what was coming next.
"I suppose you stopped there looking for me, and you were informed, though not without some persuasion, that I was seen in conversation with Lord El-Torkel."
Danilo quickly entered the conversation.
"We came here to learn what you know of the matter, not to make accusations. 3 Tren attacks, in the space of a single day, all of them threatening Erilyn's safety or reputation. There are other common threads. All those attacked were at the Gemstone Ball. All had dealings with Isabeau Theone. Can you see something I might have missed?" "Nothing more than I said last night," Elaith said. "This was not the first time someone took steps to hasten my departure from this world, nor, all things considered, will it be the last. I do not know what occasioned this particular attack, nor have I any knowledge of the other 2.
"We will be looking into this matter," Erilyn stated. Obviously, she suspected him, whatever Danilo might say to the contrary. That knowledge stung the elf more than it should. Elaith gave her a faint smile and a courtly bow.
"I will consider myself warned. Lord Than, what is that box?" he asked, more to distract the conversation than from any real interest.
Danilo shifted uneasily.
"It's all that remains of Oth." "Ah, turning evidence over to the Watch. Very commendable,"
the elf murmured without much interest.
"Actually, I thought I'd turn this over to the El-Torkel clan for possible resurrection."
Outrage, quick and sharp and utterly elven, surged through Elaith. He noted that Erilyn's expression mirrored his thoughts. In this, at least, they were of like mind. Resurrection, was it? Typical human arrogance. The elf could think of nothing more self-centered or more repugnant than disturbing the afterlife of friend or kindred.
"Why do you humans persist in doing this thing?" he demanded.
"Because we can, most likely," Danilo responded wearily. "It is hard to accept that a loved one is lost when magic exists that will call him back."
"You could have mentioned this earlier," Erilyn snapped.
Danilo shrugged and glanced from one angry elf to the other. "I always like to break bad news when I'm grossly outnumbered. It keeps me in good trim." Elaith stepped between them before the argument could escalate.
"Although I regret to hear of your troubles, I can offer you nothing that would assist you. Have you considered the possibility that I have no real part in this drama? That the Tren in the Than tunnels were tracking Erilyn, not lying in wait for me?"
"I have," admitted Erilyn. A wary look entered her eyes.
"Lying in wait? They had reason to expect you?"
The elf cursed himself for the misstep. If the persistent half-elf learned that he had been lured to the tunnel, she would not rest until she found out who had sent the note. In the process, she would no doubt come across the connection between him and the dream spheres. That he could not permit.
I was speaking from your vantage point, he said smoothly. Of course, you could not know that I caught a glimpse of you in the halls and followed you into the tunnels. You appeared to be lost. I merely wished to offer assistance.
Erlin shot a quick, almost guilty glance in Danilo's direction, then returned a level gaze to Elaine.
If you think of anything that might help, you will contact Dan?
It did not escape the elf that Erlin removed herself from the chain of information. Elaine inclined his head in another bow.
Always at your service, Princess.
His visitors left soon after. As soon as the study door closed behind them, Elaine paced over to the hearth and stared at the fire with unseeing eyes. What was he to do now? The dream spheres he would and must have. That need had not changed with Oth's death. Now, however, he would have to sidestep, if not actively contend with, the efforts of these two people. Under any circumstances, he would rather count them as allies than adversaries. He had made pledges to them both, evoking the deepest bonds known to elves and stirring the very core of his forgotten honor. To Danilo he owed the pledge of elf-friend. No elf Elaine knew in fact or in legend had ever set aside that pledge. Erlin, half-elven though she was, Elaine regarded as both kin and liege lady. The Kralnober clan was a sept, a minor branch of the royal elven house. Elaine's first sword had been sworn in service to the Moonflower family, and Erlin was the daughter of the disgraced and exiled Princess Amnestria. She should have been his daughter, but for his own private disgrace. The elf firmly set aside these thoughts. Despair lay at the end of that path. He had not thrived all these many years away from Evermeet by rueing what was past. It was easier to ponder the death of Oth el Torkel. There were few who deserved the fate more, and many who might have ordered it. Several powerful wizards had cause to hate the mage. Rumor spoke of several women angered by his treatment of them. Elaine knew of at least 4 noble families who had reason to squelch the proposed trade in dream spheres, for much the same reason that opposition to his own enterprises in Skullport was growing. Legal trade in Waterdeep was strictly regulated. Illegal trade was even more sternly enforced. All in all, Elaine's fancy settled upon the crystal merchant, Mizzen Dor. Mizzen had already offered a drunken confession of sorts. Elaine had reason to connect the man's boast of the elf gem to Oth el Torkel's magical toys. If the gem was what Elaine suspected it to be, and if the crystal merchant was truly in possession of it, Mizzen was the most likely suspect to murder that Elaine could conceive. It occurred to him, briefly, to reconsider the wisdom of seeking out the gem. Not long ago, Mizzen had possessed a sterling reputation. Recently, Elaine had heard rumors of shady dealings that ranged from counterfeiting to outright fraud. Murder was not out of the question for one under the thrall of the Elven Stone.
I am sufficient to the challenge, he muttered.
Was he? A few years ago, he would have undergone this venture in confidence. After all, had he not removed himself from all things elven? The gem would have been to him a rare and legendary treasure. No more. Possession would have been enough. That was before he had remembered the value of honor. Before he had looked into the face of his tiny daughter and dreamed for her things he had long forgotten. It was before he had undergone a quest to reawaken the Kralnober Moonblade and hold it in trust for his heir. Before he saw and honored the royalty in a rough-edged half-elf. Before he had forged the sacred bonds of elf-friend. In doing these things, Elaine had torn pieces from his carefully constructed armor. Ironically, in allowing pockets of virtue into his life, he had opened himself up to the very real danger posed by the twisted magic of the elven gem. If there was yet good in him, the gem would seek to win him. If he were truly a creature of evil, the gem would submit to his will, for that would be the best way of creating mischief. Either way, it would change his life immeasurably, but at least, at last, he would know.
Better to embrace evil without reservation than to be overcome by it, Elaine mused. Even as he spoke, the spiral of his thoughts turned again. If he were to deny the only honor remaining him, would he not be overcome indeed? The elf's mind whirled with the confusion of it. This was not the sort of puzzle that normally occupied him. In his world, a thing was, or it was not. He was an honorable elven warrior of Evermeet, or he was utterly disgraced and dissolute. He could not be both. Yet he was. Elaith stalked over to his desk and hurled the ledgers into the open chest beside it. The books disappeared and would not return except to his call.
Thassalir!
He bellowed. The elven steward came to his call.
Send word to my captains, snapped Elaith. I would have them meet me at high sun at Greenglade Tower. Those who lodge there have until that hour to make other arrangements.
Astonishment overcame the steward's inscrutable calm.
My lord? Do it,
Elaith said in a cold, dangerous voice. The elf bowed and turned away, obedient even in this, the dissolution of one of the last elven havens in the city. Elaith owned the enclosed garden and tower, and he would use it however he saw fit. He was no longer a guardian, captain of the Royal Elven Guard. Let the elves of Waterdeep fend for themselves, as best they could, as Elaith intended to do. Isabeau Theone swept down the street toward the elegant stone building housing Deluntier's fine perfumes. She had never had occasion to visit this shop, or, for that matter, the coins to finance a purchase. Thanks to Oth El Torkel, she now possessed both. She tried not to look impressed as she entered the shop, despite the rows of glittering bottles that lined the walls, and the rare, costly spices and tinctures that scented the air. The front room was furnished as well as any noblewoman's parlor. A large, arched door led into the back room, where stood tables heaped with rare, fresh flowers. 2 young apprentices were busy with mortar and pestle, crushing blossoms and herbs into paste. Another lad carefully placed herbs or bits of citrus peel into vials of strong spirits in order to draw off tinctures. The proprietor bustled up to greet her. Deluntier was a small man, not much taller than Isabeau. He was exceedingly thin of limb and face, but wore his belt low under a small, tightly rounded belly. His dark hair had been oiled back, and his thin-lipped smile was exceedingly broad. On the whole, he rather resembled a frog. Isabeau gave him a cool nod, then tugged off her gloves and presented her wrist to him.
This perfume was blended for me in Zazaspur,
she said, speaking not fact, but code.
Can you match it?
The little man sniffed delicately.
Patchouli, citrus, and snowflower, he mused, and perhaps one thing more.
It was the agreed-upon response. A wave of relief swept through Isabeau. She had gone to great trouble and expense to seek out such a man, and it was gratifying to know her efforts had been well spent. Deluntier's words indicated that he was available to sell things not offered in the fine shop. Poisons, potions, and a variety of services. Isabeau cast a glance back toward the door to ensure that they were not being observed, then took the sack of dream spheres from her bag.
This is the one thing more, she said. I believe you can sell them for me.
The perfumer reached into the bag and drew out one of the gleaming spheres. His eyes widened.
Indeed I can. I have heard tell of these. So have some of the gentry, and I've had enough discreet inquiries to enable me to move these quickly, as well as any more you might happen upon, he said.
At what price?
Deluntier looked scandalized.
A lady of quality need not concern herself with such details. I will handle all, and report faithfully to your steward.
Isabeau refused to be flattered or patronized. She strolled over to a shelf glittering with decorative silver vials and took from it a small, plain bottle. Turning to face the perfumer, she slowly, deliberately dropped the vial into her bag.
Half,
she specified coldly, staring down the suddenly wary man.
I expect to receive half the purchase price of each dream sphere you sell. Do not attempt to cheat me."
"My lady!" he protested.
"Do not," she said in a low tone as she patted her bag, "or I will feed you one of your own poisons. Now that we are properly acquainted, let us discuss some other matters you can help me with."
Erilyn and Danilo walked down the long, black marble stairs that led from the front door of Blackstone House, one of Elaith's favorite residences. Unlike most houses in the city, this one had no windows or doors on the first level. Guests were obliged to climb a steep, narrow stairs to the front door. No rails lined the stairs, which were smooth and slick as a ballroom floor. Erilyn had to admit that it was a clever design and extremely defensible. Anyone who wished to storm the elf's abode would be obliged to do so one at a time. No one could stand and fight on so precarious a perch, and she would not be at all surprised if the stone griffins that flanked the stairs on the ground below were magical constructs, waiting to pounce upon any who might fall. Erilyn all but leaped down the stairs and hastily climbed into the waiting carriage.
"He's lying," she said flatly.
Danilo did not disagree. He climbed into the seat, leaned forward and gave the halfling driver his address, then slid shut the wooden door. "At least he does not hold the Than family responsible. I would not care to renew that particular enmity."
"They call him the Serpent, and not without reason," she pointed out. "A snake still strikes whether you name him friend or foe. It's his nature."
"I am not so certain," Danilo argued. "There are some things even Elaith holds sacred. He did not lightly name me elf friend. I believe he will honor that pledge."
"As long as it's convenient."
Erilyn slumped down in the seat and stretched her booted feet out before her. The look she sent in Danilo's direction bordered on pleading.
"At least consider the possibility that I'm right."
"This much I will do." Danilo reached up and tapped on the wooden door. "Change of plan," he informed the beaming halfling driver. "Take us to the curious past on the Street of Silks." The half-elf sat upright, surprised to hear him name the posh shopping district.
"What is this?"
"The dream spheres hold part of the answer to this puzzle," Danilo explained. "Of that much I am fairly certain. Perhaps Elaith has more involvement in this matter than he is willing to admit. I will have someone follow him, and we will see." Erilyn nodded. That was more of a concession than she had expected to get.
"A harper?"
"One of the agents assigned to my direction," he agreed, "and recently released to tend her own affairs. You have not met Bronwyn. She is a finder of lost things, a scholar of sorts, but ready for just about anything that comes her way. She is most knowledgeable concerning treasures both ancient and modern, and deals frequently with the gem and crystal merchants. These dream spheres had to be mined and cut and polished. She would be able to find out who did these things, as would Elaith, if indeed he plans to follow this path." Erilyn nodded agreement to this plan and settled back to watch as the city rolled past. The carriage swung eastward toward a place of elegant shops and taverns. The tang of the sea deepened as they rode, and it mingled with the savory odors wafting from the taverns and bakeries and pastry shops that offered respite to those who strolled the broad streets. The day was fine, and the shops were crowded with people eager to enjoy the last warm days. Before the moon waned and waxed twice, many of the revelers would quit the city in search of softer climes. They poured into the streets for one last hectic bustle of commerce and festivity. So many people milled about the streets that passage by carriage was impossible. Danilo settled with the halfling driver and led the way through the crowd toward an elegant, dark-timbered building. A tilted hourglass decorated a carved and painted sign, and markings proclaimed it to be the Curious Past, using not one language but three: the trade language known as Common, beautifully rendered Elvish script, and the squat, emphatic figures of the Dwarven runes. Behind the small paned windows, each of which was etched with the same hourglass design, was a pleasing jumble of trinkets and treasures. Erilyn liked Bronwyn at first glance. The harper was of average height for a woman, nearly a head shorter than Erilyn. She wore neither the weapons nor the manner of a trained fighter, but there was no hint of weakness about her. She was compact and trim, and was sensibly clad in tunic and breeches of a matching russet hue. Her large, chocolate-brown eyes were lively with intelligence, and her gaze managed to be both warm and direct. The small hand she offered Erilyn in response to Dan's introduction was ornamented only by ink stains and calluses. "A pleasure," Bronwyn said with genuine warmth. "Dan has spoken of you." "And you, a scholar and adventurer," she repeated, seeing the truth of both. The woman laughed. "Fine words. That's a sure sign that he wants something from me." "Guilty?" Danilo said with a grin. He quickly described the situation. "I know of Elaine Krolnober," Bronwyn murmured. She turned a dry smile upon her friend. "Either you have a very high opinion of me, or a very low one." "Dealing with Elaine often requires the best of both philosophies," he admitted. "Well, that's why you're here," Bronwyn said matter-of-factly. "As it turns out, I do have a legitimate errand to attend, or more accurately, an illegitimate one." She went to a case and removed from it a waterfall of glittering, pale green stones, artfully woven into a necklace. "The stones are peridot, considered only semi-precious in the north, but highly prized in Mulhorand and the lands of the old empires as gems fit for royalty. Lovely, aren't they?" Erilyn shrugged. Jewelry was nice enough, but irrelevant. "Good eye." Bronwyn congratulated her, misunderstanding her lack of enthusiasm. "There are exactly 2 genuine peridots in this lot. The rest are crystal. The gem merchant who hired me wants more of the same. If Elaith is nosing about among the crystal merchants, I'll have a reason to follow, or at least bump elbows." "Splendid," Danilo agreed happily as he rose to leave. "You've just got here," the merchant scolded him. "Perhaps Erilyn would like to see some of the elven pieces first?" Danilo pantomimed a pained expression and reached pointedly for his coin bag. "Didn't I tell you she was good at her business?" he asked Erilyn. "These are not for sale," Bronwyn said with brisk good humor as she led the way to a long, glass-covered box. "I recovered these for the elves of the Pantheon Temple. To be honest, I'm hoping you can shed some light on them. I'd like to know the history of the pieces I collect. These appear to be personal possessions, but there is apparently some sort of sacred significance to them." Erilyn's heart pounded as she studied the objects in the case. There was a small flute grown from green crystal, an emerald pendant, a leather bracer dyed green and tooled with beautiful mystic designs. There was a small, stylized sculpture of Hanali Selenil, the elven goddess of beauty, rendered in green-veined marble. "The color is significant, isn't it?" Bronwyn went on. "Yes." Erilyn cleared her throat. "These are midsummer gifts, given at festival time. They are personal, as you say. They are also sacred, but not in any manner that can be explained with talk of gods and temples." "How fascinating! What can you tell me about this festival?" "Nothing." Erilyn softened the refusal with a faint smile. "I am sorry, but there is no way to explain it. Some elven rites are not allowed to be revealed to humans, and even if they were, they would not be fully experienced or understood." Bronwyn took no offense. She glanced over at Danilo, who was happily leafing through some old tomes at the far side of the shop. "Humans use the weave," she said, naming the mystic force that shaped all magic, "but elves are part of it. They are also one with the land and the sea and the patterns of the sun and stars. This much I know, even though I could never experience it as you would. I have heard that the times of solstice and equinox are sacred to the elves. I know that such times were celebrated with fertility rituals by many ancient human cultures. I did not mean to offend you by implying that elven festivals were the same and nothing more." "You understand more than I thought," Erilyn responded. To her surprise, it was not only easy to speak of this, but comforting. No offense was taken. Yes, these are times of revelry among the elves. Many marriages are made, friendships celebrated in intimate ways. But this is part of a larger mystic connection to all elves, and to the weave of magic and the very circle of life. And only elves are accepted, the woman repeated. She smiled faintly. To a limited degree, I understand. Perhaps Dan has told you of my life. I spent most of it searching for my family, my past. This meant everything to me. I found my father and lost him, all in the space of a few hours. But I came away from that experience feeling like a whole person for the first time in my life. I can't imagine what it would mean to a half-elf to be invited to take part in such a festival. Erilyn met the woman's warm, sympathetic gaze. She took from the pocket of her breeches a small stone knife, sharp as steel and carved with a feather pattern. This she handed to Bronwyn. Add this to the temple's store. It is as precious as anything there. The woman hesitated, demonstrating for the first time that her understanding was more human than elven. You are sure you want to part with this? Midsummer gifts are also part of the whole. The wheel turns, and they are often given anew with the coming of another summer. Bronwyn nodded her thanks. Erilyn handed her the stone knife, a gift from Foxfire, the elf who had offered her the first true acceptance she had ever received from her mother's people, and who had changed her life. Without Foxfire, she would not have come to terms with her own divided nature, or learned that though her soul was elven, her heart belonged to a human man. A heavy thud drew her attention. She glanced over at Danilo. He stooped quickly to pick up the tome he had dropped, but not before Erilyn saw his gaze dart from the knife in her hand to the green treasures in Bronwyn's case. Not before stunned comprehension flooded his face. Bronwyn glanced from Danilo back to Erilyn, and her brown eyes widened with chagrin. He didn't know. No. In truth, Erilyn had never seen need to speak of that midsummer night. The initial joy of her reunion with Dan had swept aside all other considerations. Shortly after, she had been called back to the forests to aid the embattled elves. There had been little in her life since then to bring to mind the sacred revels of midsummer. Now she tried to see the matter as Danilo might. Few humans could understand the true nature of elven festivals. They would see her participation as a shallow indulgence. Danilo, though, knew more of the elves than did most men, and he valued highly what he knew. That could be more of a problem than a blessing. Just last night he had been ready to give her up rather than separate her from the magic of her elven sword. Erilyn was not sure how he would respond to the knowledge that she had known an elven love. It'll be fine, Bronwyn said with quiet urgency. Dan has reason to know that lovers can become friends, content to leave the past as it was. Erilyn looked at her with sudden comprehension. She felt no jealousy over this revelation. Even if she were so inclined, that emotion would have been an unworthy response to Bronwyn's obviously well-meaning concern. Why do you tell me this? For his own good, the woman said as she took Erilyn's hand in a sisterly clasp. Use it if you have to. Just don't let him do anything noble and foolish. The half-elf gave her new friend a small, wry smile. Apparently you know that that's more easily said than done. What of it? Men are not put here to make our lives easy, Bronwyn announced. They're just put here. Despite the situation, this amused the half-elf. Any more words of advice? Yes. Bronwyn nodded toward Dan, who was staring fixedly at the far wall and absently stirring through a tray of fragile coral jewelry. Get him out of here before he breaks something. Chapter 6. The hum and bustle of the streets enveloped Danilo and Erilyn as they left the curious past behind. Bronwyn's shop was not far from the market, a vast, open-air bazaar that dominated the northern end of Waterdeep's castle ward. They walked in silence, weaving their way through the crowds. Usually, Danilo took great pleasure in the sights and sounds of the colorful district, but today he felt as if he were walking through an illusion. His senses noted the ringing, musical cries of the street vendors, the salty, warm scent of the pretzels draped over the T-shaped crook carried by a young man with a much freckled countenance and a jaunty purple cap. He heard the loudly whispered boasts of the two small lads who leaned out from a second-story window and attempted with twine and wooden hooks to snare some of the pretzels. He led the way through the maze of shops with the surety of long experience. Over the years, Danilo had spent a great deal of time in the market. Almost everything a wealthy man could desire flowed to this place. Merchants from up and down the Sword Coast brought wares from every corner of Faerun and from the exotic lands beyond. Craftsmen from the trades ward rumbled north with their wagons loaded with simple, necessary goods: barrels, tack and saddles for riding horses, iron utensils for tending fires and stirring pots. Blacksmiths, coopers, brewers, cobblers, all plied their wares in the market alongside the silks and gems of distant lands. Fragrant smoke rose with the sun as vendors and tavern keepers stoked fires in anticipation of the midday meal. The only thing lacking, and the only thing Danilo required at present, was privacy. The answers he wished to know would be hard enough to hear under any circumstances. He could hardly shout delicate questions over the bustle of morning commerce. He turned up Bazaar Street toward the quieter residential area. Elaine fell into step without argument. The crowd thinned as they moved west from the market, and before long they strode the broad, cobbled walks along Suldun Street. The townhouse he called home was tall, narrow, and elegant. It was tucked neatly alongside other similar homes, most of them owned by young members of the merchant nobility. The front was finished stone, the peaked and gabled roof tiled with multicolored slate. Tall windows of many small panes, some of them colored glass, flanked the door. Decorative iron gates enclosed the small front courtyard and led into the narrow walkways on either side of the building, and the garden courtyard beyond. The tinkling song of the bellflowers drifted out to the street. Danilo's hand paused on the latch of one gate. He had intended to lead the way into the garden, which he'd spent nearly 4 years designing and perfecting. The elven garden was remarkable, boasting flowers that chimed with the passing of sea breezes, blue roses entwining elaborate arches. Reproductions of a pair of elven statues, the originals he had donated to the Pantheon Temple, stood in hauntingly beautiful repose beside the still waters of a small, reflecting pond. It was an astonishing accomplishment, and the pride of his elven gardener. Suddenly, it seemed to Danilo to be nothing more than one of the pretentious excesses so common among his peers. If it accomplished anything at all, it would be to remind Elaine of how broad a gap remained between him and the elven people she served. He opened the stout oak door and tossed his hat to the waiting steward. The halfling sent his master a cautious, sidelong glance, and then walked off without offering their guest the usual refreshments. To the left was Danilo's study, a lavish room paneled with dark Chultan teak and softened by carpets and tapestries in rich shades of crimson and cream. Magic warded the room from prying eyes and ears, ensuring complete privacy. Elaine followed him in and took a chair near the hearth. She settled in and turned a steady gaze upon him. "Let's get this over with." Typically direct, but hardly the most promising beginning. Danilo paced over to the mantel and picked up a small elven sculpture, which he studied without interest as he collected his thoughts. 4 years ago, before we parted in Zazaspur, I spoke my heart, he began. There was no time for you to say yes or no. We were forced into separate paths, I to the high forest and a mad woman's challenge to the Northland's bards, you to the forest of Tethir. When these tasks were completed, I spoke again, and you were of like mind. However, things had changed. I saw that. I did not understand how profound these changes were. That's apparent. This was not the response he'd anticipated. He put down the statue and turned to face her. Then please enlighten me. The half-elf folded her arms and stretched her booted feet out before her. Let's start here. Have I ever asked how you spent each of your days and nights these past few years? No, but that is different, he said firmly. She lifted one ebony brow. Oh? How so? For one thing, the foolish games played in this city are without meaning. That's a good thing? He regarded her with faint exasperation.
Ever the sword mistress, you cannot yield the offensive for a moment, can you?
Erlin considered this, then gave a nod of concession.
I'll speak plainly then. I knew what was in your heart when we parted, that's true, but I did not know my own. Until I forged a place for myself, I could not answer you yes or no. Now I have found that place.
Among the elves.
It was a needed thing. For most of my life I lived and worked among humans.
She touched the sheathed moonblade.
This was my only elven heritage. I always sensed that this weapon defined who I was, but I knew almost nothing about it. Everything that transpired that first summer we spent apart was part of the journey. To understand the moonblade, I had to become fully elven, if only for a short time. My time among the forest elves, including the midsummer revels, was a part of this. Without it, I would not have had the understanding of myself to know my heart.
Danilo could not refute the logic of this, but neither was it something he could easily accept. For a long moment he gazed out the study window, absently noting that the leaves were starting to take on the hues of autumn. He tried and discarded a dozen responses. The words that eventually emerged, however, were utterly unplanned. I suppose it would be ungentlemanly to ask for a name.
Foxfire, she said without hesitation. He was the war leader of the Western clan. He was and remains a true friend.
That was hard to hear, and full of possibilities he hardly dared to explore. You have returned to the forest more than once, he said tentatively.
That's right. I have responsibilities.
A painful thought occurred to him. Is there a child? Her eyes turned dark with surprise and outrage.
Do you think I would forget to mention such a thing? Or perhaps you envision me slinking at midnight into a home for unwed mercenaries?
Had he been in a brighter frame of mind, he would have found that incongruous image amusing.
True enough. Accept my apologies. This revelation has left me somewhat distraught.
He considered that, then added with a faint, pained smile. That might well be the most masterful understatement I have ever contrived.
Let's discuss that.
The half-elf rose and faced him down.
I have lived 40 years and more, hard years, for the most part. Did you expect to find me an untried maiden?
Well,
I see. And should I assume from this that you have followed a paladin's code?
Hardly. He sighed, struggling to explain what certainly did seem to be a code written on both sides of the parchment. It would have been easier for me to shrug aside a score of lovers, had they been human. She threw up her hands.
That's ridiculous.
Is it? When you left for the forest, you and I were bound in a form of elven rapport through the magic of your sword. When you returned, you swore your heart was mine, yet your first allegiance was to the forest elves, and you kept from me this secret. What am I to think? Exasperation edged onto her face.
Would it have helped if I had spoken of this at once?
Probably not, he admitted. He hesitated for a moment as he sifted through the jumble of his emotions. Forgive me. I desired change, and over the past 2 days the fates seem hell-bent on granting this wish. I just learned that there is elven blood in my family, courtesy of our dear archmage. This was no small revelation, and means more to me than I can begin to express. But as I consider these new developments, I fear that the wine is too well watered. Comprehension edged into her eyes, then disbelief.
Do I hear you correctly? You fear comparison with an elf?
That is putting it rather baldly, he said, wincing a bit at how foolish that made him sound. Let me try to do a little better. I know how elves regard the half-elven. I have known you for more than 6 years, and have seen how this pained you. In one part of my heart, I am truly happy that you have found the acceptance and community that you sought among the elven folk. But like most lovers, I have a certain selfish interest in this." He sighed. "Therein lies the dilemma. Knowing you as I do, I wonder if you can be truly happy with a human man." Erilyn was long in answering. She rose and began to prowl about the room, as if action was required to spur thought. "Happiness," she said slowly. "I have heard many people speak this word, and never once did I understand what they meant. Nor did they, I suspect. Notions of endless peace and bliss and ease, or some such." His lips quirked in a faint smile. "You speak as if you were describing one of the lower reaches of the abyss." "I'm a warrior," she stated simply. "My mother put a wooden sword in my hand as soon as I could stand, and steel not long after. I never thought in terms of ease and comfort and so forth. But this much I know. I would rather fight with you than any other." He regarded her for a long moment. "With me, or alongside me?" A smile rippled across her lips. "Both, I suppose. Will that content you?" He took her hand and raised it to his lips, kissing the delicate white fingers as he ran the pad of his thumb over the warrior's calluses on her palm. "That strikes me as a better measure of happiness than any man, or elf for that matter, has right to expect." Their first fight was not long in coming. They hailed another carriage, and all the way to the El Torcal manor, Erilyn argued against the course Danilo seemed determined to follow. A sudden squall, common during the changing season, swept in from the sea as they rolled westward. The pounding of rain and the grumbling thunder kept counterpoint to their argument. "Oth El Torcal is dead," she stated finally. "His spirit has gone to whatever afterlife his days have earned. Who are you to disturb that?" "Who am I to make such a decision, one way or another?" he retorted. "That belongs to the El Torcal family. At any rate, they must be told of their kinsman's fate." She cast a dark look at the box Danilo had placed on the carriage floor between them. "Is that how you intend to make this announcement? Present them with that thing? Credit me with some small measure of sense. Certainly, you must admit that once the tale is told, they have every right to this box. Even if they do not elect to seek resurrection, they will want to inter Oth's remains. The El Torcal family has a tomb in the City of the Dead, quite an impressive one, I hear. A dimensional door leading into their private catacombs. I suppose they'd need it," he mused. "They are a large family, with a rather high rate of tragedy. A hazard, I suppose, of being in the business of magical research and mage schooling. Now that I think of it, some of my early tutors had rather close calls. Did I ever tell you about the time Athol's beard caught fire from the lighted ink I created?" She silenced him with a glare, then turned to regard the passing city. The El Torcal family, like many of Waterdeep's nobility, had more than one property in the city, and probably several outside the city walls. Their hired carriage took them through the Sea Ward, the wealthiest and most sought-after district of the city. Erilyn seldom had reason to come here, and she carefully marked the byways and buildings in her mind. The streets were broad and paved with smooth, dressed stone. Lining them were tall walls, behind which lay lavish estates or temple complexes. Towers rose against the clouds. Many were so fanciful in design that they could only have been contrived and sustained by magic. Turrets, balconies, and gables decked the heights. Gargoyles kept stony-eyed watch over the city. Bright banners whipped about in the driving rain and wind. "This ward will soon be all but deserted," Danilo commented after a few moments of silence. "There's a promise of winter in that wind." Erilyn nodded glum assent. Her spirits sank still further as they turned off Morningstar Way, and the El Torcal Tower came into view. The elaborate structure defined the easternmost corner of the narrow street known as the Ghost Walk. Even without the name, and without her own wariness of human magic, Erilyn felt distinctly chilled as she eyed the uncanny place. Towers of mist-gray stone rose into the sky, most of them connected by walkways and stairs that seemed to go everywhere and nowhere. Several homunculi, small, bat-winged imps that served as wizards' familiars, winged silently through the architectural tangle, disappearing and reappearing without apparent reason or pattern. Wisps of acrid blue smoke rose from one of the towers, evidence of magical activity within. As they alighted from the carriage, Erilyn noted that the stone walk near the front gate was as blackened as if it had entertained 100 campfires, or a few bolts of lightning. "So much for unwanted guests," Danilo murmured as he reached for the bell pull. A dark-skinned young woman clad in the robe and apron of an El Torcal apprentice came to answer their summons. Danilo requested an audience with Thesp El Torcal, the family patriarch. They were shown into the hall. While the apprentice went off to dry their sodden wraps, they took a seat under a tapestry depicting the coronation of some distant monarch, an ancestor of Azun of Cormyr, most likely, though Erilyn was uncertain exactly which of several Azuns the weaver intended to commemorate. After a few moments, Lord El Torcal came to meet them. The old mage was a tall man, not at all stooped by his years, with a dignified manner and hair of the indeterminate gray-beige color to which red often faded. It was not difficult to imagine the mage's hair as it once had been, for the young woman who walked by his side was crowned by ringlets the color of flame. Erilyn's heart sank. She knew Arya El Torcal, if only by reputation, as a spoiled, spiteful viper. Though the family fortunes, by all reports, were dwindling, the young woman wore an exquisite russet gown, a fortune in garnets, and a supremely haughty expression. Her emerald gaze slid down Erilyn boldly, and her expression turned disdainful. Dismissing the half-elf with a sniff, she turned her attention upon Danilo. "You have taken long enough in returning," she said with an artful pout. Danilo acknowledged her comment with a slight bow, but directed his first response to the patriarch, as custom demanded. "It has been quite some time since I studied with Lord El Torcal." He bowed again to the old mage. "I have been remiss, sir, in not paying my respects sooner." The mage sent a fond, long-suffering look at his daughter.
It is a comfort to see that not all of Waterdeep's young have forgotten their manners. Lord Than, my apprentice said you wished to speak to me concerning my son, Oth, about a matter you could not entrust to another."
"That is so. Perhaps we could speak in private?" Lord El Torcal glanced at Erilyn for the first time. His brow furrowed in disapproval. Whether his displeasure had to do with her half-elven heritage, or the fact that she carried a sword instead of a spell bag, Erilyn could not say.
"In private, yes, by all means," he murmured.
"By no means!" retorted Arya. She stooped to pick up a passing cat and glared at her father over the animal's head. "That wretched apprentice of yours said that our visitors had word of Oth. I wish to hear it." Lord El Torcal seemed resigned to let her have her will. He led the way past a display of 3 sets of plate armor. Though the helmet visors were raised to reveal empty suits, all 3 knights lifted their mailed fists in a sharp, clanking salute. The elderly mage took no notice of this, but ushered his guests past the guards into a small side parlor. Once all were seated and offers of wine or tea or snuff made and refused, he settled down with a heartfelt sigh.
"What has my son done now?"
"Sir, I regret to bring ill news. Just this morning I went to Oth's tower on some impulsive errand." Danilo glanced at Erilyn, silently bidding her to let him tell the tale as he saw best. "The door was ajar. No one was there to answer my hail, so I took liberty to enter and investigate. I found the study in fearful disarray. There had been a struggle, and I was too late to give aid. My lord, I am deeply sorry." The old mage stared at him, not yet comprehending.
"A struggle? What manner?"
Erilyn leaned forward, ignoring Danilo's silent warning. His intentions were good, but she believed that a quick cut was kindest. "It appears that your son was killed by Tren, powerful lizard men who kill for hire. I am sorry." Lord El Torquil let out a small, choked sound of dismay. Erlin's gaze flicked to Arya. The young woman received the news stoically. Her painted lips had thinned to a tight line, and her face was set as if in marble. Erlin turned back to the mage. "I am sorry to ask this, but do you know of any who might have wished Oth's death?" Lord El Torquil looked down at his clenched hands.
No, none at all.
He lifted dazed eyes.
He is gone? You are certain of this?
"The Tren left a sign." Danilo explained the situation as delicately as possible, and then handed the man the ring he had taken from Oth's hand. "I saw this ring in your son's possession not more than 2 days ago."
Yes, it is his,
the mage muttered.
I have seen him wear it. It is true, then. He is gone.
"Yes, but perhaps you know of a high-ranking priest?" A bit of hope lit the old man's eyes as he caught Danilo's meaning.
Yes. Yes. If there is a possibility.
"There is not!"
snapped Arya. Her hands clenched at the gray tabby in her lap, drawing a hiss of protest from the animal.
"I know my brother better than you do, father. He would not wish resurrection. He is a wizard, and he despises clerics and their magic. Do you think Oth would want a gift from such hands, even if it were his own life?"
I suppose you are right,
Lord El Torquil said in a weary, defeated tone. He slumped forward and buried his face in his hands. His daughter turned a spiteful gaze upon their visitors.
"That suggestion was unworthy of you, Danilo. But what more could I expect? This is just the sort of thing that comes of consorting with elven ruffians."
"That's it." Erlin rose to leave. Dan placed a restraining hand on her sword arm. "You are remiss, Arya. This has nothing to do with Erlin. Quite the contrary. Elves do not believe in disturbing the afterlife."
"She's here, isn't she?" demanded the young woman, leaning forward over the cat in her lap. "Oth is dead, isn't he?"
The cat wriggled and hissed a warning, which Arya ignored. Danilo rose to stand beside Erlin, his eyes cold. "I understand that you are distraught, but take care whom you accuse." Arya's lip curled.
"Rest easy. The half-breed had nothing to do with it. Oth was killed because he had dealings with Elaine Kralnober. I know it!"
Her voice held a note of hysteria and reached a pitch that was painful to hear. Erlin noted that the long-suffering tabby turned his ears back against the onslaught, and she wished she could do the same.
"What will be done about it?"
Arya went on.
"Nothing. Time was when outsiders were dealt with. Ask Arlos Deslentier if you doubt me, and damn!"
Her voice rose in a shriek of pain as the tabby nipped sharply at her hand. She hurled the cat across the room. The creature twisted in the air with feline grace and landed on his feet, tail lashing as he leveled a baleful stare at the woman. She tossed her head and turned back to the visitors.
"You've said what you came to say. As you can see, my father is overcome with grief. Leave the box with me and go."
Erlin was only too glad to comply. As she stalked past the polite, empty suits of armor, she heard Danilo offer his condolences to the El Torquil patriarch, and promise to help find who killed his son. This interference sent Arya into a fit of shrieking, which finally pushed the old man beyond the edge of his composure. The mage began to weep in low, terrible sobs. Arya left him there, her slippers clicking an angry staccato as she went off after the cat who dared to nip at her, as if this insult far outweighed the loss of a brother and the grief of her aging father. As the door shut on the noble folk of the El Torquil clan, Erlin was not certain whether the old mage's deepest regret was for the family he had lost, or that which he still had to endure. Each morning, a number of caravans mustered in the court of the White Bull, an open area in the heart of South Ward. This was the working district of Waterdeep. Smoke rose from between the tightly packed buildings that surrounded the courtyard. The clang of metal upon metal resounded from the nearby forges, and the nervous lowing of cattle drifted from the stockyard. The cupping sound of hooves on hard-packed earth heralded the passing of a dairymaid leading her cow. The warm, earthy scent of leather emanated from the saddler's shop. But such common things faded before the unusual sight that dominated the courtyard. Elaine Kralnober had been a merchant and an adventurer for over a century, and never had he seen a caravan as peculiar as this. Servants bustled about, rolling up the canvas tents that had shielded the caravan from the sudden downpour. The vast courtyard was alive with the rustle of giant wings and the rumbling coos and roars and whinnies of scores of sky-going steeds. Several quartets of pegasi pawed the ground. Grooms, wearing the Gundwind crest, fitted the winged horses with long, strong traces. Behind each team was attached a lightweight carriage fashioned without wheels or runners. On the north side of the courtyard, a line of griffins sat like brooding hens, their lion-like front paws tucked under their breast feathers. Enormous leather hoods masked their hawk-like heads and kept them from flying too soon. This typically human device sent a quick surge of anger through Elaine. Keeping a bird from flight was unconscionable, yet the humans did it all the time. They hooded their hunting falcons to keep them docile when they were not flying after game. They cropped the wings of their geese to keep them trapped on mill ponds. Some of the fools even netted songbirds and clipped their wings to keep them as ornaments to their gardens. Of course, those birds died with the coming of winter. But what was that but another task for the servants to tend come spring? A peal of light-hearted laughter interrupted the elf's angry thoughts. He turned in time to witness a highly unusual game of catch. A golden steed hopped into the path of a passing half-orc porter. Not a horse, but a titanic eagle with a raptor's cold eyes and hooked, rending beak. Just the sight of it was enough to freeze the blood of a brave man. The eagle's beak opened, and the gigantic head suddenly lunged forward in a quick, darting strike. The porter shrieked, dropped his load, and rolled frantically aside. This inspired another burst of laughter, merry and wild, but without malice. An involuntary smile curved Elaine's lips as he remembered this game. The eagle's partner, a young elf probably not much past his second century, tossed a second piece of meat toward his feathered steed. The bird deftly caught it and tossed back its head to let the treat slide down its gullet. The half-orc sent a glare at the mischievous elf and scurried off. 3 more elves stepped from the crowd and fell into conversation with their brother. They were moon elves, like Elaine, tall and slender and as finely honed as daggers. All of them had silvery hair and eyes the color of precious stones, amber, jade, topaz. Their speech held the accents of faraway Evermeet, and their tunics bore an almost forgotten insignia. Elaine's brow furrowed with consternation. Eagle riders, here on the mainland? These youth were among the most fierce defenders of the Elven Island. Why were they here? The young leader noticed his scrutiny. He frowned in concentration for a moment, then his face lit up like a sunrise. He came toward Elaine, his left palm held out and level in the manner of one elven lord greeting another.
"This is an honor, Lord Kralnober. My father served under your command in the palace guard, when I was nearly as young, although, gods grant, not quite as silly as these humans."
He grinned and dipped into a bow.
"Garelith Leafbower, at your command."
These words, and the respect with which they were delivered, touched memories that Elaine had thought long forgotten. He acknowledged the greeting with scant courtesy.
"Many years have passed since I left the island,"
he said dismissively, but his irritation with these youth remained, and he could not help adding,
"What of you? Has Evermeet no need for her eagle riders?"
The young elf laughed.
"None that I have heard. The island is as it ever was, beautiful, inviolate, and boring beyond endurance. These lads and I were hungry for a bit of excitement."
"Which you expect to find as caravan guards?"
"Honorable work,"
the elf said with a shrug. Then he grinned again.
"There is at least adventure in it. We are going to Silvery Moon, are we not? I have heard tales of this wondrous city and of the Lady Mage who rules it."
Garrulous fellow riders clustered near. their gem-colored eyes alight with curiosity and high spirits. Elaith's irritation melted as he parried their questions and enjoyed the melodious flow of the Elvish language. A tall, thick-bodied shadow fell upon them. Garruleth's animated face fell at once into the calm, inscrutable mask that elves showed to outsiders. "Captain Rep," he said in formal tones, inclining his head in the small, gracious gesture an elven warrior used to acknowledge, but not reward, an unwanted interruption. Rep shouldered past the eagle riders and planted his booted feet nearly toe-to-toe with Elaith's. He was a big man, a half-head taller than the elf, and nearly as broad and thick as a bugbear. Nearly as hairy, for that matter. Dark brown hair fell in thick waves from beneath Rep's leather helm. His upper lip and chin were furred with massive, ill-trimmed whiskers. His features were coarse, and his nose so broad and flat that it hinted at orcish ancestry in the not-too-distant past. Rep wore leather armor on his huge frame and a confident sneer on his face. Elaith imagined that the two of them gave the appearance of a catapult and a stiletto standing side by side. The human, no doubt, was fool enough to think himself the better weapon.
"You might have bought yourself a place on this caravan, elf, but these guards report to me,"
Rep snarled.
"Really? Since when does Ilzimmer hire eagle riders?"
Elaith inquired with a faint smile. The big man snarled.
"I work for Gundwind,"
he said, nodding toward the small, gray-bearded man who bustled about, securing cargo. This was a lie, and Elaith knew it well. Rep was a soldier for the Ilzimmer clan, but both he and the lords of that noble house took great pains to conceal this fact. This might, after all, lead into too close an inquiry into why a family of gem merchants had need for a mercenary army.
"I work for Lord Gundwind,"
Rep repeated.
"and so do you, for as long as you ride with this caravan. A shame it is that Gundwind has fallen so low to be accepting the likes of you."
Garruleth stepped forward, his green eyes snapping at this insult.
"Watch your tongue, human! This was the captain of the king's guard."
The man sneered.
"Well, that makes him long out of a job, don't it? That elf king die on your watch, Krulnober?"
"Hardly,"
Elaith returned mildly, refusing to be baited by this oaf.
"King Zaor's death occurred less than 50 years ago. I was well established in Waterdeep at this time, and long before your ancestors started having carnal knowledge of goblin-kin."
Dark, dull red suffused the big man's face. He unhooked the mace on his belt and began to raise it for the attack. Elaith ducked under the weapon and stepped in close, a knife gleaming in each hand. The tip of one slender blade pressed up under the man's chin, and the other stood poised at the opening of his ear. Rep looked to the caravan guards for support. All 4 elves had long, slender knives in hand, but their watchful eyes were on Rep rather than his attacker.
"Treacherous scum!"
he spat.
"You'll be paid in your own coin soon enough."
"Perhaps you should explain that comment,"
Elaith said pleasantly. But just so that there was no mistaking this order for a suggestion, and because he simply felt like doing it, he gave the knife at the man's ear a little flick, cutting a small notch in the lobe. Rep bleated like a gelded ram.
"Didn't mean nothing," he muttered. "Bad coin has a way of circling back, is all."
The elf was not certain whether this was a platitude or an evasion, but the dispute was beginning to draw attention, and Elaith was not willing to jeopardize his place on this caravan over a worthless, orc-spawned cur. He lowered his blades and stepped back, giving the man a small, ironic bow, an insult entirely lost on the clod. Rep stomped off, muttering imprecations. The elf watched him go, then turned to the eagle riders.
"Watch him," he said in a low voice. "I know that man. Trouble follows close on his heels." "He seems a buffoon," remarked Garruleth. "But I will defer to your judgment. You know the clouds that gather around this particular mountain, and I trust you'll warn us of a coming storm." This led to the next, more difficult warning Elaith felt obligated to deliver. "That will not be possible,"
You would do well not to be seen with me.
All four of the eagle riders looked puzzled.
Why?
Demanded the one with eyes the color of topaz. Elaith's smile held a self-mocking edge.
You will learn soon enough.
Before the young elves could press him, Elaith turned and walked away. Their exuberant adulation appalled him. At this moment, he would welcome almost any other company, so long as they regarded him with a proper, familiar mixture of fear and respect.
Stones!
Exclaimed a deep, gruff voice, with a vehemence that turned the word into a curse.
A dwarf,
muttered Elaith wearily. How could this day possibly get any worse?
You mean to tell me we have to fly out west?
Demanded the dwarf.
A winged horse,
said a persuasive female voice.
You're always saying there's nothing on 4 legs you can't ride.
Elaith whirled toward the familiar voice, and his scowl deepened. He knew of that woman. Bronwyn was a merchant with a refreshingly devious streak. Though he was interested in making her acquaintance, this was hardly the time. He was even less pleased to learn that she had acquired a dwarven traveling companion. This dwarf was a particularly squat, square fellow. An abundance of auburn curls rioted about his broad shoulders, and a long red beard spilled over his chest. His upper lip had been shaved, and his blue eyes were stormy. A horseshoe hung on a thong about his neck. The dwarf fingered his horseshoe as if laying claim to Bronwyn's words concerning his riding abilities.
Nothing on 4 legs, he repeated. That's true enough, if in those 4 legs got solid ground beneath them.
Bronwyn cast a glance up at the sky, then turned a crooked grin upon her companion.
Clouds look pretty thick today.
The dwarf snorted derisively.
Look, Ebenezer,
she said in the tones of one who had finished with persuasion.
I have business in Silvery Moon. You can come or stay as you please.
Who said anything about staying?
The dwarf demanded. He pointed a stubby finger at an untethered Pegasus.
That one's a spare, most likely. Got my eye on him.
The dwarf ambled off, a lump of maple sugar in one stubby fist. Bronwyn watched him go, and her sweeping gaze settled upon Elaith. After a moment of hesitation, she poured wine from a flask into wooden cups and held out one to him in invitation. Elaith approached and accepted the cup.
Are you always so generous to strangers?
Her grin was quick and dagger sharp.
Oh, I know you, at least as well as I could be expected to. You're Elaith Kralnober, and you seem to own an inordinately large chunk of Waterdeep.
She raised her cup in salute. Amused, he drank to her toast.
Your name is known to me as well. I take it you will also be traveling with the caravan?
One last trip to Silvery Moon before winter sets in.
She used her cup to point toward a small man with a pointed beard and a wan, wasted countenance.
That's Mizzen Dor, or what's left of him. Looks a bit worse for wear, doesn't he? He has been making the rounds of the harvest festivals, or so I hear. From the looks of him, a clan of rampaging kobolds is better for your health than a nobleman's party.
That brought a wry smile to the elf's face. He had heard that Bronwyn had a warm yet forthright manner that put people at ease, and he found that he was not immune to her brand of charm. Still, he remained cautious.
You know him?
As well as I need to. He deals in crystals and other minor gemstones.
So do others,
he prodded.
Some closer to home than Silvery Moon.
True enough, but none who can touch the variety that Mizzen carries in his shop.
She glanced around to see if any were within hearing distance before continuing.
Appearances are important in this city, she said dryly. Even during times of declining fortunes, no one wants to part with jewelry, so they keep their baubles, but sell the individual stones as needed.
And replace them with crystal,
Elaith concluded. Bronwyn merely shrugged again, as if she found the matter a bit too distasteful for direct words. The elf could understand that, and he also saw the potential for profit in such endeavors, especially for a woman whose first trade had been creating counterfeit copies of coins and jewelry. He could not help but wonder whether Bronwyn had another agenda. He hoped it was not too similar to his own. In his own way, he rather liked the woman. Elaith genuinely hoped that he could tend to the business at hand without killing her.
"Stones!" erupted the dwarf. "I've a mind to be biting you back, you long-legged excuse for a pigeon!"
The elf cast a glance toward the uproar. Ebenezer was shaking one hand and glaring at the Pegasus he'd been trying to befriend. The winged horse munched sugar, then let out a delicate whinny that sounded suspiciously like laughter. Elaith adjusted his thinking. He still hoped that Bronwyn could emerge from this journey unscathed. On the other hand, he would welcome a chance to reduce Waterdeep's dwarf population by at least one.
"Your companion seems to have met his match," Elaith observed.
This set Bronwyn off into merry laughter.
"You're more right than you know. Those two will be firm friends within the hour. The worse-tempered the horse, the more fond Ebenezer is likely to become of it."
"A risky thing,"
the elf mused, not without pleasure.
"One must be able to trust a mount under any circumstances. Pegasi fly high and are notoriously skittish."
Bronwyn's smile didn't falter, but the warmth drained from her eyes.
"No friend of mine falls, but I do my best to catch him."
Their gazes locked for a moment. Unspoken challenges made, met, and countered. Elaith broke first, instinctively making the small, subtle hand gesture used between elves under such circumstance. A proud but gracious gesture that was part apology, part acknowledgement of a battle averted.
"De rien,"
Bronwyn said softly, speaking the traditional elvish word of acceptance of potential challenge avoided. Before the startled elf could respond, she turned and ambled over to her dwarf friend. Elaith's first thought was chagrin over his unconscious lapse into old patterns. The encounter with the Eagle Riders had apparently affected him more than he knew. Bronwyn's display of knowledge troubled him, though, especially considering the real focus of his journey. Was it possible she knew about the elven gem, and was giving him fair warning that they sought the same prize? If so, some might consider it a gesture worthy of an elven adventurer. Obviously, Bronwyn had made a study of the cultures whose artifacts she sought. Elaith observed the woman as she stood at ease, stroking the Pegasus and nodding with tongue-in-cheek sympathy over Ebenezer's continued rants. She did not lack for courage or style. It would be a shame to kill this woman. Elaith raised his wooden cup to her in silent salute, and probable farewell. The squall had blown itself out by the time Erlin and Danilo left the El Torquil Manor. The gate swung open of its own accord. The couple hurried out into the street, instinctively skirting the blackened walk with the same cautious respect that prompted cemetery ramblers not to tread upon a grave.
"You actually studied with the El Torquil mages? How could you stand spending time in that place?"
Erlin demanded. Her companion shrugged and veered down a side street. "Lord El Torquil is not so bad. He's very serious about the art of magic and dedicated to teaching it well. Oth was too involved in his research to bother much with the students." Erlin nodded absently, scarcely hearing his words. A faint, tingling awareness swept through her. She touched her fingers to the sheathed moonblade and concentrated on the magical warning.
"We're being followed,"
she said tersely. Danilo glanced behind them. The sudden downpour had all but emptied the streets, and there was no one on the narrow walkway behind them. Water pooled here and there on the large flagstone paving, enough of it to make dry passage impossible. There were no damp footprints but theirs. The sun was resolutely pushing aside the clouds. It was almost directly overhead, leaving no shadows to hide possible foes. He tilted back his head and scanned the rooftops overhead. "Nothing that I can see. Yet." Without breaking stride, he reached into his spell bag and quickly cast an enchantment that would reveal magic at work. The blue light of the spell settled upon his spell bag, upon the singing sword he kept as a novelty, and upon Erlin's moonblade. No other enchantment was at work nearby. No one followed them in a cloak of invisibility. As the light of his reveal magic spell faded, the moonblade's warning intensified into glowing blue light.
"We're being followed,"
Erlin repeated stubbornly. She put one hand to the hilt of her sword, ready to fight their as yet unseen foe. The stone near their feet shuddered. Erilyn darted a look behind her as one of the flagstones that paved the street exploded into shards. A large reptilian head thrust up from the opening. One huge clawed hand swiped at Erilyn's boots. She danced back out of reach and drew her sword. As the moonblade hissed free, the Tren gripped the stone ledge and hauled itself out in one quick, nimble leap. The beast drew from its weapon belt a curved knife with a stout blade and an elaborate guard designed to trap and break swords. Erilyn could imagine no better weapon for a Tren. With its long arms, the creature could easily reach over a trapped or broken sword and tear out an opponent's throat with a single swipe of its claws. It was a variation on an assassin's trick. Focus attention on one threat and strike with another. In short, this was not the sort of battle for which Danilo was prepared. She glanced back. He had already drawn his blade and was moving into position beside her. "Back off! This is my fight," she said. He looked dubious, so she added by way of explanation, "Narrow street." He hesitated for a moment, then moved away to give her room to maneuver. The unlike assassins circled each other, weapons level. The Tren's knife was no longer than a dagger, but its arms were so long that its reach was nearly the equal of Erilyn's. She tested the Tren with a quick, thrusting lunge, which it caught on the curved guard of its knife. Without disengaging, it pivoted hard to the side, wrenching the sword with all its considerable strength. Elven metal shrieked in protest as the iron guard slid along the moonblade's length, then locked and twisted brutally. A lesser blade would have shattered. Erilyn spun in toward the Tren, leaning in to ease the pressure on her sword. The hooked claws of the Tren's free hand slashed up to meet her, aiming for her throat. The half-elf tore her weapon free, but she was in too close to parry the blow. She lashed out with her elbow and caught the Tren's massive wrist, flinging it up as she ducked under the attack. The Tren's aim was spoiled, but its claws caught and tangled in the half-elf's hair. Erilyn's head jerked sharply to the side, and burning pain exploded in her scalp. She danced back. Curly strands of her hair flowed from the Tren's claws like streamers as he came in with another furious blow. This time she got her sword up. The moonblade cut a deep line in the scaly hide of its forearm. Without pause, Erilyn changed the direction of her stroke, sweeping the sword down low and aiming for the creature's hamstring. The Tren got its knife down for the parry, catching the sword again in the curved guard. It brought up a massive, clawed foot over the joined weapons, clearly intending to stomp on the captured sword. Erilyn twisted away, turning the blade so that the edge greeted the Tren's foot. The Tren could not halt its momentum in time and roared in rage and anguish as the sharp edge sliced deep. She threw the sword up hard and high, cutting through the thick pad of scale, severing bone. A clawed toe fell to the cobblestone. The creature again began to circle her, limping now and emitting panting little hisses of rage. Erilyn turned with it, her sword in guard position. She suspected what its next tactic might be. Sure enough, as soon as the Tren had maneuvered her so that her back was to the gaping hole, it tucked in its head like a charging bull and leaped at her, massive arms outstretched in a deadly embrace. Erilyn deftly stepped to the side and pivoted on her outer foot. Her sword slid along the ribs of the lunging creature, drawing a long, deep line. She pulled the blade up high and back, and then plunged it between the beast's ribs. Holding the sword with both hands, she braced her feet at the edge of the hole and held on for life. The sharp pull of the falling Tren's weight almost tore her arms from her shoulders, and the sudden release when its body fell clear sent her staggering back. She stumbled into Danilo's arms. It occurred to her that he had a grip on her belt, and that he had probably seized it the moment she'd stabbed the Tren. "You shouldn't interfere during battle," she reminded him. "What if things had gone differently, and I'd pulled you down with me?" He turned her to face him. "That would have saved me the trouble of jumping in after you." She acknowledged this with a nod, then glanced toward the hole. "We'd better move on. Listen to that. The other Tren will be finished soon." "Finished?" His face took on a pained expression as the meaning of her words came clear to him. "You don't mean to say that these creatures eat their own?" he demanded, although the faint sounds emanating from the tunnel below made the question unnecessary.
The price of failure, Erilyn said as she kicked into a trot. I'd say there's at least 5 or 6 down there. Now the others will only be more determined. It's a matter of honor now. As Tren reckon honor, that is.
Danilo fell in beside her.
Keen motivation. As well, one should not discount the bracing effect of a good meal.
She sent him an incredulous look, but she saw a certain logic in his grim humor.
There's that, too,
she agreed. They ran until they reached a wide, busy street. Danilo flagged down a carriage and promised the halfling driver double his hire if he could get them to the North Ward swiftly. The halfling set a pace brisk enough to inspire angry shouts from some of the passers-by. Erilyn relaxed against the plush seat, certain that their hired driver could outrun any Tren that cared to give pursuit. Why, then, was she still beset by the conviction that she and Danilo were not alone? Chapter 7. After leaving Erilyn at her lodging, Danilo headed for the North Ward and the Than family villa. For once, the sedate, quiet streets did not have their usual effect on him, the familiar mixture of exasperation and ennui, and the numbing certainty that nothing particularly dangerous or entertaining could possibly occur. It was an odd belief, one that Danilo had never identified before. Strange, he mused, how a long-held notion could continue to color his thinking, long after he knew it to be false. The North Ward's serenity was deceitful to one who knew the city and its long, often violent history. Danilo had been well schooled in such matters, and so the repeated Tren attacks struck him as having greater portent than they might otherwise have held. Not many generations had passed since Waterdeep had been torn by the Guild Wars. The merchant families had hired mercenary armies and fought each other in the streets. Many other nobles fell to assassins, poisons, and magic. Entire clans had been destroyed. Though this era was past, Danilo knew enough of history to understand that the pattern was not a line, but a spiral. Old wounds festered, sometimes for generations. The last time Tren assassins had been used in any number was during the Guild Wars. It was entirely possible that their return signified some sort of holdover from the days of the Guild Wars, the ambition of one family against another. That was a most disturbing possibility. But if that were true, it provided a possible connection between all the Tren attacks. Only one attack had been fatal, that which had killed Oth, but all the others seemed related to the Eltorkal mage. A Tren attacked Elaith, who had dealings with Oth. Erilyn had assisted Elaith, thus drawing the ire of the Tren clan, and she and Danilo were investigating Oth's death. Twice they had interfered. That was probably enough to add their names to the Tren runes scratched in the hidden places beneath the city. In all, it was a disturbingly plausible explanation. Danilo intended to test it against a mind other than his. Although he knew many of Waterdeep's sages and scholars, he could not name anyone who knew more of the city's history than Lady Cassandra. The conversation ahead would no doubt prove interesting. In times not long past, she had been very interested in inflicting this knowledge on her youngest son. Dan supposed he had seemed the most likely to follow his mother's scholarly leanings. Somehow he doubted that at this late date his mother would regard his sudden interest without skepticism. He found her, predictably enough, in the library. For a moment he lingered in the doorway and observed the remarkable woman who had given him life. Cassandra was seated on a low bench, clad in a day gown of blue linen and looking as elegant and poised as some legendary queen. Her thick blonde hair was coiled smoothly about her head, and her face was unlined and serene. The long night of revelry had left no mark upon either the woman or the villa she ruled. While half of Waterdavian society slept, she calmly dictated instructions to a pair of stewards, a dock master, and a scribe. She glanced up at Danilo's knock. "You are up and about early," she observed. He sauntered into the room. "I have not had opportunity to sleep. So far, this has been a most eventful day. Shall I tell you about it?" Cassandra stiffened almost imperceptibly and glanced toward the suddenly interested scribe. Danilo suppressed a smile. Scribes were restricted by law, and often by magic, from revealing to others the secrets they entrusted to parchment. But more than one scribe made extra coins on the side by selling bits of chance-heard gossip to such purveyors as Myrna Castellanter. That was something Cassandra Than would not countenance. She turned back to her servants. "Julian, you may advance our vintners in the requested credit. Add an additional 40 barrels of spiced Winterfest wine to this year's order. Gunther, I would like to see all Than shipping records for the moons of Flame Rule and Elacius by high sun tomorrow, if that is convenient." The sudden, panicked expression on the dockmaster's face indicated that this was far from convenient. Danilo could almost hear the click of beads sliding across on the man's mental abacus as he tallied the hours such a task would take. Without waiting for a reply, Lady Cassandra rose gracefully to her feet. "We are finished for the day. Attend me tomorrow morning at the usual hour." She held her look of implacable serenity until the men had left the study and closed the heavy wooden door behind them. The face she turned upon her son, however, expressed a familiar blend of resignation and exasperation. "You'd might as well tell the tale, without the usual embellishments, if you please," she said wryly. "I am in no mind to be amused." Danilo poured himself a glass of deep red wine from the decanter on his mother's table. He inhaled the rich, complex scent of the spices and took an appreciative sip. "Are you quite sure that an extra 40 barrels will be sufficient? This is exceptionally good. After the first tasting, word will spread quickly. You will sell all within a 10-day to the better taverns and have none to meet orders from wine shops, much less from those who wish to stock their private cellars. As you undoubtedly know, the Bards College will sponsor a Winterfest gala for the first time this year. I can guarantee an order of 20 barrels from that source alone." A flicker of interest warmed Cassandra's ice-blue eyes. "Very well. See to it." She arranged herself on her settee. "But this is not why you are here. I doubt you neglected your bed to improve the family fortune." Danilo lifted the goblet in salute. "As wise as you are beautiful, my lady. That is well for me, as I find myself in need of your good counsel." "Is that so?" murmured his mother, eyeing him warily. "Yes. I've noticed a disturbing trend of late, or tren, to be more precise. It seems that more people are being killed and eaten than is usual custom. You have ever been one to dictate fashion, mother, so I suppose it is fitting for this pattern to begin here." Cassandra's face paled but for 2 spots of bright, angry color. "Tren? The lizard assassins here? What is this nonsense? If this is another of your games, I assure you it is not amusing." "Mark me, I am not amused," Danilo said as he took the seat across from his mother. "Erlyn happened upon an attack last night. By the way, you might have your steward see to mopping the corridors between the wine vault and the old mercenary armory. I dare say it's still a bit of a mess." The woman stared at him as if he were speaking Orcish. "An attack here? During the gemstone ball? Upon whom?" Her surprise seemed total and genuine. Although Danilo had never truly believed his mother had had any part in this attack, he could not deny the sudden easing of his mind. "Elaith Kralnober, a guest," he said firmly, cutting off the exasperated comment she was so obviously prepared to make. "Here by my invitation, and protected by the rules of hospitality. Do not lecture me on proprieties and social obligations," the noblewoman returned heatedly. "You had no business inviting that rogue to a respectable affair in the first place, nor did your companion do well to intervene." Danilo's eyes narrowed. "I suppose she should have walked on and left a lone elf to face his death at the hands of 5 Tren assassins?" 5 Tren, Cassandra repeated tonelessly. This news seemed to dissolve some of the starch from her spine, and suddenly her posture was less that of a warrior queen than of a woman who could claim a score of grandchildren. The moment quickly passed. "What transpired?" "They fought. 4 were killed, 1 escaped.
By the runes of Ogma.
Having delivered that oath, Cassandra rose and began to pace, her face deeply clouded with anger and concern.
Perhaps now you will understand my reservations concerning this liaison you insist upon forming with this woman. If you do not understand it, you soon shall, unless you are as great a fool as you have always pretended to be.
This pronouncement startled Danilo for a number of reasons. He addressed the easiest issue first.
You saw through the pretense. I did not think anyone in the family did.
The woman sniffed.
Do you think I know so little of what happens under my own roof? I understand more than you think. As it turned out, your decision to play the fool in the service of the Harpers dovetailed well with the family interests. Wine merchants must know the trade. That you have learned, probably quite by accident, while meddling with Kelvin's projects.
1 tavern at a time, Danilo agreed, making a jest to cover his surprise. There is no substitute for first-hand knowledge.
Indeed, she said dryly. And now you are acclaimed as a bard, after all those years of tormenting your tutors and music masters. In all, I would say the choices you made for your life were not so very different from those I would have chosen for you. Until recently, of course.
Her implication was unmistakable and supremely irritating. Danilo set down his wine glass with exaggerated care to compensate for his urge to heave it against a wall. Which brings us to several other questions, he said evenly. Why are you so opposed to Erilyn?
I suppose I have nothing against her personally. As a traveling companion, you could hardly have chosen better. However, it is time that you considered finding a consort. A half-elven mercenary is not suitable for a man of your position.
Then I shall change my position, Danilo returned. Anything I do for this city or this family can be done by another. Why should I not follow my own inclinations? Cassandra threw up her hands.
Why stop now?
He let that pass. I am also puzzled as to why you think Erilyn erred in giving aid to one of the Than's guests. Would you have felt differently about this matter had the target of the Tren attack been some nobleman's daughter? The noblewoman gave the question more consideration than Danilo expected. More, he thought, than it warranted.
That is quite different, of course, but even so, she should not have interfered.
Danilo shook his head in astonishment. You are surely not in favor of giving assassins free reign of the estate. The look Cassandra sent him was somber.
You should have listened, she said softly, to the lessons I tried to teach you in your boyhood.
Guild wars, assassinations, chaos, Danilo said impatiently. Yes, I remember it well. His mother shook her head.
We are never quite done with the past. Who should know that better than a bard?
Danilo studied her for a long moment. There is an untold tale here.
Better it be so, she said.
An expression of chagrin crossed her face, as if she regretted yielding even that much. Her chin lifted, and her eyes cooled to their usual expression of serene control.
Leave it, my son. There is no tavern song here.
Perhaps there is, he countered. A man died today. Oth El Torkel was the victim of another Tren attack. Erilyn and I carried word of this to Lord El Torkel. We were followed and attacked by Tren shortly after we left the El Torkel's Seaward Manor. The color drained from Cassandra's face.
Have nothing more to do with this.
He briefly considered telling her about the attack at Erilyn's lodging. Finally, you give me advice I desire to heed, he said with dark humor. I fear, though, it will prove difficult to follow.
I have none better to offer.
Her tone rang with finality. A long moment of silence passed between them, and Danilo rose to leave. Cassandra followed him to the door, her expression more somber than any she had shown even in the aftermath of his worst boyhood pranks. She caught his arm as he was about to open the door. "One thing more. Do not ask any more questions about this matter, not of me or any other. Content yourself that you are better off without this knowledge." He patted her hand and gently disengaged himself from her grip. Strange words, coming from a lady who prides herself on her scholarship. "I prize my skin far more highly," she said bluntly. "Though you often give me cause to wonder why. I would like to see yours remain firmly attached." Danilo gave her a puzzled look. "Those boots you are wearing. I suppose the leather is some sort of lizard?" "Yes, that's right. Why?" "The Tren have their own notions of fashion, as appalling to us as ours probably are to them. They do not always dispose entirely of their victims. It is possible that one or more of your ancestors ended up as a Tren garment or gear bag." "Ah. I am touched by your concern, but I have no intention of ending my days as some Tren's leather loincloth," Danilo said dryly. "It seems to me that some lady recently remarked on the choices I have made, and how closely they arrived at the destinations of her own hopes and goals. That same lady gave the opinion that her youngest son is no fool. Trust me to find my way to the end of this path." "I do," said Cassandra, and her face was clouded by emotions Danilo could not begin to read. "I fear that nearly as much as I do the Tren." In the craggy mountains that surrounded Silvery Moon, the trees were ancient and sociable, huddled together like aging warriors around a hearth fire, exchanging tales of feats long past. So thick was the forest, and so relentless the passage of wild water over rocks and through gorges, that the cloud-going caravan circled the area several times, seeking a place broad and tame enough to settle upon. Elaine saw the hilltop clearing well before the caravan master began the circling descent. He tightened his grip on the rim of the sky chariot as the driver, a gold elf in the employ of Lord Gundwind, guided the Pegasus team down in ever-tightening spirals. Given the nature of their journey, Elaine had expected the caravan to make a general, immediate, and grateful dismount. However, everyone stood or sat as he was, gazing down in silence at the famous moon bridge, which led into Silvery Moon. A shimmering expanse, more like a child's soap bubble than the usual solid comfort of stone and wood, rose in a soaring arc over the river Rauven. The last tints of sunset seemed to linger in the insubstantial structure. Beneath the bridge, and through it, one could see the churning waters of the Rauven as they tumbled over rock and shoal in a headlong race to the south.
"I'm not for crossing that thing,"
announced Ebenezer, with what seemed to Elaine to be typical dwarven cowardice. This comment broke the spell. Bronwyn slid carefully down from her griffin mount. "There was less than that under you all the way from Waterdeep to Silvery Moon," she pointed out, reasonably enough. The dwarf snorted. Before he could respond with more complaints, Rep leaped from his sky chariot and strode into the center of the merchant band.
"We camp here tonight and ride into the city first thing in the morning."
A chorus of murmured protest met the caravan master's words. All of them, other than the eagle riders and the grooms in Lord Gunwin's employ, were new to flight. 2 days had they traveled, under conditions that were both exhilarating and terrifying, and every person was primed for a night's revelry. Few places in the Northlands offered more enticements than Silvery Moon. To add further inducement, it was common knowledge that the hills beyond the city were riddled with orcs, wild beasts, and other annoyances. With the coming of night, any securely walled city was attractive. It seemed odd to Elaine that they would travel so far in a mere 2 days, using such an unusual and expensive means of transport, only to risk all with their destination fully in sight. Nor was Elaine the only person to entertain such thoughts. Many of the merchants gave loud protest, which the big mercenary answered only with a glare. A caravan master's word held the force of law, even to the merchants who hired him. Rep stalked off and began shouting orders to the guards, and after a few moments the protest subsided. There was not much to unload, as most of the cargo seemed to be small, precious items. The guards made short work of the task, then encircled the treasure with the sky chariots. The formidable steeds they tethered just beyond, reasoning that the fierce pegasi, griffins, and giant eagles would be a greater deterrent to theft than any human guards Lord Gundwyn could muster. In the next circle, the guards and merchants set up camp, some sharing the companionship of scattered fires, others less eager for company, finding relative privacy on the outer edges of the clearing. Elaine picked the least hospitable spot for himself. Uphill from the clearing, near the edge of the trees, was a spot strewn with tumbled rocks and fallen limbs. The boulders formed a barrier between him and the company, yet the site offered good visibility over the clearing, and well into the tree line behind him. It was a highly defensible place, which the elf bolstered with a few snares and half-moon traps, an abomination to most elves, but effective for all that. The elf finished up by hiding several throwing knives here and there, and then quickly built a fire. He pushed aside some of the burning wood and placed a small travel pot amid the glowing embers. Into this he emptied some water from his drinking flask, as well as some dried mushrooms and herbs. While that simmered, he settled down to enjoy the solitude, and to watch his fellow travelers. Bronwyn busied herself with the caravan's bundles, setting to work along with the guards. She exchanged jests with several of the men and slapped away a few grasping hands, but with easy good humor that left most of her companions standing alone, but smiling. The elf had to admire her aplomb in this matter, not to mention her good taste in refusing to have anything to do with the louts. He was not pleased, however, when the woman began a purposeful approach to his campsite. She paused at the very edge of the circle of firelight and cast an uneasy glance over her shoulder. "Mind if I join you?" she said tentatively. When he hesitated, she added, "I am the only woman in this camp." Elaith's eyebrows flew up. "You hardly need to offer that as an inducement. Many would seek you out in a crowd of courtesans." This response brought a wry chuckle from Bronwyn. "I suppose that did sound like an offer," she admitted. "It wasn't intended to. In truth, I'd like to get some sleep tonight, and I'm looking for a safe place." "This is it?" She shrugged, following his meaning. "I haven't crossed you in business, and I've got nothing worth stealing. By all reports, you've got little interest in human women. As I see it, that adds up to about as safe as I'm likely to get. If you've an objection, I'll find another spot." "None whatsoever." Now that he considered the matter, Elaine could see a definite advantage in keeping a close watch over his probable rival. "Do have a care near that jagged boulder." She skirted the large rock, nodding approval when she caught sight of the circle trap. "Got many of those around?" "A few." "Good. I'll sleep more soundly for knowing it." Elaine made room for her at the fireside. "Where is the dwarf?" "Around," she said vaguely. "He pulled first watch." "Oh, will you look at that!" she exclaimed suddenly, pointing. The elf followed her gesture. At the far side of the clearing, a large fire leaped into the night. Multicolored lights and intricate patterns danced amid the flames. Silhouetted against the fey light were the lithe forms of the eagle riders. Garelith was telling the tale, judging from his animated face and hand gestures. "Fireside tales," Elaine reminisced. "A small magic, often taught to elven young." "This puts to shame all those hours I've spent staring into the flames," Bronwyn said, her tones rounded with wonder and delight. "How I wish I could hear their stories. But the elves would never tell them before me." "No doubt you are right." A peal of bawdy laughter punctuated the elven tale, and the flames turned blue and rose into improbably entwined figures. "Not necessarily for the reason you think," Elaine added. Bronwyn peered at the fire for a moment, then sat back, looking impressed. "Huzzah! I'll always regard centaurs in a whole new light." The elf saw no particular place for that conversation to go, so he dipped up soup in his travel mug and handed it to his guest. She produced a similar cup from her bag and handed it to him. For a few moments they ate in silence. Finally, Elaith's curiosity prevailed.
You strike me as exceedingly forthright, yet you haven't asked me my business in Silvery Moon.
This amused her. I'd probably be better off not knowing. Truthfully, this has been a busy season for me. I have a great deal of business to attend. It's all I can do to watch my own affairs, much less mind anyone else's.
You'll be staying on in Silvery Moon for a while, then?
As long as it takes. A few days, perhaps. At the far side of the clearing, the Eagle Riders began a raucous game of dice. Bronwyn responded with a quick, sympathetic smile. Her reaction prodded the elf's suspicions about her knowledge of elves and her true reasons for the trip.
Their behavior doesn't seem to surprise you,
Elaith commented. Should it? They're young, high-spirited, and enjoying good company. They are entitled to their fun.
Most humans do not consider high spirits to be an elven virtue, he persisted. I think you're more familiar with our ways.
She shrugged again. I've done business with all sorts. It helps to know the customs.
I can see how it would,
he agreed, approaching the question from another side.
Your work must often present challenges. Forgive me, but I find it difficult to envision the Fey folk entrusting their lost treasures to a human.
Bronwyn accepted this with a nod. Some do feel that way. Others respect results and pay well for them. Why do you ask?
I might wish to engage your services sometime, the elf said vaguely.
He glanced up at the stars to measure the hour, then inclined his head in apology.
I am being a poor host. I have kept you talking when you expressed desire to sleep.
She stopped in mid-yawn and then reached for her bedroll. I won't argue with you. Elaith sat by the fire long after the woman's soft, steady breathing indicated that she slept. From time to time he drifted into reverie, that watchful dreaming that renewed and restored the Fey folk. However, there was little respite for Elaith this night. For the first time in many years, he saw in reverie the leaping white towers of the Moonstone Palace as he rode his silver-gray horse through the streets of Evermeet's royal city. His heart swelled with the pride befitting one of his race and rank and talents, and it beat with quick anticipation of the meeting ahead. Amnestria, the youngest daughter of King Zaor and Queen Amloril, had been pledged to him in betrothal. She had sent word that she was eager to meet with her betrothed when the moon rose. The crunch of heavy boots against stony ground roused Elaith from his dream. His keenly honed senses recognized the portent of danger, but for a moment or two he didn't care. The dream was so vivid, so poignant, that it left behind a sense of loss that dwarfed all other considerations. Evermeet was lost to him. Amnestria was long dead. Her half-elven daughter despised him, and not without reason. What could possibly matter in light of all that? Elaith watched without interest as a large figure broke away from the trees and stalked toward his camp. A small movement nearby drew his eyes. Bronwyn's small hand curled around a knife. Other than that, she might have been asleep. She did not move, and her breathing was slow and even.
Expecting trouble?
The elf said softly. I warned you of the possibility, she responded. Her eyes opened a crack and fell upon the large, bearded man who was creeping toward them. Rep, she said resignedly. Some men understand the word no only when it's accompanied by a stab wound or a fireball spell. Elaith found this notion distasteful. He had never been able to understand why any male would wish to force attention upon an unwilling female. There was no joy in such games, and little sport. On the other hand, the prospect of battle offered a diversion, a familiar respite from his despair.
I would be delighted to distract him, the elf offered.
Thanks, but I don't want you to get in trouble on my account. No offense, but who will believe that you fought to protect my honor? I'll set up a fuss, and the others will intervene.
Don't be so sure, he cautioned her.
She looked puzzled, so he added,
Rep is in the employ of the Ilzimmer family. He is caravan master, which means that although Lord Gundwind has supplied the mounts and some of the guards, Ilzimmer is funding the dragon's share of this journey. Most of the mercenaries report to Rep. You would receive little assistance from that lot, nor would you find recompense afterwards. The Ilzimmer clan is known for its distasteful habits, and would not be particularly concerned about the behavior of its hirelings. If you were a woman of their class, they might manage to dredge up a sense of outrage. As matters stand, you can expect nothing.
Bronwyn did not flinch. Harsh words, but good knowledge to have. I'll circle back to camp. She slipped from her bedroll and wriggled like a snake behind the stand of boulders that separated Elaith's camp from the trees beyond. Rep scowled as his gaze fell only on the watchful elf and the ashes of a solitary campfire.
Where's the woman, elf?
Elaith rose, a stout stick in his hand. This he tossed in the direction of the approaching man. A circle trap snapped shut, splitting the wood and sending 2 neatly sheared pieces flying into the air. The mercenary shied back, both hands flung up to ward off the leaping wood. His furious expression deepened as he realized how his response might be read.
The camp is warded, Elaith said calmly. You would be wise to stay where you are.
Coward!
Rep grated, as if eager to place that name upon another.
Leave your toys and traps and come out in the open. Name your place if you're not afraid to fight a real man.
The forest,
Elaith said shortly, and then he turned and led the man away from Bronwyn's hiding place. After a moment, he heard behind him the heavy but cautious tread of the mercenary's boots. He heard also the stealthy rasp of metal against metal as Rep drew his sword. Coward indeed, the elf thought scornfully. He subtly quickened his pace to keep his back beyond the reach of the man's treacherous sword. When he judged they were far enough away that battle would not rouse the camp, Elaith turned to face his challenger. As he did, he pulled a knife from his sleeve and slashed in a single smooth movement so fast it defied the eye to follow. The sharp edge sliced through the shoulder strap that supported Rep's weapons belt. Belt and weapons sank toward the ground. Rep instinctively stooped to grab the falling belt. The elf seized a handful of hair and jerked the man's head down. At the same moment, he brought his knee up hard. The man's face smashed into the thigh greave that reinforced Elaith's travel leathers. Bone was no fit challenger for elven metal, and it gave way with a satisfying crunch. Elaith flung the man aside. Rep tripped and fell heavily back, clutching at a garishly broken nose. His sword clattered to the rocky ground. The elf hooked a toe in the guard of Rep's sword. One kick sent it spinning up. Elaith caught the descending blade easily and held it at arm's length for inspection. His lip curled as he regarded the pitted edge. Then he stalked in.
You drew first, he stated. I defended myself as best I could.
This remark he flavored with heavy irony, and punctuated with a vicious kick to the man's ribs.
You would have defeated me but for the fact that you tripped in the darkness and fell upon your own sword. A tragic tale, is it not? To think that you had the honor of hearing it first.
Rep rolled blindly away. The elf aimed a final kick at the base of his spine and raised the crude weapon for the killing stroke. A small, stubby hand seized his ankle and jerked him to a halt. Elaith released the sword and twisted, cat-like, in an effort to retain his balance. He shifted his weight, and his furious gaze, back toward the direction of the interference. The red-bearded dwarf whom Bronwyn had called Ebenezer clicked his tongue in reproach.
Man's down, he pointed out. Me, I like to see games played on an even field.
Elaith kicked out viciously, but the dwarf released him and danced back out of reach with surprising agility. The meddling little toad lifted Rep's sword in mock challenge, then he handed the weapon to its owner.
Set to, if that's what you've a mind to do,
the dwarf continued.
I'm all for a bit of fun.
So, apparently, was Rep. Using the sword like a cane, the mercenary rose unsteadily to his feet. His broken nose was beginning to swell, and his breath whistled wetly through the shattered protuberance, but there was livid hatred in his eyes, and that served to focus and steady him. The elf pulled twin daggers from sheaths hidden beneath his leg greaves. He whirled toward the mangy pair, one knife coming in high and intended for Rep, the other aimed at the dwarf's throat. He heard the heavy thud of a dwarven body hitting the ground and sensed that Ebenezer was rolling toward him. He leaped over the thick, stubby body and leaned into the attack on Rep, but the evasion had stolen his rhythm, and his stabbing attack on the mercenary fell short of its target. Rep easily parried the elf's knife and then punched out hard over the enjoined blades. Elaine leaned away from the blow, but it glanced off his shoulder and spun him to one side. The mercenary leered in triumph and lunged. The pitted sword never came close. A dwarven axe spun in, knocking Rep's sword wide. Man and elf turned to regard Ebenezer with astonishment.
"Play fair,"
the dwarf admonished as he scampered around the combatants to retrieve his weapon.
"Looks like it's your turn, elf. Make it good now."
Elaine needed no prompting. Ignoring the dull ache in his shoulder, he stood and fought with a quick and ignominious finish in mind. His opponent seemed equally determined. Rep used his vast size to advantage, chopping and hewing at Elaine as if the elf were an oak he was determined to whittle into arrow shafts. For all his speed and skill, Elaine was forced to take the defensive. His twin blades flashed in the gray gleam of dawn, catching the first slanting rays of the morning sun. Neither fighter could seize advantage. The dwarf continued to intervene, first on one side, then the other, keeping the balance level. Suddenly, Elaine knew the dwarf's game. Bronwyn was long gone, and her companion was making sure that Elaine was kept too busy to follow. Rage swept through him as he realized how he had been tricked. He quickly mastered the bright surge and studied his opponent. The mercenary's eyes still burned with determination, but he was blowing like a beached whale. The elf parried a heavy, slashing attack and retreated several steps.
"I have had enough of this, dwarf," Elaine said firmly. "Why should we fight to amuse him? Let's kill him quickly, then have done with this." "Nay," Rep spat bloody foam at the elf's boots. "I wouldn't join you in a lifeboat." He drew back his sword for another stroke. The elf ducked under a slashing backhanded blow. As he came up, his sword sliced a thin line from the man's shoulder to elbow. "Good hit," Ebenezer congratulated. "Took you long enough." The dwarf's taunting stung, though Elaine took it as more an insult to his wits than his fighting prowess. Determined to end the matter, Elaine landed a stinging smack to Rep's cheek with the flat of his dagger. "Listen!" he snapped, and then stepped back. The sounds of a caravan readying for departure drifted to them, barely audible over Rep's labored breathing. "I do not intend to walk to Silvery Moon," Elaine said. "If I kill you now, that's what I'd have to do. Leave this for another time, and let's get on with the matters at hand." He sheathed his daggers and began to walk back to camp. Rep let him pass, then lunged at the elf's back. The attack was drearily predictable. Elaine's patience snapped. He sidestepped and seized the man's wrist as it thrust past. He turned, twisting the arm behind Rep's back. The sword clattered to the ground, and the mercenary fell to his knees, his arm held unnaturally high. Elaine jerked up higher still. Rep's arm parted from its shoulder with an audible pop. The man shouted once in pain and outrage, then sagged to the ground, senseless. Elaine whirled toward the dwarf, but Ebenezer had disappeared. For a moment, Elaine considered pursuit, but he had little doubt of the plan laid against him. The dwarf would no doubt return to the caravan, bearing word that Bronwyn and Elaine, who had been seen sharing a secluded campfire, had decided to go off on their own. If Elaine showed up without her, he would be called upon to explain what had become of the woman. No one would believe he was innocent of foul play. Certainly not once they managed to round up their captain and saw the state he was in. With a hiss of frustration, Elaine turned aside and melted off into the trees. Moving lightly among the forest shadows, he skirted the camp and headed toward the city below.
The sun was high above the moon bridge when Elaine arrived in Silvery Moon, alone and in a foul temper. He asked directions of a passing town crier, then wove through the streets to a shop bearing a sign depicting a multifaceted gem. He strode into the antechamber and toward the locked door. The 2 guards flanking it eyed the grimly approaching elf warily. Elaith threw a pair of knives without breaking stride. Both men jerked upright, pinned through their throats to the doorframe. The elf batted aside the flailing hand of one of the dying men. He pivoted on his right foot and kicked out hard with his left. The door flew open with a sound like a thunderclap. Mizzen himself was behind the counter, stroking his billy goat beard with apparent satisfaction. He froze when the elf exploded into the shop, then let out a little bleat of alarm. With a quick, frantic burst of speed, he lunged for the bell pull behind him. Elaith kept coming, another knife poised in his hand. He hurled it, pinning the cord to the wall.
"For form's sake," he told the shrinking merchant, "the alarm would do you little good."
"The guard,"
began Mizzen.
"My apologies," the elf said with a mocking little bow. "They are still standing at their post, if that is any consolation."
The merchant paled, then panicked. He reached under the counter, seized handfuls of crystals and gems, and began to pelt the elf with them. Elaith batted aside a few of the missiles, then snatched a large hunk of jasper from the air and hurled it back. The rock caught Mizzen on the forehead. Both his eyes turned inward, as if the merchant wished to identify the specific rock that struck him. Then he tilted slowly back and crashed into a shelf laden with whatnots. Crystal trinkets rained down upon their creator like multicolored hail. Muttering, the elf found a half-full pitcher of wine and threw it on the senseless man. Mizzen came to, sputtering with indignation. His protests stopped abruptly as he recalled his circumstances and his attacker.
"Take it!"
the man pleaded, sweeping both hands in a wide arc to indicate the entire contents of the shop. Elaith glanced around and was not particularly impressed.
"Crystal dragon? Perfume bottles? I think not."
"Then what? Why?"
Mizzen stammered.
"I wished to purchase the ruby you spoke of just 3 nights past, but I believe now that I will simply take it, since I've paid out in annoyance more than the gem is likely to be worth."
"Oh, that!"
Mizzen looked relieved at the limited scope of the anticipated theft.
"A young woman came in earlier. She offered me more than a ruby that size was worth. No one can blame a man of business for taking a profit,"
he said piously.
"Unless he sells for profit another man's goods. I believe that stone belonged to Oth El Torkel."
"Lord El Torkel,"
Mizzen repeated, his voice getting stronger as ire crept into his tones.
"That stone will just about cover what he owed me. Cheat and liar he was, hiding behind that title, acting as if no commoner had the right to demand pay."
The story rang true to Elaith. In his experience, the wealthier or more titled a man, the less concerned he was about certain financial obligations. Since the El Torkel clan was not overburdened with ready coin, merchants such as Mizzen were unlikely to see payment. Elaith could hardly blame the man for trying to cover his losses.
"What of the dream spheres?"
Mizzen looked surprised to hear these words, but only for a moment.
"Gone," he said shortly. "Lord El Torkel made arrangements to have them sent to Waterdeep, same way they got here."
Elaith was not pleased to hear this, but he would deal with the inconvenience later.
"What of the gem? You know something of its true worth. You let that much slip when you were deep in your cups. The elf gem, you called it. Why did you let it go?"
"I didn't like it,"
the man said bluntly. The elf considered this a reasonable response. To inspire the man to elaborate, he removed a dagger from his belt and began to toy with it, flipping it nimbly between his hands.
"The dream spheres. Oth was using the Mawakira Hadryad, the elf gem, to create these devices."
"That's right."
Mizzen spoke quickly, his eyes fixed in horrified fascination upon the flashing, spinning dagger.
"He said it was an ancient elven artifact that held the memories of an entire lost clan." He placed some of these memories in the crystal spheres, to be released by a paying dreamer.
Not a release, but an exchange, thought Elaine. Each time some stupid sod used one of these toys, one of his own memories or dreams went into the Kira stone. No doubt Oth sorted through them, keeping what was useful and turning the rest back into other magical fantasies. On the surface, it seemed an ingenious way of gathering information. Elaith almost admired the man who'd found a way to profit from the evil artifact. Oth's command of magic clearly outstripped Elaith's. Unfortunately for Oth, he was limited by his arrogance and his human ignorance. While Elaith might be accused with some justification of the first vice, he, unlike Oth El Torkel, knew what the gem could do, and he knew how incredibly dangerous it could be. Kira were among the most powerful of elven magical items. The Maur Kira, or Dark Gem, was the only one that had been twisted to evil. It had somehow absorbed the twisted ambitions of the long-dead Hadryad clan, and in the process had contributed to the demise of that ancient family. The thought did not deter Elaith.
"How are these dream spheres made?" he demanded. "I do not know. Lord El Torkel never entrusted the secret to me."
Mizzen understood his mistake as soon as the words were spoken. In speaking too freely, he had outlived his usefulness. His eyes grew enormous with fear, then glazed over in acceptance of death. The elf obliged him. On the way out, Elaith tossed aside a gilded mirror, the only ornament on the carved and polished wood of the walls. The hidden door beneath was almost laughably obvious to his keen elven vision. He ran his fingers lightly over the carvings, found and released the clasp. Inside the safe was a pile of gems, real gems, entrusted to Mizzen to be matched with crystals. Elaith emptied the safe's contents into his bag and slipped out the back door into the streets. It would be an easy task, finding a caravan of flying creatures. All that remained was for him to find them, and the Maukira Hadryad, and then settle with Bronwyn and her dwarven ally. As Elaith suspected, Silvery Moon was abuzz with word of the strange caravan, but to his dismay, his side trip through the forest had cost him. The caravan had already left the city on fresh mounts. The determined elf sought out the stables where the caravan had taken a brief rest. A pair of elven grooms clad in Gundwind livery tended the hooves and hides and wings of the weary Pegasi. Elaith's hand went to his sword, and then he thought better of it. These were gold elves, well armed and in good trim. Fighting them would take more time than he had to spare. "I must have one of those horses," Elaith said flatly. "I will pay whatever you ask." The elves looked him over, astonished at such a request from a fellow Tel Kassar, even if he was a moon elf. "These are not mere horses," one of them pointed out. "Even if they were, they have traveled far and have earned a day's rest." "It is important." "What is so important that it could justify flying a tired Pegasus?" The other groom inquired in a tone that marked the question as entirely rhetorical. As it happened, Elaith had an answer. "The Maurkira Hadryad," he said bluntly. "A human adventurer with Gundwin's caravan has the Dark Kira." The elves stared at him with rounded eyes. "It has been found? But how? It has been lost for, what, 3 centuries and more?" Elaith folded his arms. "Would you like to discuss the missteps of elven history, or would you prefer that I fetch this stone back before it creates any more trouble?" The grooms gave him no further argument. One of them packed travel supplies, the other put harness and saddle on the protesting steed and led it out into the courtyard. Mounting the beast took more time than Elaith liked, for the Pegasus reared and snorted and pitched each time he approached her. "You have not trained with Pegasi, have you?" asked one of the elves in an apologetic tone. "She senses that." More likely, thought Elaith, the winged horse had senses even more finely attuned. He carried with him the scent of vengeance and death. Undoubtedly, it was this that spooked the fey creature. The grooms kept cajoling her. Finally, the Pegasus quieted long enough for Elaine to climb onto her back. Immediately, the enormous white wings unfurled, and the Pegasus leaped into the air. The elf clung to his seat as the Pegasus rose in dipping, swooping loops. She tested him, responding too sharply to the reins, careening from one side to another. But Elaine was nothing if not determined, and he clung to her like scales to a snake. Eventually, the winged horse seemed to sense, and then to absorb, her rider's urgency. When Elaine gave the Pegasus her head, she set a steady, determined course for Waterdeep. Beneath them, the miles fell away as swiftly as autumn leaves before a strong wind. The day grew old, and soon Elaine had to shield his eyes against the setting sun. Though the Pegasus's white sides were lathered and heaving, Elaine urged her on, hoping to find before nightfall the clearing where the caravan had made camp on the first night of the trip to Silverymoon. He saw the caravan before he saw the clearing. Silhouetted against the purple and gold of an autumn sunset, they were already in descent, whirling down toward the valley and the clear, cold water that spilled from the mountain into a deep pool. Elaine's gaze swept the valley, setting up the battlefield in his mind's eye. That he would have to fight, he did not doubt. The caravan guards might not fight to protect Bronwyn's safety and virtue, but they would not allow her to be robbed by a rogue elf. Elaine could possibly expect assistance from the elves in the caravan, but that was a last resort. Already he regretted confiding in the Gundwind grooms. The more elves who learned that the Mauer Kira had been found, the lower his chance of keeping the gem until its task was done. His eye caught a bit of color and movement near the waterfall, where there should be neither, several feet from the ground in what appeared to be sheer rock. Elaine understood at once what that meant. The Northland hills were riddled with caves and passages. The elf peered closer, squinting so that his vision would pick up not the fading daylight, but heat patterns. In the forest, almost indiscernible even to such eyes as his, were several telling patterns. He made out a group of men crouched near the mouth of a small cave, looking like hunting cats awaiting a chance to spring. Others waited on ledges and behind trees, draped in capes dyed to match stone and stump. The caravan, his quarry, was about to land in the midst of an ambush. Chapter 8. The mansion belonging to the Deslantier family was among the more modest structures of the North Ward. A pair of massive elms flanked the iron gate, and the house beyond was small and graceful, crafted from stone and oddly shaped timbers in such fashion that it appeared to have grown there. It was unique in this human city devoted to excess and splendor, and it reminded Erilyn of the homes common in faraway Everesca, a community of moon elves who hunted the forests and guarded the secrets of the Greycloak Hills. For a moment, homesickness assailed her, though it had been many years since she had left the Greycloak Hills as an orphaned girl. There was no place for her there now. Nor, she reminded herself firmly, was there much of a future for her in Waterdeep, unless she could resolve the problem at hand. The last 3 days had yielded nothing but frustration. Lord Eltorkel had sent a message asking her and Danilo to hold secret the news of Oth's death, while the family came to a decision concerning possible resurrection. Honoring that request made it virtually impossible for Erilyn to ask the sort of questions that required answers. Isabeau Theone had run to ground. Bronwyn had yet to return from her trip to Silverymoon. Dan had gone to the libraries of Candlekeep and was deep in a study of the history of moonblades in hope of finding something that might explain the continuing capriciousness of her sword's magic. Erilyn, who was running exceedingly low on patience, had decided to search for answers in the past. She gave word of her errand to the Deslantier guard. In a few moments the gates opened, and a young servant came to meet her. He was roughly clad in tunic, breeches, and well-worn boots, but he was nonetheless a strikingly handsome male. Tall, golden, and so fine of feature that he would be considered beautiful but for his sun-browned skin and a slightly raffish stubble of beard. He gave the impression of a prince playing at peasant. As he drew near, Erilyn noted that he was half-elven. Not a servant, realized Erilyn, but Corin, the Deslantier heir. Half-elves were not common in this city, and he and his twin sister were unique among their noble peers. His eyes lit up as he regarded her, and he called her name and held out his hand for a comrade's salute.
"We met some time ago at one of Galinda Raventree's parties," he recalled, then flashed a brilliant smile. "Good to see you again, under better circumstances."
Erilyn appreciated his point, and she clasped his wrist briefly. "I hope you'll still think so after you hear me out. I wish to talk to your father. Tell me if this tale will be too painful for him to hear." The young noble's face turned grave as she related the story she'd prepared. A battle with a band of assassins and their elven victim, followed by repeated attempts on her own life. Her implication was not lost on him.
"You are often seen in the company of Danilothan," he said thoughtfully. "He is a highly visible member of the peerage. If my father's fears are grounded, there might be those in this city who would take mortal offense at such a pairing. Yes, my father should hear of this."
He took her to a small side parlor and promised to return soon. Erilyn paced about, pausing before a portrait of a golden-haired elf woman. Corin's mother looked younger than her own twin children. Had she not fallen to an unknown assassin, she would undoubtedly look much the same now, some 15 years later, like an undying flower watching the garden around her wither and dry. Erilyn understood all too well how difficult that could be. Half-elves were eternally out of step with both their human and elven kin. Though she was nearly 20 years older than Danilo, she could expect to outlive him by nearly a century. She could expect to watch their children grow old and die. Not an enviable destiny, but she vastly preferred it to that suffered by Sibyllanthra Deslantyr. Erilyn had no intention of falling to assassins hired to safeguard the human bloodline of Waterdeep's nobility. Arlos Deslantyr came in with his son. He was a small, slight man who appeared to be nothing more than a shadow cast by his son's bright light. But the voice with which he greeted her was deep and resonant, and it possessed a beauty that might well have caught the fancy and then the heart of an elven woman. He possessed a graceful charm as well. He bowed over Erilyn's hand with courtly grace that would have done honor to a queen.
"Corin has told me your tale,"
he sighed and sank onto a chair.
"If what you fear is true, my children could also be in danger."
"I will find the truth and bring you word," she promised. "I understand Corin and Corina are seldom in Waterdeep. Until we have the answers we seek, perhaps it is well to keep them from the public eye."
"A good thought."
Lord Arlos glanced up at the portrait.
"My first wife was a mage, you know. I had hoped that Sibyllanthra's children would take after their mother's art, but so far they both have too much taste for adventure. Now I see the blessing in it."
He turned to his son.
"Corin, you may follow that scheme of yours to sail around Chult and seek to establish harbors to the south. Corina may take that commission she was offered. Better the uncertainties of Tethir's seas than the proven dangers of this city. Make the arrangements at once."
The half-elf flashed another of his incandescent smiles. He bowed to his father, then lifted Erilyn's hand to his lips. "Thank you," he said softly and fervently. He was gone, like a golden bird in glad flight. Erilyn spent an hour with the old man, exchanging reminiscences about Everesca, which had been his wife's childhood home. She learned only that Sibyllanthra had been found in the garden, inexplicably dead. There were no wounds, no sign of illness or struggle, none of the usual marks of poison. Yet her husband had been convinced, and was still certain, that this was the work of an assassin. Lord Arlos would have talked until moonrise, but finally Erilyn rose to go. She asked him to show her the kitchen gardens before she left. The nobleman was surprised but willing. They walked down rows of late cabbages and drying herbs. Erilyn headed for the potting and drying shed, and there found what she sought. A large cistern opened into the tunnel below, allowing the kitchen staff to toss husks and parings into the sewers below. "I'll leave by this way. An assassin would have," she explained. He started, then shook his head in disbelief.
Why did no one think of this sooner?
There was an answer, but it was not one Erilyn wished to speak aloud. To find an assassin, you had to think like one. She had spent too many years doing just that. She busied herself with the heavy lid, then raised a hand in farewell and dropped into the dark opening. She found the small footholds carved into the stone and climbed down into the tunnel. As she expected, the openings continued along the wall, so that it was possible to skirt the tunnel floor. Such things were closely held secrets in the guilds that cleaned these tunnels, but Erilyn had long experience with the sort of folk who used these dark passages for other purposes. It troubled her how easily she fell back into the mind and the steps of an assassin. The role had always been an uneasy one, but it was doubly so now, after her years as an honored, acclaimed champion of the elves. Perhaps this was the only role destiny would permit her to play among the humans. She thrust aside these thoughts and addressed herself to the task at hand. After 100 paces or so, the tunnel floor rose at a steep angle. Erilyn leaped from her perch and began to climb. The tunnel was clean and dry, and it appeared to be relatively new. This was interesting, given the reappearance of Tren in the city. After the Guild Wars, some of the old tunnels had been sealed, barring dangerous underground races from the city. These tunnels had been magically warded, but it was possible that someone determined enough could have made new passages. As Erilyn considered the matter, certain other pieces fell into place. Watch Alley in North Ward was exceptionally safe, but for the fact that single, severed human feet were occasionally found discarded in its shadows. The first such occurrence had been about 15 years ago, about the time of Lady Deslantier's death. Tavern talk claimed that severing feet was an old Thieves' Guild punishment, and perhaps a signal of the Guild's return to Waterdeep. Erilyn had heard the bad jests about defeating one's enemy. In light of recent events, however, it seemed likely that Tren, not human thieves, were behind these killings. The question was, who was paying their hire? And if this was a single source, what purpose prompted over 15 years of costly, clandestine activity? Erilyn examined the walls as she walked, searching for the telltale carvings that Tren left as signals to each other. The tunnels turned out to be as convoluted as a cow path. The half-elf followed the faint markings for what seemed hours, finding them here and there, but never quite able to distinguish a pattern. Finally, it occurred to her to follow to its end the one passage that was not marked. This proved to be worth doing. Erilyn found a hidden door in the wall of the unmarked tunnel. Beyond it, a ladder rose into what appeared to be a large wooden shed. She climbed it and peered cautiously around. The shed was permeated by a complex fragrance, a blessed respite from the dank tunnels. Bunches of drying herbs hung from the rafters. Piles of citrus peels and dried flowers stood on raised wooden platforms. Rows of shelves held bottles filled with colored liquid, into which flowers and herbs and vanilla beans and dozens of other fragrant substances yielded their essence. Erilyn crept through the shed and eased out into the alley. She recognized the street ahead and the shop that the small shed served. Deluntier Perfumery. Rumor had it that the proprietor also sold more lethal potions, but no one had ever caught him at it. Deluntier's prices kept out all but the most wealthy patrons. Nobles who could afford to put down bags of gold for delicate scents. Who could afford to have new tunnels dug and to hire reptilian assassins. It seemed to Erilyn that Deluntier's client list could be very informative. To Erilyn's eye, this path was so clear that she thought it incredible that no one had thought to explore it. However, this was precisely the sort of thing to which this city turned a blind eye. All of Waterdeep loudly proclaimed that assassins held no guild, no power, no numbers, no threat. Erilyn had reason to know the damage that could be dealt by a single unseen blade. Perhaps it took someone like her to deal with such matters. Old habits fell easily into place. Erilyn slipped away into the shadows, as silent as a hunting cat. Elaith's dismay grew as he surveyed the certain ambush in the valley below. He cursed and drove his heels into the flanks of his winged mare. Leaning low over her neck, he urged her into a plunging dive. Wind roared in his ears until he feared he might never again hear anything else. Even as the thought formed, an eagle's shriek rent the streaming air, tearing through the deafening noise. This was followed by an even more chilling sound, an undulating elven battle cry. The eagle riders had spotted the ambush. From the four corners of the wind they came, moving in with a